Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The little Spider-Man skittered back on its 8 legs, eyes bulging as Sue Luo pressed the magnetic barbell overhead. 15 tons, the very edge of his limit. His arms were steady, movements precise, every posture textbook perfect. Only flawless form could compress the muscle fibers fully and draw out the maximum effect. Sue Luo exhaled, veins bulging across his forehead as he pushed the weight up one last time, then slowly lowered it back down. Boom! The impact rattled the training ground like a thunderclap. Again and again he lifted, sweat soaking through his clothes, muscles screaming with every repetition. The machine finally cut the gravity field, suspending the massive steel above. Sue Luo sagged back on the bench, chest heaving, body drenched like he'd crawled out of a storm. His chest muscles burned, fibers tearing and rebuilding. "This is only the first set," Sue Luo muttered between ragged breaths. Back, shoulders, core, arms, legs, all still waiting. Today's workload is heavy. And he dove back in. Relentless training. Magnetic dumbbells gave way to loaded squats. The rack groaned under a mountain of iron. Sue Luo braced, lifted, and dropped into rhythm. Each squat landed like muffled thunder. The ground shook beneath his feet. From afar, he looked like a man supporting a mountain on his shoulders, tiny, yet terrifying. Ordinary men would have collapsed in a shock from such abuse. Sue Luo only pushed harder, feeling the micro tears in his fibers, the heat of his cells rebuilding stronger with every rep. By the end, he collapsed flat on the floor, every inch of him sore and trembling. His skin flushed red, body radiating heat like a furnace, breath ragged. The little Spider-Man crept close, eyes full of worry. It nudged his forehead gently. Sue Luo chuckled weakly. "I'm fine, just burned out. A little rest, and I'll recover." The spider tilted its head, unconvinced. "Don't worry," Sue Luo continued, still gasping. "I'll build equipment for you too. You'll train alongside me. I'll make you the strongest spider alive." The little spider froze, horrified at the thought of hauling the monstrous weights scattered across the room. But when Sue Luo frowned, asking if it didn't want to stay by his side, the spider panicked, quickly shaking its head and stepping forward. It pointed at the weights, then at itself. It would train. It wanted to stay. Sue Luo's expression softened. "Good. Strength is where we belong. Understand." The spider puffed out its chest proudly, raising 2 forelegs like flexing arms, determination blazing in its tiny eyes. Sue Luo laughed, satisfied. "Yes, we'll become stronger together." The recovery. After some time, Sue Luo forced himself upright, his body still weak and trembling. His legs buckled, dropping him to one knee. The spider jumped in alarm. Sue Luo gritted his teeth. "Still need more recovery, but the strength gain will be worth it." His stomach growled loudly. He smirked tiredly. First food. Without nutrition, all this effort is wasted. Kurt soon brought piles of high-nutrient meals. Sue Luo devoured everything, stacking bowls and plates in towers. With each bite, his strength trickled back. Finally, he rose and headed to the testing chamber. The results. He squared up to the alloy sandbag. Boom! The strike thundered through the room. Numbers raced up the monitor until they peaked. 15.5 tons. Sue Luo narrowed his eyes. Half a ton gain in one day. Impressive for most, but too slow for me. He folded his arms, thinking, overloaded training alone won't cut it. I need to accelerate muscle growth. Push beyond natural limits. And then it struck him. Electric current. He remembered medical techniques. Controlled shocks that could force muscle contractions, eliminate fatigue, and stimulate healing. If tuned properly, it could push his body to grow faster than ever before. His mind whirred with formulas, hormones, and growth factors. GH, testosterone, IGF, 1, MGF, data aligning in his head like puzzle pieces. High-frequency, narrow-pulse stimulation, tailored exactly to my muscles. Without hesitation, he stormed into the lab. Schematics flowed from memory to screen, hands moving furiously as he assembled the device. Electrodes embedded in a bodysuit, currents calculated with precision, syncing to each muscle group. Hours later, a completed suit lay before him. Su Luo's lips curved into a smile. With this, my training will be far more efficient. He slipped it on and activated it. Electricity tingled across his arms, forcing contractions, flooding his cells with energy. His exhausted muscles sparked with renewed strength. The monitor beside him displayed his body's live data. Cells stimulated, fibers strengthened, healing accelerated. Su Luo's eyes gleamed. Perfect. Tomorrow, I'll see the real results. He turned to leave, but froze. On the monitor, one anomaly blinked at him. Something hidden in the readings. Su Luo's breath caught. This is the discovery. On the screen, new fluctuations rippled across Su Luo's data feed. It was the signature of the special bioelectricity hidden deep inside his cells. Something had changed. After the electric shock suit stimulation, activity levels of those dormant charges had spiked. Su Luo's eyes lit up. Normally, this bioelectricity slumbered in his body like stagnant water, unfelt and unreleased. His research showed that activity only rose once the body produced a greater volume of bioelectricity, which came with raw strength. The threshold was clear. Once physical strength reached around 30 tons, the body could sense and release the hidden current. But now, with controlled electrical stimulation, he had discovered a shortcut. If I grow stronger and keep stimulating my cells with current, I can awaken this power much sooner. Su Luo clenched his fists, thinking back to the electric strike from his little Spider-Man. 50,000 volts, half the output of a Pikachu. A grin spread across his face. So this suit won't just accelerate training. It's a key to unlocking my own electric ability. An unexpected gain. Experiment. Su Luo immediately ran further tests, applying continuous stimulation while tracking his biometrics. The pattern became clear. Each shock boosted cellular activity for a time. Growth reached saturation, then plateaued. Though less efficient than brute force training, the cumulative effect was undeniable. Crunching the numbers, Su Luo realized that with training plus the shock suit, he could lower the release threshold from 30 tons to around 24 tons. His chest rose with excitement. That means I'll be able to wield electricity, an elemental attack, far earlier than I thought. He exhaled slowly, storing the suit for tomorrow's sessions, then turned back to his duties. Orders and preparations. In the network department, Su Luo overhauled Osborne's security systems, elevating his own access to the highest clearance and imposing limits on everyone else. Then he turned to design. Within hours, he had drafted an entire suite of specialized heavy training equipment for the little Spider-Man. Building it would be Kurt's task. Later, in a quiet meeting room, Kurt stood before him with a formula in hand. The lizard's self-healing potion, Kurt explained. Its regenerative effect is strong, but not infinite. After 5 consecutive doses, the body develops antibodies. After that, it needs a day's cool down before working again. Su Luo studied the formula, brows tightening slightly. 5 doses, that's 5 extra lives in combat. He looked up calm. More than enough. Kurt flushed with pride, but shook his head. This is only possible because of you, boss. Without your intervention, I'd have turned into a monster by now. Hunted, maybe imprisoned. Su Luo burned the formula in his lighter, the paper curling into ash. Then he handed Kurt new blueprints, the spider's training equipment. Have it built by tomorrow morning. Kurt nodded immediately. Consider it done. Loyalty radiated from him. Su Luo could feel it in his heartbeat and words. The man was completely his. Next, Su Luo passed him a packet of maps. Install cameras in these positions. If a car can't reach, hide the devices on rooftops. No questions, just do it. Kurt didn't hesitate. Understood. And one more thing, Suluo added, eyes sharp. Investigate New York's state prison. Find out what kind of superpower experiments they're conducting. Who's behind them? What the labs are. Keep it discreet, no leaks. Kurt's gaze was steady. I'll handle it. No one will trace it back to us. Suluo gave a rare nod of approval. Kurt had come far from the broken man he once was. Don't you want to ask why? Suluo asked. Kurt smiled faintly. No, my job is to carry out your will. Satisfied, Suluo dismissed him. Shifting pieces. After Kurt left, Suluo mulled over the company's future. Management wasn't his strength. Kurt was right. They needed someone capable of steering Osborn. Norman Osborn, Suluo murmured. Time to bring him back. With the Green Goblin serum corrected, the man could serve his role again. In the shadows. Far from Osborn, deep beneath Hell's Kitchen, a coffin creaked open. Mist spilled out. From within rose a girl of 15 or 16, short-haired and pale, her eyes cold and regal. She was Kuroku, host of the Ancient Beast, and now leader of the Hand. Black-clad ninjas and senior members of the Hand knelt at her feet. After you left, one of them growled, our men were slaughtered, the dragon bones stolen. By the true, pure society? Kuroku asked softly. No, the Japanese man answered grimly. The same stranger you encountered that night. He wiped out her forces, too strong to face head-on. Her expression didn't change. Find him. Bring him to me. The evil god needs sacrifices. Yes, leader. As the coffin sealed shut once more, her final whisper lingered. Where are you? The beast hungers for you. Hunters. Elsewhere, a convoy rolled into New York. Inside one car, Donald and Dr. Les sat flanked by two masked brutes. Their builds, claws, and features revealed the truth. They were Wolverine clones. Donald leaned forward. We found his trail. Dr. Les's eyes glinted coldly. At last, we must recover X-24. He's still the most perfect weapon we've produced. On the street, Suluo, unaware of the moving pieces, crossed the street toward a supermarket. Oyster sauce, tissues, toothbrush, towel, he muttered, running through his mental list. But before he could enter, a voice boomed from behind him. Don't run. Hiding won't save you. Footsteps thundered closer. Suluo's eyes narrowed. Donald, his voice dropped to a whisper. You shouldn't have come. Muscles coiled, fists tightening. He was ready. But then, Donald's men stormed past him without even glancing his way. They weren't chasing him. At the intersection ahead, a bloodied figure stumbled into view. Captain America running for his life. Suluo froze, watching the scene unfold. Suluo clenched his fists, already prepared to throw a punch. But unexpectedly, the plot suddenly took a turn in a direction he had never imagined. Suluo stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him. He looked at the injured Captain America and the angry and astonished expression on the other person's face. Suluo was also astonished, and his mouth twitched a few times. So it turned out that the Essex Company had mistaken him for Captain America that day, and they had actually come looking for him. They even surrounded and attacked Captain America, causing him to get injured. Looking at Captain America's expression, it seemed that he still hadn't figured out what was going on. He still hadn't figured out why he was being mercilessly beaten. It had to be said that a super soldier with a shield injuring someone made it very easy for normal people to associate him with Captain America. Suluo was slightly stunned for a moment, but then returned to normal. So, it turns out you were looking for Captain America. Then there's no problem. Suluo muttered to himself. He immediately turned and walked towards the supermarket, acting as if nothing had happened. As for Captain America getting beaten up, what did it have to do with him, Suluo? Today, Captain America felt terrible. During this period of time, because of the Sokovia incident, their Avengers alliance had become the target of international criticism. To avoid unnecessary disputes, they chose to stay at home temporarily, not going out and not causing any trouble. Finally, when public opinion eased up a bit, their restrictions were relaxed a little, and they could finally go out for a walk. So Captain America chose to go out and relax. But unexpectedly, as soon as he went out, he encountered a hostage situation with kidnappers. There was no choice. Captain America had to take action. He rescued the hostage and handed the kidnappers over to the police. That's how his beautiful morning was ruined. Originally, he had planned to make good use of the afternoon and find a place to relax. But unexpectedly, a group of people suddenly rushed over, disregarding martial ethics, and started punching and kicking him, an elderly man in his 80s or 90s. What's more important was that this group of people was extremely powerful, with 3 of them even surpassing ordinary people. There was no choice. Captain America had to escape. But the pursuers were too close. He couldn't shake them off at all. Up until now, Captain America still hadn't figured out what he had done to offend these guys. He just felt that this day was really terrible. In an alleyway, the people from Essex were still chasing Captain America at a fast pace. Even their 290 formed a pincer attack to intercept Captain America. Several mercenaries arrived from the front and blocked Captain America, engaging in combat with him. Someone even fired a gun at Captain America, but it was blocked by an enemy's body. Narrow spaces were not suitable for gunfights, as it was easier to harm oneself. So those people rushed forward and engaged in close combat with Captain America. Captain America gritted his teeth and threw a punch, sending one person flying, roaring, "Who are you people?" Donald rushed forward from behind and threw a punch, directly sending Captain America flying. Boom! Captain America crashed into the wall, feeling like his body was about to fall apart, in excruciating pain. Donald also went crazy, shouting, "Captain America, hand over the person you stole." Hearing this, Captain America was stunned. Immediately, he remembered the events from earlier in the morning, when he had taken a hostage from the kidnappers. He got up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and looked coldly at Donald. He coldly snorted, "So it turns out you bunch of bandits." He wiped away the blood from his face and said coldly, "I'm sorry, but once I've taken the person, there's no way I'll give them to you." Hearing Captain America's words, Donald laughed angrily. "Very good. Truly worthy of Captain America. So arrogant. But have you considered the consequences of offending us?" He gritted his teeth, his voice icy. "You, an old man in his 80s or 90s, what do you have to do with the modern era? In this era, you're just an outdated person who can't understand. Captain America has been frozen for 70 years, plus his previous age. Isn't he just an old man in his 80s or 90s? Hearing Donald's sarcasm, Captain America's face grew colder. Donald waved his hand. "Capture this guy. We must pry the person out of his mouth." The communication between the two sides was completely on different wavelengths. But the communication was extremely smooth. The two sides communicated, but not completely. With Donald's command, a group of people rushed towards Captain America. Captain America was originally out for a rest today, so he didn't bring any weapons. He could only fight hand-to-hand with the opponent. Fortunately, in this narrow area, it's not suitable for a gunfight. Otherwise, he would be at a great disadvantage. Captain America directly knocked down several mercenaries with punches and kicks. At this moment, the 2 Wolverine clones rushed forward and attacked Captain America. In the hands of the 2 clones, bone claws emerged instead of steel claws. BCCI, there's no way. After all, adamantium is not a product of the mainland. Injecting so much adamantium into X-24 before has already depleted their inventory. So currently, there isn't enough adamantium to inject into the new clones. Moreover, for Dr. Rice, these 2 new clones are far from being as perfect as X-24, whether it's reaction ability or self-healing ability, they're weaker. So there's no need to inject precious and scarce adamantium into defective products. With the addition of the 2 Wolverine clones, Captain America instantly found himself at a disadvantage. In an instant, he was scratched several times, causing Captain America to groan in pain. Donald said coldly, "Captain America, return the person you took. Otherwise, my men will only leave more wounds on your body." Captain America said coldly, You can forget about getting the person from me. With one punch, he knocked down one of the clones. With one kick, he directly broke one of the clone's bone claws. Immediately, a painful wail rang out. At this moment, Donald's iron fist came again. Bang! Captain America was once again sent flying. He fell heavily to the ground, the pain causing him to groan. Donald sneered, "You're finished." After saying that, he was ready to rush up and add to the opponent's pain. But at this moment, whoosh, a sturdy figure shot down from the sky, descending with a kick that sent Donald flying. Then, the sound of mechanical pistons rang out. A figure of steel fell to the ground. "Sorry, I just attended a high-end banquet, so I'm late." The newcomer turned around and shrugged. The newcomer was none other than Iron Man, Tony Stark. Seeing the newcomer, Captain America, who was struggling to get up from the ground, grinned. Tony looked at Captain America and said, "Oh, it seems our Mr. Steve is in a bit of a mess." Captain America rolled his eyes impatiently. "If you were ambushed by so many people, you would be just as miserable." Tony chuckled arrogantly. "I wouldn't even give these guys a chance to get close to me." Tony waved his hand and a shield flew out. "I brought your shield." He turned to look at Donald and the others across from him and said to Captain America, "Tell me, how do we solve this?" Captain America walked to his side, and the two stood side by side in the alley, facing the enemies together. He smirked, "Send these criminals to jail." Tony clenched his fist. "That's a good suggestion. I'll take it." Donald saw this scene and gritted his teeth. "Iron Man, this has nothing to do with you. You should stay away and not get involved." Tony smiled. "Sorry, I just like to meddle in other people's business." On the main road outside, Dr. Lai watched the situation inside the alley through the cameras carried by the frontline soldiers. He saw Iron Man suddenly rushing out and interfering. He immediately clenched his fist, his eyes cold. "Sure enough, Iron Man, you're involved too. The high-tech products Captain America used last time must have been given by you." Dr. Lai instantly thought of the pulse weapon used by the other party last time. Such a small pulse weapon contained immense energy and belonged to cutting-edge technology. At that time, he suspected that the thing was made by Iron Man. After all, among Captain America's friends, there happened to be a technological genius. He clenched his fist. "So, the Avengers Alliance has been eyeing us for a long time." His eyes were cold. "You planned everything, took X-24 from my hands, just to obtain our genetic weapon technology. The Avengers Alliance, the superhero organization, the savior organization, all resorting to these dark means behind the scenes. We are despicable, and so are you. There are only despicable people in this world. Where are the noble ones?" Dr. Lai said coldly, "Avengers, we have a grudge now." Inside the alley, the battle broke out. The two sides fought each other. After Captain America took the shield, his combat power instantly increased. With Iron Man's support, the situation instantly reversed. Donald and the others were at a disadvantage. Bang, bang, bang. Captain America's shield bounced in the air several times, knocking several people surrounding Iron Man away. Captain America smiled, using the returning shield. "No need to thank me." Iron Man raised his hand. A beam cannon blasted away the enemies behind Captain America. Iron Man smirked. "No need to thank me." Then he kicked and sent Donald, who was charging towards him, flying. Iron Man looked at Captain America. "See, I never give them a chance to get close to me." Swoosh! Just as Iron Man finished speaking, a pair of bone claws scratched his armor. A slap in the face, causing Iron Man's mouth to twitch a few times, his face slightly embarrassed. Captain America looked at it and shook his head. Iron Man angrily kicked the opponent away. Donald saw this and immediately realized that they were no match. He gritted his teeth. Retreat. Immediately, Donald threw a flash grenade. The group of people quickly ran towards the mouth of the alley. Iron Man wanted to chase, but was stopped by Donald's firearms. In the end, when Iron Man and Captain America chased out, those people had completely disappeared. It seems they left by car. Iron Man looked at Captain America's injuries. "You need to get treated for your injuries. I'll call S.H.I.E.L.D. to investigate these people." On the road, in a car, Donald clenched his fist. "Avengers Alliance, You have completely made enemies with Essex. Shortly after, Su Luo returned home. At the moment, Xiao Yi was taking online classes in the living room. A specialized teacher was providing academic guidance to Xiao Yi, allowing her to learn more comprehensive knowledge. All of this was arranged by Clow for Xiao Yi. After all, Xiao Yi was at the age to attend school. But this time, Xiao Yi was drooping her head, indicating that attending classes was quite painful for her. Seeing Su Luo approaching, Xiao Yi's eyes lit up. Big brother! She quickly stood up, ready to run over. Clow immediately held Xiao Yi back and said sternly, "Don't try to slack off. You're currently in class, so focus on your studies." Hearing her father's words, Xiao Yi sat back down with a dejected look and continued her class. Su Luo instantly thought of Little Spider-Man. Little Spider-Man also needed to attend classes. Arrangements were made for it as well. Soon after, he greeted the two and went downstairs. He first went to see Green Goblin. Green Goblin looked at Su Luo and grinned. "Have you found a way to eliminate me?" He couldn't help but laugh. "I've already told you, you can't possibly find a way to eliminate me. The Green Goblin formula is already perfect, and you want to continue optimizing it. It's impossible. Delusional." Green Goblin spoke. "If you want to eliminate me, there's only one way, and that is to eliminate Norman as well." Su Luo calmly said, "Don't worry, you'll be gone soon." Su Luo liked people who talk tough the most. He said to Norman, "Soon, I will save you, completely free you from Green Goblin's control, and then you'll be able to safely leave here. As the price for saving you, you will work for me next." "Deal." Green Goblin's face showed a struggling expression. Then Norman regained control of a part of his body and struggled to speak. "Agree, deal. Please eliminate him." Hearing Norman's words, Su Luo nodded in satisfaction. He immediately turned and left. He returned to his own biological laboratory. But he didn't directly deal with the Green Goblin formula. Instead, he opened the computer in front of him and directly invaded the public surveillance system. He clicked on a few of them. Suddenly, several surveillance screens appeared on his computer. Soon after, a muscular man with dark skin appeared in the camera. Su Luo murmured, "Hello, Luke Cage," because these cameras were public cameras. So what could be accessed was actually quite limited. So Su Luo had Kurt handle the cameras to better monitor the man in the videos. Luke Cage, who had a body as hard as steel, because Su Luo was going to replicate the opponent's ability of a steel body in his Superman plan's first step. He was looking for an opportunity to replicate the opponent's ability. The reason why he sent Kurt to the New York prison, it was because Luke Cage obtained this special ability during the superhuman experiment in the prison. Su Luo wanted to know if there were any relevant data in the laboratory. After all, if there were experimental data, if there were raw data, it would be easier and faster to study. Su Luo planned to obtain relevant data from both Luke Cage himself and the laboratory. Su Luo is not prepared to act rashly, because he doesn't know much about Luke Cage's strength. Without a clear understanding of the opponent's strength, Su Luo will not act recklessly. Unfortunately, Luke Cage is not a popular hero, so Su Luo's knowledge of him is very limited. His understanding of Luke Cage mostly comes from the information he took from HYDRA's database. He only knows that Luke Cage has an indestructible body, possesses great strength, and is known as a superhuman. And it is because of the superhuman experiment at the New York State Penitentiary that he obtained his super abilities. The only positive understanding of Luke Cage's strength in HYDRA's data is that he once easily lifted a medium-sized truck. The total weight of a medium-sized truck is 6 to 14 tons. And Luke Cage can easily lift a medium-sized truck. This shows that the opponent's strength is very strong, even stronger than his current strength. So, Su Luo still needs to further strengthen his own power. In this way, he will have more options. Su Luo looked at the surveillance. Soon, Luke Cage disappeared from the screen. What could be recorded by public surveillance is ultimately limited. Only when Kurt installs the surveillance, he will be able to see more things. Only then can he better understand Luke Cage's situation. Only then can he find opportunities more easily. Definitely, replicating Luke Cage's tough body is just the first step. After obtaining a tough body, how to continue upgrading and obtaining an even tougher physique is the core content. But all of this must be based on obtaining Luke Cage's abilities. After seeing that the surveillance had no significant value, Suluo left. He went to eliminate Green Goblin first. He likes dealing with people who talk tough. As for Little Spider-Man, he wanted to follow Suluo, but Suluo directly found some elementary-level online courses for it to learn. Most of them are elementary school courses, teaching Little Spider-Man to learn human language and some basic knowledge. So on a desk, Little Spider-Man was earnestly watching the online courses and studying hard. His eyes were fixed on the screen. Sometimes, a few legs were gesturing on the desk, learning human writing. Seeing Little Spider-Man's serious appearance, Suluo was very satisfied. He also started optimizing the Green Goblin serum. In front of him were some scattered pieces of paper. They were filled with equations. Actually, before this, during his free time, Suluo had done some calculations on the Green Goblin serum. He immediately started working at his desk. While calculating, he picked up the nearby biological experimental equipment and conducted tests. Because he had some foundation before, Suluo's movements were quite fast, coupled with his previous exposure to two similar-level serum formulas, the Super Soldier Serum and the Lizard Serum. So Suluo had some experience in this regard. After about 2 hours, Suluo completed the optimized serum for Green Goblin. This optimized serum would wash away Norman's Green Goblin persona, while also reducing some of Norman's strength. Definitely, if Suluo spent more time, he might be able to create a more perfect optimized serum, but was unnecessary. After all, for Suluo, the biggest role of this serum was to eliminate Norman's Green Goblin persona. Besides, this optimized serum had a drawback. That is, while washing away the Green Goblin persona, it would cause intense pain to the body. Especially for the eliminated alter ego, they would feel even more intense pain. Definitely, in Suluo's eyes, this drawback was not a drawback. After all, seeing the Green Goblin persona in pain made him quite happy. Norman was going to suffer a bit, compared to being controlled by the Green Goblin and having someone else take over his life. Suluo believed that suffering a bit was still worth it. Soon after, a bottle of brand new yellow serum appeared before Suluo's eyes. Suluo nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. He picked up the bottle of serum and walked towards Green Goblin's operating room. Tonight, he would deal with this Green Goblin guy. If initially it was because he wanted to find a reliable manager for his company, now I just want Green Goblin to disappear. Soon, he arrived at Green Goblin's operating room. Seeing Suluo come in, Green Goblin smiled and said, "So you still haven't developed the optimized serum? A person should know their limits." Suluo spoke up. "Norman, the thing has been developed." After speaking, he revealed the vial of serum. This thing can eliminate the Green Goblin persona within you, but it also has drawbacks. It will weaken your power, and most importantly, it will be very painful. Do you want to use it? Upon hearing this, Green Goblin's pupils contracted, and his voice became sharper. "You think you can deceive me, right?" He laughed sharply. "How could you have developed an optimized serum? You just want to see me scared, don't you? I'm telling you, your tricks won't work on me." A struggling expression appeared on Green Goblin's face. I want to use it." Suluo nodded upon hearing this. Then he walked towards Green Goblin, while pouring the serum into the syringe in his hand. Looking at Suluo's calm face, a sense of unease rose in Green Goblin's heart. When Suluo raised the syringe, Green Goblin finally felt a hint of fear. He felt that the other party was not joking. He instantly became a little panicked, wanting to struggle, but his whole body was firmly restrained. He shouted, "No, no, no. You can't inject me. Let's talk again. I could do things for you, serve you. I can even work like a slave for you." Upon Green Goblin's begging, a hint of satisfaction and joy flashed in Suluo's eyes. But he did not stop his actions. Suluo didn't want someone like Green Goblin, who was full of thoughts and could rebel at any time. Psst! The syringe struck Norman's body. A painful howl rang out. Green Goblin's face twisted in agony. Looking at Green Goblin's painful appearance, Su Luo's mood became somewhat relieved. Not long after, the painful screams disappeared. Norman lay on the workbench, covered in sweat, his face pale, his chest heaving violently. Su Luo spoke. "How do you feel?" Norman showed a weak expression. "Although it was painful, I can feel a sense of relief throughout my body. There's no longer anyone inside me fighting for control of my body." Su Luo nodded. "Very good. Rest for a while, and then you can leave. In the future, you will start working for me. I want to return to Osborne, manage it, strengthen it, and make it earn more resources for me." Upon hearing Su Luo's words, Norman gave a bitter smile. The current Osborne is in a difficult situation. If we want to recover and restore it, it will probably take a lot of time. Su Luo shrugged. "You'll find out when you go back." Norman nodded. On the other side, Kurt also began to take action, installing cameras. Definitely, this kind of installation is extremely discreet. In addition, Kurt also started arranging people to inquire about the New York State Penitentiary. Kurt took over the company's intelligence resources and is now getting the hang of it in this area. Outside the streets and alleys, a pair of eyes stared at the backs of Captain America and Iron Man as they left. That person was none other than Zemo. Zemo looked at the two who had a good relationship, and a cold smile appeared on his face. "Keep laughing. When the wall of brothership collapses, you won't be able to laugh anymore." At the same time, inside the New York State Penitentiary, in an office, two men sat facing each other, one of them wearing the uniform of a high-level prison guard, the warden of this prison. The man across from the director spoke up. "Have you found that mutant and indestructible guy?" The director's face turned grim. "That guy escaped and definitely went into hiding. We still haven't found him." The man squinted his eyes. "We must find him. His condition has significant research value. We can conduct in-depth research, dig deeper." The director nodded. "I understand, and I've also established connections with the gang members inside the prison," the director added. "I believe we won't take long to find him," the man said. Upon hearing this, the man nodded, his expression relaxing. He said, "Prepare to destroy the research materials about him from your end." The director nodded slightly. "Understood. I will have my subordinates delete those research materials." The next day, Su Luo woke up early, feeling refreshed and energized. Yesterday's exhaustion vanished, and his whole body was filled with strength. Su Luo clenched his fist. "Today, let's test the effectiveness of the new training." He murmured, "I must quickly increase my strength, otherwise I won't be able to handle many things." He snapped his fingers. Whoosh! Soon, a small figure hurriedly ran over and darted into Su Luo's room. It quickly jumped onto Su Luo's desk and stood skillfully. Its two big eyes stared at Su Luo obediently, like a well-behaved little dog. The one who came was little Spider-Man. Su Luo said, "Get ready. We'll leave soon for training." Upon hearing Su Luo's words, little Spider-Man nodded eagerly, full of excitement. It quickly raised its front legs, showing off its biceps. Su Luo saw this and nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Your mental state is excellent, just like it should be." Immediately, Su Luo finished washing up and then took little Spider-Man to the company, entering the training room. Inside the spacious training room, in addition to Su Luo's equipment, there were also some slightly smaller training devices. After explaining how to use the training devices to little Spider-Man, Su Luo put a set of electric shock devices on it to help it quickly improve its strength. After putting on the shock devices, little Spider-Man tied a red string around its head, its eyes filled with fighting spirit. It raised its small feet, cheering itself on. Then, with a proud and determined stride, it walked towards the training device. Su Luo also put on his own electric shock device and began training. Thus, the two figures, one big and one small, started exercising vigorously in the training room. Under the electric shock devices, Su Luo could feel that his muscle strength had become even stronger. It also increased the endurance of his muscles. He continued training. Boom! He constantly lifted heavy equipment like small mountains. On the other side, there was also a rumbling sound. Little Spider-Man began its own training journey. Time flew by. Not long after, inside the spacious room, lay two exhausted individuals, panting heavily like dead dogs. One big, one small. Suluo looked at little Spider-Man, who had a red headband tied around its head, and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. You little guy did well. Little Spider-Man also gasped for breath, its eyes filled with joy. With great effort, it tremblingly raised one of its slender front legs, indicating victory. Seeing this, Suluo smiled slightly. Suluo looked at his own hands. Next, I will check how much my strength has increased. Through the stimulation of the electric current, I can clearly feel that this training has had excellent results. There should be a significant improvement. After resting for a while, Suluo and Little Spider-Man had their meal. I want to test it. Suluo punched the testing device. The numbers on it rapidly climbed. Soon, then stopped. 17 tons. 0. Seeing this number, Suluo finally showed a smile. Very good, very good. The electric shock effect is indeed extraordinary. After this training, I directly increased by 1.5 tons. Compared to last time, it tripled. The electric current stimulation on all-round muscles is very effective. If this continues in 6 days, I will increase my strength by a whole 9 tons. In 1 month, I will increase my strength by a total of 40 tons. My strength will reach 47 tons. In just 2 or 3 months, I will reach the level of 100 tons. Suluo's eyes were full of anticipation. He looked at the little Spider-Man beside him and said, "You should give it a try too." The little Spider-Man nodded quickly. Taking a deep breath, he punched the sandbag. Bang! A loud impact. The data started to soar. 1.2 tons. Seeing this, Suluo nodded slightly. Good. You increased by 0.2 tons, which is equivalent to a 1/5 increase in your own strength. Not bad. It seems that the electric shock effect is also helpful for you. The little Spider-Man nodded quickly. In its eyes, everything Suluo said was right. It just needed a nod. At the same time, Norman also returned to the company. He had been appointed as the company's general manager by Suluo. After entering the company, he learned about the existence of the trauma medicine and was instantly shocked. At the same time, he also understood Suluo's confidence in being able to sustain the company. Such a powerful trauma medicine, as long as it is managed well, is a golden goose that lays golden eggs. Soon, Norman gathered the personnel from the marketing department and prepared to arrange the launch of the product. They planned to launch the marketing within a week. 1 week later, the product would successfully hit the market. On the other side, Kurt saw that someone had finally taken over the position of the general manager and breathed a sigh of relief. So he became even more focused on helping Suluo find information from the laboratory. In the evening, Kurt found Suluo. Suluo sat in the back seat of Kurt's car. Suluo spoke. "What did you find out?" Kurt replied, "I have found out about the experimental situation in the prison you mentioned. That prison is actually controlled by a high-ranking military officer. They are conducting experiments on super soldiers using prisoners in the prison. As long as they voluntarily undergo the superhuman experiment that reproduces the past Super Soldier program, they can be released from prison in advance. But according to insider information, most of the people died in the experiments and a few were disabled. And there's one person named Carl who is the only one who didn't get injured and obtained a completely new ability. During the experiment, a prisoner who was hostile to him broke into the laboratory and wanted to harm Carl, but accidentally accelerated the chemical reaction on Carl's body, resulting in changes in his entire cell structure. The laboratory is deep inside the prison. Carl is Luke Cage's real name." Suluo nodded. "I understand. New York National Prison. A figure is approaching rapidly. Soon, he arrived outside the high walls. Suluo, wearing a mask, murmured, "So, Luke Cage's data is inside here?" He raised his hand, and cobwebs flew out, and he instantly flew towards the high wall. During the process of rapid flight, Suluo quickly switched his breathing mode and entered a state of silent secret technique. In an instant, the surrounding sound around Su Luo instantly decreased to the extreme. The tearing air sounds also instantly disappeared. He floated towards the high wall like a ghost. Using cobweb, Su Luo silently landed on the passage on top of the high wall. As a state prison, the guards here were extremely strict. In the passage of the high wall, there would be a watchtower at every interval. There were also many huge light columns constantly scanning. Inside the watchtower were fully armed guards, paying attention to everything in the prison. Inside the prison, there were also specialized patrol teams. They were there to prevent anyone from escaping the prison and also to prevent anyone from secretly infiltrating the prison. Just as Su Luo landed, at that moment, the prison's searchlight emitted a huge light column and swept toward Su Luo. Once Su Luo was caught in the sweep, he would be completely exposed to the guards. There are so many lights. Su Luo looked at the numerous light columns in the prison. He quickly raised his hand. Whoosh! Cobweb shot into the top of the nearby watchtower. His whole person instantly turned into an arrow and shot towards the back of the tower. The huge light column quickly chased after Su Luo's figure from behind. Just as it was about to catch up to Su Luo, Su Luo accurately and without error landed on the back of the tower. The huge light column swept over the front of the tower, but didn't find any trace of a person. Below the tower, 2 guards stood. One guard looked towards the direction where Su Luo had just disappeared, furrowing his brows slightly. Was there someone over there just now? The other guard glanced at the long passage, then looked at both sides of the wall, finding no trace. He said, "There's no one there. It's all empty. We're in the New York State prison here, with such tight security. Could there still be someone who wants to come and try their luck in 13-3? Continue monitoring the prison. These guys inside are not to be underestimated. We must keep a close eye on them. Otherwise, losing our job is a small matter, but losing our lives would be a big loss." The guard nodded. "You're right. We can't risk our lives for a few $1,000. We have to be serious." Their gaze once again followed the searchlights, surveying the situation inside the prison. Above their heads, Su Luo climbed to the side of the tower tip. He looked ahead. The state prison was still very large. A large number of red-tiled, gray-walled prison buildings were densely scattered, along with some office buildings or residences for prison staff. Definitely, these houses were all long and low, like factories. There were basically no tall buildings, and 3 floors were the maximum height. Inside, there were various iron fences, specifically enclosing a designated activity area for prisoners. Su Luo looked at the rows of houses ahead and murmured to himself, "So, where exactly is the laboratory?" Kurt only found out that the laboratory was deep inside the prison, but he didn't find the specific location. Su Luo decided to go in and ask someone. However, he didn't plan to ask the guards on duty, mainly because these guys would report their situation to each other every now and then, and they were mostly in groups. It would be difficult for him to make a move. His target was the resting patrol guards. These patrol guards patrolled the entire prison every day and definitely knew more than others. He looked up at the entire prison again. The prison buildings were low, so the watchtowers on the high walls could basically oversee the entire prison. If he came during the day, without the cover of darkness, he would definitely be exposed in this environment. Even at night, with the constant passing of the searchlights and the patrol teams on the roads, it would be very easy to be exposed. But there was an advantage to this, which was that Su Luo could quickly familiarize himself with the structure of the entire prison and the surveillance system. As the searchlights continued to patrol, Su Luo memorized the timing and trajectory of each searchlight in his mind. At the same time, as the searchlights illuminated the surroundings, Su Luo also memorized the terrain of the entire prison, the number of patrol teams, their routes, and their patrol times. After completing all of this, as Su Luo's brain spun rapidly, an identical operating prison also appeared in his mind, clearly carved out. He could accurately calculate when each searchlight's trajectory would shine on a certain area, when each patrol team would appear in a certain area at a certain time. After completing all of this, Su Luo leaped down from the blind spot of the guard's field of vision and landed on the ground of the prison. In his mind, based on the prison operation model, he instantly calculated more than a dozen safe ways to enter the prison. He chose one of them and ran towards the depths of the prison. Based on what I saw, there are two buildings that are slightly different from the factory-style prison cells, more compact and refined. That should be the dormitory for prison personnel. As long as I find the patrolling guards there, it will be fine. Su Luo's murmurs were barely audible. Soon, Su Luo arrived in front of the two special buildings. They were long, two-story buildings. Su Luo climbed onto the wall and looked inside. Some rooms had people, while others didn't. But without exception, the rooms with people were occupied by only one person. These houses were independent dormitories. Looking at the sets of prison guard uniforms hanging on the walls inside the houses, Su Luo was completely certain that this was the dormitory for prison guards. Su Luo chose one of them and carefully sneaked in. Before entering, he saw a constantly rotating camera above the corridor. He took out a small USB drive from his body. This USB drive was specifically used by Su Luo to disable partial surveillance, making the surveillance system loop playback footage of empty areas. At the same time, this USB drive could also allow Su Luo to infiltrate the prison's intranet and invade their surveillance system. Seeing the camera turn towards another direction, Su Luo rushed up and leaped onto the ceiling. He shot the USB drive into the camera. After a moment, the red light on the USB drive turned green, indicating a successful disablement. Su Luo took out a special phone and glanced at it. He had already infiltrated the prison's surveillance system through the prison's intranet. He accessed all the surveillance footage but didn't find anything unusual. After watching them, Su Luo put the phone back and landed on the ground. In the corridor, at each doorway, there was a shoe rack with prison guard shoes on them. Su Luo's gaze quickly scanned the area. Compared to indoor prison guards, the shoes of patrolling guard would be more worn and covered in mud from outside the buildings. So by just looking at those shoes, he could distinguish between patrolling guards and indoor guards. Soon, he found some rooms belonging to patrolling guards. He pried open one of them and sneaked in. After entering, Su Luo saw a middle-aged white man lying on the bed, sound asleep. He felt around his waist and pulled out a gun. The cold muzzle was placed against the white man's forehead. The prison guard continued to sleep soundly. Su Luo's eyes twitched slightly. Is his vigilance so poor? He released his sound suppression technique. He gently tapped the man's face a few times. The snoring continued to reverberate loudly. There was no sign of waking up at all. Instead, he mumbled incoherently, "I choose the one with big breasts. I kiss." The prison guard lasciviously licked his lips and leaned towards the air, as if kissing. Su Luo remained expressionless. Smack! He slapped the prison guard's face. The guard suddenly woke up. What came into his sight was a gun pressed against his forehead. Feeling the coldness of the muzzle, a hint of fear instantly enveloped the guard's mind, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Then, a calm and low voice sounded. "I ask you answer. If you make any loud noise or cause any disturbance, you know what will happen." Su Luo's finger moved closer to the trigger. The guard saw this and quickly nodded. "Tell me, where's the laboratory in your prison?" The guard shook his head and hurriedly whispered, "I don't know, I haven't heard of any laboratory. We only have a gym, an exercise yard for prisoners, and a workshop for prisoner labor reform. There is no laboratory here. This is a prison, not a laboratory." Su Luo continued. "Then are there any hidden or unusual places inside the prison?" Prison guard shakes his head. "There's no such place in my patrol area. I patrol the perimeter of the prison," the prison guard said. "Our patrol and guard duties are divided into two types. One is patrolling the perimeter, and the other is patrolling the core area." Su Luo asked, "Who patrols this area?" "The dormitory at number 123 on the right side, when you go out." Upon hearing this, Su Luo immediately knocked the other person unconscious. He quickly found another prison guard from dormitory number 23 and used the same method. This time, the answer from the prison guard did not disappoint Su Luo. The prison guard said, "Well, there is one, and that is the independent building of the prison warden." We don't patrol that area. It's a place that is not disturbed by anyone. He immediately asked for the location of the warden's independent building. After completing these tasks, he knocked the prison guard unconscious again. Then he sneaked out of the dormitory building and ran towards the warden's building. Soon, Su Luo appeared in front of the warden's building. The building had 3 floors and was a standalone villa. The building was surrounded by surveillance cameras. The number of cameras far exceeded that of other areas. Most importantly, Su Luo could clearly see that there were some fully armed soldiers patrolling inside the building. Yes, they were not prison guards, but real soldiers from the southern region. They were wearing military uniforms and carrying standard rifles. After observing this, Su Luo said, "So there are soldiers stationed here. It seems that this is the location of the laboratory. It's a 3-story building. I don't know the exact location of the laboratory." He carefully looked around and found that only the ground floor had patrols, while the second and third floors had no patrols. Only the ground floor has patrols, which means that the laboratory is either on the ground floor or downstairs. Before entering, Su Luo took out his phone from his pocket. He directly disabled the surveillance in this area. In addition, Su Luo discovered that the surveillance inside the warden's building was on a separate internal network that was not connected to the entire prison's internal network. Therefore, he couldn't remotely hack into the surveillance inside the warden's building. After disabling the surveillance, he activated his stealth technique, sprinted all the way, avoiding the sweeping lights and the sight of the patrolling guards inside the building. Finally, he arrived outside the building. He immediately entered the building and came to a surveillance station. He inserted a USB drive into the computer again. He successfully hacked into the local network of this place. He accessed the surveillance again. Instantly, the screens displayed one surveillance after another. Su Luo found an empty room with no one inside, crawled onto the ceiling, and started browsing through the surveillance footage. Suddenly, Su Luo discovered an area that seemed to be an experimental zone. The experimental zone was quite large, with a huge experimental hall surrounded by independent experimental rooms. At the moment, the entire experimental hall was completely quiet, with only one person seemingly on duty. Sometimes he flipped through a notebook, and sometimes he played with his phone. The structure of the entire laboratory was completely different from that of the ground. Su Luo understood that this laboratory area should be underground. "How do I go down?" Su Luo murmured. From the surveillance, he couldn't see any elevators or passages leading downstairs. This indicated that the passage leading downstairs was hidden. Just at that moment, he saw something in the surveillance. A person wearing ordinary clothes walked towards the storage room and eventually entered the storage room. Soon, this person appeared inside the laboratory. Seeing this, Su Luo's eyes brightened. The storage room is the passage downstairs. The person in ordinary clothes immediately changed into a white research uniform in the changing room and walked towards the person on duty. The person on duty also brightened upon seeing the approaching person. She quickly picked up her phone and stood up. "You finally came. I can finally go off duty and go home to get a good sleep." After speaking, she walked towards the new person on duty. The new person on duty smiled and said, "You can go back. I'll take over here. Goodbye." "Goodbye." The two greeted each other. The person off duty walked quickly towards the elevator and soon got on. The person on duty came to the control panel and sat down. He looked at the notebook on the table and said, "This guy forgot to bring his notebook." He immediately put the notebook in the drawer. He then started playing with his phone. Su Luo saw this. He quickly walked towards the storage room. Soon, he entered the storage room. It was empty inside and nothing could be seen, but he could hear the sound of an elevator coming up behind a wall. He quickly crawled onto the ceiling of that wall. Soon, ding, the wall suddenly opened, revealing an elevator inside. The person off duty walked out of it excitedly. Clack, clack, clack. High heels made crisp sounds. Su Luo quickly entered the elevator and lay on it. The elevator doors closed slowly. Su Luo pressed the button for the basement floor. Soon, the elevator arrived at the first floor. With a beep sound, the person on duty quickly turned his head and looked up, saying, "Did he come back to get his notebook?" As a result, the elevator was empty and the doors closed slowly. The person on duty twitched at the corner of his mouth and said, "Did this guy make a mistake?" He shook his head, lowered his head, and continued to look at his phone. When the person on duty withdrew his gaze and the elevator was about to close, a hand reached into the gap between the elevator doors. The elevator doors opened again slowly. A figure quietly climbed out from above the elevator. Su Luo looked at the laboratory in front of him, his eyes gleaming. Finally, he entered. He leaped onto the ceiling and quickly and silently rushed toward the person on duty. He arrived above the person's head. Then he let go of his hands and feet. Whoosh! He landed directly behind the person. The person felt a gust of wind behind him. He turned his head and immediately saw a figure dressed in black with a mask. His scalp tingled and his whole body trembled. His hand instantly moved to the alarm next to him. Su Luo raised his hand and cobwebs flew out, directly binding the person's hand to the table, rendering him immobile. Su Luo took out a gun with one hand and aimed it at the person's forehead. A gun has more deterrence power against ordinary people. Shut up, or you'll die. The Super Soldier program. Is it here where a prisoner named Carl obtained an ability? The person quickly nodded. Yes. A look of joy flashed in Su Luo's eyes. Very good. Su Luo immediately put the gun back on his waist. Facing the other person's mouth, he raised his hand. The person on duty quickly said no, before he could finish speaking. His mouth was sealed by a specially designed cobweb. Immediately, more cobwebs were sprayed out, sticking the other person's body. After completing these actions, he quickly turned on the computer on the control panel. Suddenly, the screens in front of him instantly lit up. Su Luo quickly typed on the keyboard. His eyes focused on the computers in front of him, searching for information about Carl's experiments. But soon, Su Luo frowned, because he couldn't find any experimental data related to Carl. Inside the computer, there were indeed experimental data. There were a large amount of experimental data, specifically related to the restoration of the Super Soldier Serum. What's going on? There's no experimental data on Carl. Could it be that they changed the name or used another code? Su Luo immediately began searching for successful experimental cases or cases of abnormalities. Soon, these cases were filtered out. Su Luo quickly looked at these cases. He read quickly, selecting rapidly, his brain working at full speed. His eyes moved rapidly, flashing back and forth, looking somewhat terrifying. The researcher next to him looked at the screens in front of him, which were filled with rapidly changing images. Watching those constantly changing and switching images, the researcher quickly felt dizzy and nauseous. He quickly closed his eyes, suppressing the feeling of his stomach churning. Damn it, what is this guy doing? Making so many screens constantly switch and fast forward. Can he even see it? F***K. I almost threw up from watching it. He doesn't know that too fast switching of camera angles can make people uncomfortable, not to mention so many screens. F***K. Rapidly switching camera angles can cause damage to the brain. Damn it. There are specialized optic nerves in the eyes to perceive motion. These motion-sensing organs are very sensitive, transmitting the motion information they perceive to the central nervous system. Rapidly switching camera angles can make these sensitive organs feel uncomfortable, causing strain on the nerves. Then the central nervous system will cause a feeling of discomfort, such as dizziness and nausea. In severe cases, it can cause injury. So the person on duty quickly closed his eyes, asking people to take a break. After taking a short break and returning to normal, he opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, what he saw made his eyes widen. The screens in front were still constantly changing, rapidly switching, and the figure next to him, as steady as a rock, his hands constantly moving, and his head focused on the screens in front. That focused appearance instantly made the person on duty's scalp tingle. This guy isn't affected at all? What the hell is he? Is he even human? How can his brain and nerves withstand such terrifying visual changes? Su Luo quickly scanned through those videos. Still, He didn't find any research data related to Luke Cage. What's going on? Su Luo frowned as he looked at the screens in front of him. Could they have deleted the data? But it's difficult to delete data. Everything leaves traces. Su Luo murmured. Su Luo quickly typed out codes, starting to recover the completely deleted data. He quickly checked the deleted data, but still gained nothing. In a local database, there is absolutely no research material related to Luke Cage. How could this be? Didn't Luke Cage conduct experiments here? If he did, how could there be no data left behind? He stopped what he was doing and looked at the duty officer beside him. The mysterious person suddenly looked at him, and the duty officer shivered. Su Luo pulled the cobweb off the person's mouth and said, "Didn't Carl conduct experiments here? Why is there no relevant experimental data of his here?" The duty officer said with grievance, "Just now when you asked me about Carl, I actually wanted to tell you. The hard drive containing Carl's research data was taken by the warden to be destroyed not long ago. It was said to be a request from above. You came at a very unfortunate time. I was just about to mention this matter, but you sealed my mouth." Su Luo's gaze paused for a moment upon hearing this. Immediately, smack, the duty officer received a slap. Su Luo said, "If you had just spoken faster, I wouldn't have wasted so much time." The duty officer was confused. What kind of person is this? It's all because you moved too fast. Who can keep up with your speed? Seeing the duty officer's eyes bulging, Su Luo calmly stared at him. The duty officer immediately drooped, swallowing his grievances. What kind of person is this? Upon hearing the duty officer's words, Su Luo frowned. Damn it, these guys actually destroyed Luke Cage's data. It seems they were afraid of the data falling into someone else's hands. They are really cautious. Su Luo pondered for a moment. No, the data shouldn't be completely deleted. For a situation like Luke Cage's, the military cannot afford not to research it. It's a huge attraction for them. They must still want to study this thing. Since they want to study it, they wouldn't completely delete the data. There must be a backup in the hands of the military. Since they have a copy, the copy in the prison is unnecessary to keep. So they would order it to be destroyed. Upon realizing this, Su Luo had a clue. He looked at the duty officer and asked, "Who is the person behind the collaboration with the prison?" "Which person from the military?" The duty officer said with a sad face, "That's something I don't know. The entire collaboration was coordinated by the warden with the people above. We small fries don't know these things." Su Luo said, "Where is the warden?" The duty officer quickly replied, "He lives upstairs. But tonight, the warden has already gone out. He goes out every weekend night, living it up." Upon hearing this, Su Luo knocked the duty officer unconscious. In other words, I need to pry the person behind the warden from the warden's mouth, and then find a way to obtain the data. Su Luo furrowed his brows slightly. He took out his phone and dialed Kurt's number using a special encrypted satellite channel. "Boss, what do you need me to do?" Kurt's voice came through the phone. "I wanted to find out the warden's current location," Su Luo said. "You asked me to investigate the prison, so I've been keeping an eye on the important personnel of the prison recently. At the moment, the warden has gone to a high-end club, seems to be conducting a transaction with someone." Su Luo keenly caught the word transaction and suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. He quickly asked, "What is the warden's character like?" Kurt quickly replied, "He is the emperor of the New York prison. He rules this prison with an iron fist. This prison is also quite important, so he has gained a lot from it and has also established powerful connections. He is a presence that cannot be ignored." Upon hearing this, Su Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. He thought a possibility. The prison warden may not have destroyed the information, but instead sold it. Definitely, this is just Su Luo's speculation. However, Su Luo is prepared to test it himself. "Send me his location." "Okay, boss." Putting away his phone, Su Luo immediately headed towards the elevator. Just at that moment, ding! The sound of the elevator arriving rang out. Su Luo's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked towards the elevator. At the same time, his feet burst into action, and he rushed towards the elevator at an extremely fast speed. The elevator doors hadn't opened yet. Inside, the voice of the researcher who was leaving work jokingly sounded. Huh, I forgot my laptop. I'll come back to get it. You weren't doing anything shady in there, right? The elevator slowly opened. Inside the elevator, a smile appeared. But that smile instantly froze, because in her line of sight, a black figure wearing a mask was sprinting towards her at a rapid speed. She widened her eyes, fear rising from the depths of her eyes. She hesitated for a moment, quickly closed the elevator, and prepared to shout. She then saw the other person raise their hand. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 white cobwebs shot out. They grazed the closing doors. Bang. The person was instantly slammed into the wall by a web. Their mouth was also sealed. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The woman cried out in fear, struggling hard. Just as the doors were about to close, a gloved hand suddenly reached in. The woman instantly cried out in even greater fear. Sensing something, the doors slowly opened. The mysterious person dressed in black walked in, murmuring, "Almost missed it. That was close." He slowly approached the woman. The woman looked at the approaching mysterious person, struggling even more fiercely, but the cobweb binding her was too tight, and she couldn't move at all. As the mysterious person slowly raised his hand, the woman's fear reached its peak, and she immediately rolled her eyes and fainted. Su Luo's raised hand paused in midair. He furrowed his brows slightly, puzzled. This works? Then he said, "The hand I extended, I didn't directly retract it." Smack! Smack! Su Luo slapped the person twice. The person didn't react at all. Su Luo opened the person's eyelids and listened to their breathing. Finally, he confirmed that the person had indeed fainted. He then pulled the person down from the elevator wall and quickly tied them up with a cobweb that would disappear in 6 hours. After completing all of this, he entered the elevator and checked the warden's location. During the Victorian era, at a high-level club in New York. Here, you can truly see Victoria's Secret and call for those top supermodels. Definitely. To enter this club, one must either be rich or have connections. Ordinary people or those without acquaintances cannot enter. A car parked nearby. Kurt looked at the club and said to his boss behind him, "Boss, this club is very high level. I don't have any regular customers to introduce me, so I can't get in. If it's Norman, maybe he can bring you in." After a moment, behind the back wall of Victoria, a person wearing a duckbill cap and large-toed sunglasses was crawling. In the blink of an eye, he slipped into a restroom. He adjusted his hat and collar calmly, saying, "Do you still need someone to bring you in? They're the back door to exit from. Only respectable people use the front entrance." At this moment, a man with a flushed face and lipstick stains walked in. Su Luo followed him as if nothing had happened, brushing past him and walking out. In the corridor, many people were covering themselves up tightly, clearly not wanting to reveal their identities. This was normal. Some people were cautious and didn't even wear sunglasses and hats when doing things here. There were no surveillance cameras in the corridor. After all, the people in this place were either rich or powerful. They didn't want their privacy violated, so there were no cameras here. He immediately took out his phone. There was a location on it. These past few days, Kurt's people had been tracking the warden and had installed a location tracking virus software on his phone through close-range transmission. He glanced at it and walked towards that location. A private room. 2 men were sitting there, without any other women. One of them was the warden. He smiled and looked at the other person. "How about it? Are you interested in what I have in my hands? I heard from Middleman that you have a strong interest in strengthening the body and have been collecting relevant things. In my hands, I happen to have such data. Are you interested?" The other person calmly spoke. "Tell me, what exactly is the data? I'll judge for myself whether I'm interested." The warden took a puff of his cigar, his mouth slightly curved. "It's information about the birth of an indestructible, incredibly powerful super ability user. How do I know if what you're saying is true?" The other person scrutinized the warden. The warden sneered. "Who am I? I'm the warden of the New York prison, and I'm also considered a top figure in New York City. I've done countless deals and have never deceived anyone. I believe the middleman must have mentioned this to you." The other person spoke. "All right, how much are you selling it for?" The warden held up 2 fingers. This much. 200,000. The warden shook his head. 200. The other person frowned. That's a bit expensive. Make it cheaper. The warden remained calm. No negotiations on the price. Fixed price, 200. The other person pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, deal. Upon hearing this, the warden immediately revealed a smile. Very good. You have good judgment. The fact that this thing can be sold at such a high price shows its value. The other person said, Let me see the goods. The warden immediately placed a box on the table. Inside here is a hard drive. The data is inside the hard drive. The other person nodded and smiled. Very well. He snapped his fingers. Bang! The door was pushed open directly. Several people in ordinary clothes rushed in, holding handguns. The dark barrels were aimed at the warden. The door was quickly closed. Seeing this, the warden widened his eyes. Who are you? Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? The person on the other side took out an ID from his body, revealing that he was a colonel. He coldly laughed. General, I knew you were insatiable and audacious. A test, and your true colors are revealed. Now, I arrest you on charges of treason. After saying that, he waved his hand. The soldiers behind him quickly rushed towards the warden. You have no right to arrest me. I want to make a phone call. The warden still wanted to struggle, but he was immediately held down by several people and handcuffed. Just at that moment, bang, the door was kicked open. Outside the door stood a person with a very low hat brim and huge sunglasses, making it impossible to see their face. The colonel reacted quickly and quickly drew his gun, ordering, shoot. The group of people quickly opened fire at that person. Bang, bang, bang. Thank you for the encouragement in the comments. I'm really grateful. I was quite upset when I saw negative reviews from readers, but there were also readers who encouraged me, which made me happy. To be honest, I don't have confidence in this book. It's my first time writing a plot-driven story without a system, and I'm extremely nervous. Fortunately, with everyone's support, the book has achieved good results. In an instant, spider telepathy was activated. Facing this attack, Su Luo rolled to the side, avoiding all the attacks. At the same time, he raised his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One cobweb ball after another was shot out. Several screams, knocking the guns out of the hands of several people. He immediately swooped up. Fists and knees struck, booming on the stomachs of several people. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, several members of the military fell down, spitting out bitter bile while groaning in pain. The colonel looked up at Su Luo and asked, Who? Who are you? Bang. Su Luo kicked down, directly knocking the person unconscious. The rest of you are not allowed to look up. The warden pressed against the table, quickly buried his head, not daring to look up at all. Su Luo opened the box on the table. Inside was a hard drive. He tapped the warden, who trembled in fear. He asked, Is this Carl's research data? The warden nodded quickly, beat asterisk, 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 his forehead on the table. Yes, yes. Is it complete? Su Luo lowered his voice. The warden nodded again. Yes, yes, it's complete. I never cheat in my deals. After confirming the sound of the other person's breathing and heartbeat, Su Luo nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, the whole room fell into a dead silence. Only the sound of a few people breathing. Time slowly passed like this. The people didn't dare to look up at all. Finally, the warden felt something was wrong and cautiously lifted his head a little. Nervously, he glanced around with his peripheral vision to see where the mysterious person was. But he found nothing. He quickly looked up. He found that the window not far away had been opened at some point, and the curtains were still fluttering slightly. He glanced at the people around him and quickly ran away. The soldiers sensed the warden's actions and quickly got up and pounced on him, holding him down. With a bang, the warden fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Shortly after, in a secret execution room of the military, the warden was hung on a cross, covered in whip marks, bloody. He let out a painful cry. Standing beside him was a whip-wielding person. In front of him, an old man sat calmly in a chair, watching him quietly. The whip-wielding person spoke. Tell me, What's your relationship with the person who broke in tonight? The warden cried and sobbed. I really don't know. I really don't know who he is. I know I made a mistake. Spare me. Spare me. The whip-wielding person swung the whip again, a few cracks. You don't know him. How did he know you had Carl's data hard drive? How did he know where you were making the transaction? The warden wailed. I really didn't. I only made an appointment with that colonel. I didn't mention this to anyone else. Immediately, several more lashes came down. Just at that moment, the door was opened. A soldier walked in and whispered something in the old man's ear. The old man stood up and said calmly, "Continue." After speaking, he turned and left the room. Behind him came a series of constant screams and the sound of the whip. Soon after, the old man in military uniform arrived at an intelligence room. Everyone stood up respectfully. General. The elderly man in military uniform nodded slightly. A soldier quickly tapped on the keyboard, and a surveillance footage popped up. This is the surveillance footage we found from the prison's laboratory. An hour ago, someone secretly infiltrated the prison and attempted to find Carl's research data. In the surveillance footage, a masked person released cobwebs, trapping 2 guards on duty. Upon seeing this, the general squinted his eyes and murmured, "Who is this?" The person next to him quickly said, "This is a recently emerged superhero called Spider-Man." Definitely, there's also a Ghost Spider, both with similar abilities. But based on the body structure in the surveillance footage, it's clearly a man. So we can rule out Ghost Spider's identity, leaving only one possibility for the other side, which is Spider-Man. Upon hearing this, the general spoke, "Secretly capture this masked vigilante for me, and retrieve the data." "Yes, yes." The surrounding soldiers echoed in unison. The general continued, "Continue searching for Carl, and conduct further experiments." "Yes." At this moment, a soldier walked up from outside. "General Ross, Fury wants to see you." General Ross nodded. "Let's go." He left the meeting room. At Aunt May's house, Peter was eating and chatting with his friend Ned. Suddenly, Peter sneezed. "Achoo!" Ned laughed. "Who's cursing at you?" Peter replied. "Maybe someone is thinking of me. Who knows?" Ned teased. "Could it be Laura?" Laura is Peter's current crush. At the moment, he hasn't started dating MJ yet. Peter blushed. "What are you talking about?" Peter didn't know. He had already become the scapegoat for Sue Luo while being invisible. An invisible blame was placed on his head. A plane was flying from the north of Russia to New York. Inside the first-class cabin of the plane, Madame HYDRA was lying in her seat. She was holding a tablet. On the tablet was a horrifying and bloody picture. In the dim rain, a canyon filled with the flames of war. A flight attendant passed by, took a glance, and smiled. "This special effect sounds good. Ma'am, would you like something to drink?" Madame HYDRA smiled elegantly. "Bring me a glass of champagne. That'll do." "All right." Madame HYDRA took the tall glass, swirled it, and sipped from it. The flight attendant left. Madame HYDRA put down the glass and murmured while looking at the picture, "You should be in New York. I will find you. This technology should be in my hands." On the ground, cars were rushing towards New York. They were filled with mechanical soldiers. In the minds of these mechanical soldiers, they received a set of orders. Find Sue Luo. Do not let anyone else obtain the technology from him. A car was driving on the road. Kurt was driving attentively. He didn't ask about what the boss had done. Sue Luo was sitting in the back. Looking at the scenery outside the window, he fumbled with a hard drive in his hand. He glanced at Kurt and murmured, "Suddenly, I feel like we're a bit like Bruce and Alfred." Kurt was puzzled. "Bruce? Alfred? Who are they?" Sue Luo said, "A superhero and his assistant who is also a butler." Kurt smiled and said, "I've never heard of that before." Sue Luo stopped talking. Not long after, Sue Luo arrived at the safe house. Sue Luo took off his coat and placed it together with the sunglasses and hat next to him. He said, "Dispose of these." Kurt nodded and said, "Okay, boss." Sue Luo put the hard drive in his pocket and got out of the car. Inside the safe house, it was pitch black. At this moment, Claude and Xiao had already fallen asleep. Sue Luo took the hard drive and went downstairs. Sue Luo thought about the experiment that caused Luke Cage's Super Soldier Serum recovery. The military has conducted many recoveries of the Super Soldier Serum. Although none of the recoveries were successful, they have created beings far superior to Captain America multiple times. The Hulk, Abomination, and Luke Cage were all experiments for the recovery of the Super Soldier Serum. There were some problems in the process, resulting in the emergence of even more powerful beings. Sue Luo couldn't help shaking his head. The military's experiments are truly a mystery. Failed but not completely, even achieved great success. Sue Luo also felt a bit amazed by the military's achievements. His attention returned to his hard drive. I've obtained the relevant data on Luke Cage. I want to see what exactly caused Luke Cage's mutation. With this experiment and obtaining some of Luke Cage's current data, I should be able to replicate a steel-like physique on myself. Now, I still belong to the category of high offense and low defense. No, medium offense and low defense. Even though Sue Luo now possessed the powerful strength of Spider-Man, his physical fragility had not changed. In the original work, although Spider-Man had great strength, he was repeatedly stabbed and shot, resulting in severe injuries. Sue Luo didn't want that to happen to him. Although he had a strong, self-healing ability, not getting injured was still the best. He entered the basement. Instantly, he saw little Spider-Man studying hard on the table, with a red string tied around its head. In front of it was a mobile phone playing beginner English lessons, simple sentences, and the pronunciation and writing of common words. Its eyes were wide open, full of seriousness, and its front legs kept gesturing and spelling words. Seeing little Spider-Man working so hard, Sue Luo nodded in satisfaction. Little Spider-Man also sensed Sue Luo and quickly turned around, its two big eyes looking happily at Sue Luo. Sue Luo praised, "Very good, very motivated. You are an excellent little Spider-Man." Upon hearing Sue Luo's praise, little Spider-Man's eyes were filled with joy, and it excitedly wiggled its butt, happily spinning in place, resembling a spinning top. "Spin faster, feeling like it's about to fly." Sue Luo smiled and said, all right, you continue studying. When you're tired, go to sleep. Balance work and rest. We still have training tomorrow." Saying that, he used his index finger to tap little Spider-Man's head. Little Spider-Man listened and stood tall, raising one front leg and shaking it. "Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up." Immediately, it raised its front leg, beckoning to Sue Luo and pointing at the table. Then, it dipped its front leg in water and wrote crooked letters on the paper. Little Spider-Man. It wrote its own name, which is what Sue Luo calls it. So it thought Little Spider-Man was its name. After writing it, it proudly stood tall and wiggled its butt twice in joy. Then, it looked at Sue Luo with expectant eyes, as if it wanted Sue Luo to praise it. Sue Luo looked at the stack of white papers on the table, many of them soaked with water. With his keen observation, he could see traces of many letters on the paper. He understood. Little Spider-Man must have put in a lot of effort to practice writing its name. Seeing this, Sue Luo touched little Spider-Man's head and said, very good, very good." Sue Luo's expression was serious as he approved. "Truly, my little Spider-Man, you have the potential to succeed. I hope in the future you can become my right-hand man and contribute to my success. Keep working hard and make your boss's future better." Little Spider-Man nodded solemnly and then raised his right foot high. It seemed like he was saying, "I will work hard for the future of the boss. I will strive and fight. Charge, charge." Sue Luo nodded in satisfaction and said, "You go study, I'll go do my own thing." Little Spider-Man nodded and quickly turned around, kneeling in front of his phone to continue studying. Even inside the CPU, inside KFC, inside PUA, these two guys were outstanding. They were like a pair of talented individuals who had gathered together. Sue Luo walked to the side, put the hard drive in, and started to examine it. There wasn't much data inside. After all, Luke Cage escaped immediately after obtaining the ability, without undergoing any further testing. The main contents were the formula for the special serum used by Luke Cage, various data about Luke Cage during the experiment, and specific situations that occurred. Looking at the formula for the special serum, Su Luo murmured, "This is a defective super serum formula. It should have been extracted from Captain America's blood and then researched. The super serum has already integrated with Captain America, and even during the integration, there may be some mutations to adapt to the user. So, the defective components in Captain America's blood are not originally complete serum, and they have also been contaminated by Captain America. The military probably researched the complete Super Soldier Serum from this contaminated or defective serum. And in the end, they developed a defective and incorrect super serum. For most people, this super serum is a deadly poison. A very small number of lucky ones can withstand the toxicity and ultimately gain a strengthening ability through mutation. Definitely, there may be various coincidences in this process. For example, the gamma rays in the Hulk's experiment, or the constant near-death experiences combined with strong willpower and intense emotions. Or, for example, Luke Cage's experiment being sabotaged and the experimental parameters being modified, which actually accelerated the experiment and produced a wonderful chemical reaction. The environment, personal genes, and personal willpower all affect the results of the serum. He looked at the modified experimental parameters for Luke Cage and, combined with the incorrect serum, began to calculate the possible effects. He quickly typed on the keyboard and wrote something on a piece of paper. Soon, he calculated 293 possible outcomes. All of them ended in death. The original incorrect serum might have given a glimmer of hope, but after modifying the parameters and injecting the serum, there was only one path: death. Looking at the calculated results, Su Luo murmured, "It seems that Luke Cage's genes, combined with some other changes, helped him overcome the danger. As long as I obtain Luke Cage's comprehensive data and combine it with the data I have, I should be able to deduce the special chemical reactions in Luke Cage's body. I should be able to completely reconstruct the experimental process. That way, I can figure out how the incorrect serum created this steel body. I can replicate it on myself." Su Luo opened the surveillance. Next, I need to find an opportunity to obtain Luke Cage's comprehensive data. Through the surveillance, Su Luo could clearly see a small restaurant. Inside the restaurant, Luke Cage was constantly serving food to customers. Various customers entered the restaurant. Elderly people, middle-aged women, students, hooligans, and so on. But they all had one characteristic. They were dressed very plainly and cheaply. Luke Cage's small restaurant was meant for the common people. After watching for a while, Su Luo didn't find anything valuable. In the following days, Su Luo focused on training. His strength had also increased significantly by 6 tons. His strength had increased by 1/3 again, reaching 23 tons. Just one more ton, then he would be able to release powerful electric current attacks with his bare hands. At night, Su Luo was studying. At this moment, Kurt hurriedly walked in and said, "Boss, something bad happened." A hooligan brought an army to Luke Cage's doorstep. Luke Cage might be taken away soon. Upon hearing this, Su Luo's pupils contracted. Luke Cage being taken away. He still needed the comprehensive data from him. Su Luo immediately set off, rushing out. Luke Cage's small restaurant was surrounded by a military force. A green military convoy formed a steel torrent. Inside the military, there was a small thug. The thug spoke up. "The person you're looking for is inside here. He has changed his name now, called Luke Cage. But his appearance hasn't changed, so I recognized him at a glance." An officer shouted at the small restaurant, "Carl, or should I call you Luke Cage? Come out, come with us, stop hiding." After a moment, the tightly closed rolling shutter was pulled open. Luke Cage walked out. Luke Cage said in a deep voice, "I was wrongfully imprisoned." The officer spoke. "That has nothing to do with us. We are only responsible for taking you away. You accepted the military's secret plan, so you should stay in the military and contribute to the army, instead of running around, wasting national resources." Hearing this, Luke Cage said, "I accepted the experiment, but someone wanted to harm me, so I had to escape." The officer spoke, "From now on, no one will harm you. We, the military, will protect you. Come with us." Luke Cage shook his head. "I will not hand over my freedom to others." After saying that, Luke Cage immediately rushed towards the surrounding area, trying to create a path and break out. The officer immediately shouted, "Suppress him with firepower!" Bang, bang, bang. Bullets, like a grand curtain, enveloped Luke Cage. Clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out. Luke Cage's clothes were constantly blasted out, but there was no trace of blood or any wounds on him. But Luke Cage showed a somewhat painful expression. It seems that although these bullets did not penetrate his body, they made him feel pain. Luke Cage roared and rushed into the military, knocking down individuals and even military vehicles. Seeing this, the officer shouted, "Everyone around, disperse!" Crash! Instantly, the military force immediately dispersed, creating a wide path for Luke Cage. This scene instantly stunned Luke Cage. He had originally planned to break through, but now there was no need to break through because the other side directly made way for him. Seeing this, Luke Cage felt delighted. He immediately prepared to run out and disappear into the night. As for the small restaurant, it had to be abandoned. When he found a place to hide and change his identity again, he could open another one. Just as Luke Cage was happy, the officer quickly ordered, "Ultrasonic military vehicle. Bring it out. Suppress him." Immediately, an ultrasonic military vehicle was brought out with a huge sound wave amplifier on top, like a lid. This vehicle was built by Stark Industries and had even suppressed the Hulk before. It had extremely powerful force. Seeing this military vehicle, Luke Cage felt a trace of unease in his heart. He immediately tried to escape, but the ultrasonic military vehicle had already been activated. Buzz! The terrifying ultrasonic emitter emitted high-frequency sound waves, causing a powerful air pressure. The air rippled layer by layer like wrinkles. Instantly, the high-frequency sound waves enveloped Luke Cage. Luke Cage let out a painful scream. He instantly knelt on the ground, covering his ears, constantly groaning in pain, trembling all over, unable to move. Seeing this, a slight smile appeared on the officer's face. "This thing can even suppress the Hulk, let alone you. Even so, our treatment of you is not even 1/7 of what the Hulk would receive." At this moment, not far away, a crowd had already gathered. Most of the people around had been alarmed. Wow, such a large army. What kind of person are they trying to capture this time? Isn't that guy the owner of the small restaurant? Is he also a superhuman? Wow, look at the cracked floor. This proves that the sound wave is indeed terrifying. The fact that the restaurant owner can withstand it shows that he is indeed a superhuman. He must be a superhuman. I just saw him flipping over military vehicles. His strength is terrifying. I also saw guns being fired at him from all around, but he didn't shed a drop of blood or even a scratch. Among the crowd stood Suluo. He had already arrived at the scene, but looking at the powerful weapons of the army, he did not act rashly. Moreover, these were just the weapons displayed by the army on the surface. There might be even more dangerous hidden weapons. With his current strength, it would be extremely unwise to single-handedly challenge the army. Suluo looked at the suppressed Luke Cage and furrowed his brows slightly. He murmured, "It seems that this guy is going to be arrested." Suluo suddenly felt a gaze on him. Someone was staring at him. He glanced over and immediately noticed an Asian man looking at him. It was the leader of the gang that the Hand had encountered before. He had also had someone investigate the man, who was the head of the Japanese gang in New York, Shin. He belonged to the Hand and handled miscellaneous matters for them to seek wealth. He then looked around. Suddenly, in the gap of the staircase of a nearby building, there stood a burly figure wearing a hood. He was wrapped up tightly, but Suluo saw the steel-like face of the person. Colossus, a member of the X-Men, possessing a strong physical body. However, the hardness of the other party came from a steel material that his entire body transformed into possessing great hardness. This was not the type of steel body that Suluo wanted. What he wanted was the strengthening of his body cells, making his body cells harder. This was the path he wanted to take. However, Colossus' power was also worth studying. Furthermore, Suluo noticed that Colossus' face was noticeably older, like someone in their 50s. Indeed, the older generation of mutants has aged in this era. However, Suluo was indeed somewhat surprised by Colossus' appearance. After all, most of the older generation of mutants had died, especially the X-Men. Most of them died in the uncontrollable incident a year ago. Unexpectedly, Colossus had survived. Then, he also noticed several familiar figures. The real Daredevil, Dr. Matthew, wearing sunglasses and leaning on a cane, looked ahead. But it seemed that his ears were plugged with something. On the rooftop, there was a graceful figure, silver hair, black clothes, black hat. Suluo couldn't help but sigh. No wonder it's Hell's Kitchen. Such a lively scene. So many people could gather. His gaze fell on Daredevil. The work on the steel body should be temporarily suspended. Perhaps he could first replicate the prototype of super hearing. Although Daredevil's physical qualities were those of an ordinary person, his hearing had been strengthened to an astonishing level. He could hear things several blocks away, and later on, he could even envelop an entire city in his hearing. The military officer looked at Luke Cage ahead and said to his subordinates, "Use the sonic wave weapon." Paralyze Luke Cage directly. "Yes," the subordinate responded. The sonic wave weapon had a sound level of 172 decibels. This strong sound wave paralyzed people's hearing and central nervous system, causing them to faint within 1 or 2 minutes. Immediately, a car drove out, approaching Lakaki. There was also a sound amplifier on it, but it was smaller than the ultrasonic one. Immediately, the ultrasonic weapon was turned off, but the residual power of the ultrasonic waves caused Lakaki to be in pain and unable to move. At this moment, the noise wave weapon was turned on. ZZZ. A powerful noise was aimed at Lakaki. Lakaki's eyes immediately turned red, and he let out a painful growl. Soon after, Lakaki's eyes rolled back. With a bang, he fell directly to the ground. Suluo saw this and immediately understood that the situation was irreversible. Lakaki was going to be taken away. He rubbed his forehead. He didn't expect that Lakaki would encounter this kind of situation. He was actually captured by the military. Seeing this, the officer nodded. He waved his hand. A group of soldiers quickly ran up and carried Lakaki into a special military vehicle. After completing these tasks, the whole team was ready to leave. Suluo in the crowd saw this and quickly took out a mechanical button from his pocket. He flicked it with his middle finger. Whoosh! The mechanical button shot out like a bullet, passing through the gaps in the crowd under the bottom of the cars. Finally, it rushed towards the underside of that special military vehicle. When it approached the bottom of the vehicle, the mechanical button suddenly emitted a strong magnetic force. Instantly changing direction, it adhered to the underside of the vehicle. Definitely, this was not an offensive weapon. After all, Suluo couldn't launch an attack on the military at this time. This was just a tracker. Now, I can only find out where Lakaki is being held and then make a plan. On the other side, Shin, the leader of the Japanese gang, looked at the fallen figure not far away. He looked at the opponent's solid cover and tall figure, and immediately thought of the mysterious person who had stolen something before. He immediately activated his ears and used the ability bestowed by the beast to listen to the opponent's heartbeat. Although the opponent used sound concealment techniques, it couldn't block the special sensing ability bestowed by the beast. The extremely strong and powerful heartbeat was not like the heartbeat of an ordinary person, but like the terrifying and powerful heartbeat of a monster. Feeling this, Shin basically understood that the person in the solid disguise was the mysterious person he was looking for. He immediately took out his phone and dialed the numbers of other high-ranking members of the gang. "Hello, I found that mysterious person, right here where the military captured Lakaki. Send someone over immediately and capture him." After that, he sent his location to the other party, somewhere underground in the gang's hideout, where the coffin was located. In front of the coffin stood a high-ranking member of the gang and a group of ninjas. The high-ranking member spoke to the coffin. "Leader, we have found that mysterious person." The coffin lid slowly opened. The Black Void girl walked out. a hint of joy in her eyes. Very good, very good. Now go and bring him back. After saying that, she raised her hand and said to the group of ninjas, "Come up." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group of ninjas immediately leaped in front of the Black Void Girl and crouched down. One ninja came in front of the Black Void Girl. Black Void Girl immediately placed her hand on the ninja's forehead. Immediately after, a black light flashed in the ninja's eyes. Then, the dangerous aura emanating from his body became even stronger. Afterwards, one by one, the ninjas received the secret technique from the Black Void Girl and became even more formidable. Black Void Girl looked at the people in front of her. "You have all received my personal strengthening. Your strength is far superior to usual. You guys now are already strong enough to defeat the mysterious person. Go." Yes. The ninjas nodded. Whoosh. They swiftly shot out and disappeared underground. Boom. The army, like a torrent, slowly left the spot. Su Luo didn't chase after them directly, because he still needed to deal with a little trouble. He immediately looked at the gaze that had been fixed on him all along. The gaze seemed to have discovered him. He glanced at the other person. Then he turned and left. Xin quickly followed. Not long after, Su Luo stopped in an alley. He waited for a while in the same spot. Soon enough, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. He looked up and saw some ninjas entering the alley. These guys no longer held steel blades in their hands, but rather sharp, hard fiber blades. Seeing this, Su Luo understood that they were trying to prevent him from using his electric shock button. Not bad, you've become smarter. However, Su Luo didn't find any trace of Xin among this group of squads. It seemed that Xin didn't follow. Only the ninja squad followed. One of the ninjas spoke, "Come with us and we won't attack. You are no longer our match." At this moment, whoosh, a figure leaped down from the nearby building and landed in front of Su Luo. It was the fully equipped Night Devil, wearing a red battle suit. "I just sensed your presence and felt that you were being tracked by a group of powerful ninjas, so I came." Night Devil furrowed his brow. "They are strong. Their state is completely different, even more fierce than the last time they were strengthened. They're almost catching up to you in the previous battle. Now, even you are not their match. We need to leave quickly and not let them entangle us." Night Devil's impression of Su Luo's strength was still based on the last encounter. Su Luo glanced at Night Devil in front of him, didn't say anything, but reached for his gun at his waist. The ninjas saw this, and a hint of mockery appeared in their eyes. "A gun, it's useless against us. It can't even touch us." Su Luo released the safety. 9 people, 9 bullets, the magazine is enough. Seemingly sensing Su Luo's disdain, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the ninjas. "It seems you are someone who likes to suffer." Whoosh! One ninja rushed towards Su Luo, raising the katana in his hand. Su Luo also moved. He shot out. His speed surpassed that of the ninjas. There was no way. The current Su Luo was already completely different from before. He had already started developing spider abilities, which, on top of his already powerful speed, increased even further. In the blink of an eye, he reached the front of a ninja. Su Luo's speed surprised everyone. The ninja's pupils contracted. How did his speed become so fast? Is this his true strength? Last time, he even suppressed his own power. Night Devil was also shocked, slightly holding his breath. This speed, how is it possible? At this moment, Su Luo's speed, in Night Devil's eyes, had reached a terrifying level, even completely overwhelming those powerful ninjas. Su Luo arrived in front of the ninja, and the firearm in his hand drew a cold arc in the air. The cold muzzle aimed at the opponent's forehead, at an extremely close range. "This close, can you dodge?" Su Luo said calmly. He pulled the trigger directly. Bang! The back of the opponent's head was directly blown open. "One," Su Luo murmured. Immediately following, the deceased ninja turned into a pile of mud and fell to the ground. Su Luo saw this. His eyes narrowed slightly. Is this also a secret technique of the hand association? Turning into a pile of mud after death. He didn't stop and continued to wait. In an instant, he arrived next to another ninja. The barrel of the gun once again aimed at the opponent's head at close range. The ninja was immediately shocked and tried to escape. But there was no way to escape. They were too close. He could only watch Su Luo pull the trigger. Bang! A high-speed bullet instantly pierced through the ninja's head. 2. He immediately fired continuously. Bang! 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 3, 4, 5. As Su Luo kept shooting at the ninjas' foreheads. One by one, the ninjas turned into mud and fell to the ground, floating in the wind. Seeing this, the remaining ninjas showed a hint of fear in their eyes. This guy's a monster. He actually has such an unimaginable speed. Too fast. We are completely no match for him. No, if we stay, it's a dead end. Escape. Escape immediately. The only thought in the remaining ninjas' minds was to escape. They glanced at each other, then turned and ran in different directions. Su Luo saw this and shook his head. Turn your back to me. Isn't that also a dead end? How can you dodge the attack if you can't see the direction of my gun barrel? He didn't move anymore. Instead, he stood still and kept shooting at the fleeing individuals. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots in a row. Instantly, those black-clothed ninjas turned into mud. All resolved. Su Luo shook the gun in his hand, and the smoke from the barrel dispersed. Nightcrawler stood beside him, still in his initial attacking posture. He didn't expect that he didn't even have the qualification to make a move. Nightcrawler's mouth twitched slightly. I didn't expect your strength to be so powerful. It's me who was being overly concerned. I said I would help you and owe you a favor, but it turns out I didn't need to make a move at all. Su Luo still said, thank you, but I do have something I need your help with next. Nightcrawler nodded. Okay, you can tell me. Su Luo glanced at the time. I will find you later. I have something to do now, so I'll leave. After speaking, Su Luo left directly. Nightcrawler raised his hand. You. Before he could finish speaking, Su Luo had already disappeared at the end of the alley. Nightcrawler's mouth twitched. You don't know my identity. How are you going to find me? Nightcrawler shook his head and then left as well. Somewhere in New York. In a car. Dr. Lees sat facing Caliban. Dr. Lees asked, can you sense the location of mutants in New York? Caliban nodded slightly. Yes. Dr. Lees nodded. Lead us there. Caliban quickly gave directions and led Dr. Lees and the others towards the location of the mutants. Su Luo was running on the rooftop. Perhaps he was using cobwebs to travel. He looked at his phone. There was a blinking red dot on it. That was his button tracker. The red dot was in front of him. He immediately burst into action again, running faster towards the front. Very soon, Su Luo caught up with the army. Below him, a torrent of military vehicles was moving rapidly. In the midst of that torrent, there was the special military vehicle where Luke Cage was located. Su Luo followed the army closely. Soon, they left the city and headed north. Finally, they stopped at a secret military base in the north. Hidden behind a mountain, Su Luo stood on a tree on the mountain, looking at the secret military base below. Some buildings were constructed on slightly flatter ground. More bases were hidden within the mountains. Within 2 or 3 surrounding mountains, there were hidden military bases. The entire base was heavily guarded, filled with sentries and cameras everywhere. Su Luo squinted slightly and said, so this is it. The guards are extremely strict. It's difficult to infiltrate. I can only wait for an opportunity or wait until I become stronger and have the ability to safely infiltrate. Su Luo sighed. So for now, I can't obtain Luke Cage's information. Life is full of unexpected occurrences. Su Luo's mouth twitched slightly. Let's install a camera here to monitor this base. He immediately took out a mechanical button from his pocket. This was a mechanical button with a camera function, but it didn't last long. It could only last for 3 days if left on continuously. He placed the mechanical button on a tree branch, aiming it at the base below. He then took out his phone and looked at the lens. After confirming that the entire base was within the lens, Su Luo left. After all, there was no point in staying here. It seems that I can only replicate the super hearing ability for now. Instead of wasting time here, it was better to do something immediate. Su Luo dialed Kurt's phone number. Prepare a secret biological research lab for me. Hurry, I need it urgently. Kurt nodded. Okay, boss, I'll do it right away. These days, under Norman's management, the marketing of the series of wound plasters was launched first. First, Norman approached authoritative institutions to verify the effectiveness of the wound plasters. Then, relying on his connections, he found experts in the medical and biological fields to endorse them as a marketing gimmick, coupled with the excellent effectiveness. Soon, public opinion about the wound plasters began to ferment and became more familiar to people. More people were also amazed by the healing effects of these wound plasters, while some were skeptical, leading to a dispute that erupted online. Definitely, Osborn's marketing department played a role in further expanding the dispute, because disputes were more likely to attract traffic and more attention. Only by gaining more attention could the market be opened faster. So, soon, there was an expectation for the launch of Osborn's wound plasters in the entire market. Everyone wanted to see the real effectiveness of this product. Overall, this marketing campaign was very successful. Once the product was launched, it would create a considerable sales area. Then, relying on its powerful effectiveness, it will quickly form a huge positive cycle, ultimately seeking a large amount of profit for the company, thus pulling Osborn back from the brink of bankruptcy. Besides that, after the release of this new product, as well as the endorsement of various industry experts, the market's outlook for Osborn's future caused the stock to start soaring. In just a few days, the stock doubled. It is equivalent to Sue Luo making a profit and gaining double the profit. Sue Luo is extremely satisfied with the current performance. He understands that Osborn's stock will soon skyrocket. He will soon become a true millionaire. Sue Luo returned to New York City. He went straight to find Daredevil. He had Kurt find information about Daredevil himself, Matt, including his workplace and home address. Then he headed to Matt's home. It's so late. Matt should be at home. Soon, Sue Luo arrived at Matt's home. After going in, he found that Matt wasn't home. Seeing this, Sue Luo understood. This guy probably went out to do justice. Sue Luo had nothing to do, so he sat on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. Not long after, a creaking sound. The door was opened. Matt, wearing sunglasses, walked in. I didn't expect you to know my true identity. Matt continued. What do you want me to help you with? Sue Luo had mentioned earlier that he would need his help soon. The other party showing up now clearly meant that he needed his help. Sue Luo spoke. I am a scientist, and my recent research project requires your help. Matt smiled. If you ask me some legal questions, I might be able to help a little. But when it comes to scientific research, I really don't know anything. Sue Luo shook his head. No, you don't need to help me with scientific research. I just want to study your unique ability. When Matt heard this, he paused. He remained silent for a while. So you want to experiment on me? Sue Luo nodded. Yes. Matt smiled bitterly. This favor seems like it won't be easy. Sue Luo nodded slightly. It might indeed be a little challenging. A little, Matt murmured. Sue Luo earnestly nodded. Really, believe me. It might be a little uncomfortable, but not too unbearable. Sue Luo was definitely not lying. He genuinely meant what he said. Compared to the pain he endured, the pain in the experiment was really nothing. Sue Luo continued. Definitely, after this experiment, I must give you some feedback. Requesting flowers, 0. I will cure your eyes. He already had the lizard optimization formula in his hands, so treating Daredevil's eyes wouldn't be too difficult. Upon hearing Sue Luo's words, Daredevil's eyes seemed to regain some vitality. He swallowed his saliva, somewhat incredulous. Really? Is it true? Sue Luo nodded. Yes, I will definitely cure your eyes. Feeling Sue Luo's seriousness, as someone who relies on senses other than his eyes, he could clearly feel the other party's sincerity. It was a sincere sincerity from the bottom of his heart. Sue Luo didn't deceive him. At the same time, feeling the other party's seriousness, Daredevil asked, I want to ask something. Sue Luo nodded. Go ahead, ask. If I were to disagree with your request, would you take action and forcefully take me away to conduct experiments? Sue Luo sincerely replied, yes. Nightcrawler. Nightcrawler didn't expect the other party to be so honest, even with such a question. Immediately, Su Luo earnestly said, "This experiment is very important to me. So even if you don't agree, I will still take you and forcefully conduct the experiment. Definitely, this experiment will not cause any harm to you. Because even if it causes serious harm, I can restore you to your original state." Now that Su Luo has the lizard optimization serum in his hands, he is confident. Nightcrawler, feeling the seriousness of the other party's terrifying words, Nightcrawler felt a chill down his spine. At this moment, he felt that the discomfort he would experience in this experiment might not be just a little, but a billion times. Nightcrawler didn't hesitate and nodded directly. "Okay, I accept. Pain? I have endured a lot of pain myself. I believe I can handle this experiment." Su Luo saved him, so he already owed the other party his life. So even if there are no rewards for this experiment, he will still do it. Definitely, this reward made Nightcrawler quite excited. Restoring his vision. As a blind person, this has always been his dream. He also wants to see this beautiful world with his own eyes. Unfortunately, modern technology cannot achieve this. Now, Su Luo promises to help him restore his vision, which naturally makes him very happy. Nightcrawler extends his hand. Happy cooperation. Su Luo shakes hands with him, with a hint of joy in his voice. Happy cooperation. Su Luo speaks up. "Let's go. I'll take you to the laboratory." Nightcrawler hesitates. Don't we take a break? It's so late." Su Luo shakes his head. "I'm not tired." Nightcrawler. "You're not tired, but I am. I've been working all day and even organized community security at night. Both mentally and physically, I'm completely exhausted." Su Luo continues. "It's okay, your small law firm hasn't had much business lately. You can rest well tomorrow during the day." Su Luo mutters to himself. "Your recent clients will all be invited to better law firms by me at a high cost. So you will really have a lot of free time recently. You don't have to worry about work. I've taken care of it. You don't have a job anymore." Upon hearing Su Luo's words, Nightcrawler sighs. "Okay, let's go." Immediately, Su Luo takes Nightcrawler to the secret biological laboratory prepared by Kurt. Su Luo says to Nightcrawler, "Lie down on the operating table." Operating table? Nightcrawler feels a slight unease in his heart. Su Luo reassures him. "It's okay. Today I will just conduct some tests and examinations on you." Nightcrawler lies down on the operating table. Su Luo starts bringing in instruments and conducts a full-body examination on Nightcrawler. Then, he proceeds with actions such as drawing blood and even performing surgery. Definitely, this is done under the premise of injecting Nightcrawler with anesthesia. Soon, Su Luo discovers the reason why Nightcrawler has such a powerful auditory system. After his eyes were chemically blinded, his other senses were strengthened, especially his hearing. Under the influence of that special chemical composition, Nightcrawler's ears have evolved. They have developed eardrums as auditory organs, allowing him to hear high-frequency sounds and clearly distinguish different types of sounds and pulse patterns. He can capture extremely faint sounds from a far range and has the function of detecting sonar. The incredibly powerful hearing of Daredevil allows him to measure distances, discern directions, and even form somewhat blurry images through sound. What Su Luo needs to do now is to find out the process and principles of the special chemical substance's impact on Daredevil. After a thorough examination of Daredevil, Su Luo has gained a deep understanding of his body. After Su Luo finished reviewing all the data, Daredevil slowly woke up. The anesthesia slowly disappeared, and the pain throughout his body surged. Especially his brain, it felt like being hammered, and his ears felt like they were being cut open. The pain was almost unbearable. Even Daredevil felt a bit overwhelmed. He took a deep breath, his forehead veins bulging, and beads of cold sweat constantly appearing. Su Luo's voice sounded in his ear. "How are you? Can you bear this pain?" Daredevil forced a smile. It's bearable within my limits." As a tough guy, Daredevil naturally couldn't say he couldn't bear it. He could only say it was bearable, but the pain in his body made his voice tremble slightly. But this experiment, it's definitely not easy. The difficulty is quite high. Is that so? Su Luo asked immediately. By the way, do you remember the radioactive chemical substance that caused damage to your eyes? Daredevil shook his head when he heard this. I don't know either. I was just trying to say an old man who was hit by a truck, and as a result, I was contaminated by the radioactive chemical substance in the truck. After that, I was immediately taken to the hospital, and as for what radioactive chemical substance it was, I don't know. Su Luo couldn't help but say, didn't you investigate why you gained this ability from the 877? Aren't you curious about the principle behind it that made you become what you are now? Daredevil awkwardly said, I mainly studied law all along, and my knowledge in other areas is relatively weak. Even if I'm curious, I don't have that ability. Su Luo nodded when he heard this, but he furrowed his brows slightly. After all, without knowing the consequences caused by the radioactive substance, he couldn't make complete calculations and deductions. He couldn't complete the correct reverse reasoning. Thinking of this, Su Luo continued, do you have any other influence from that truck? Do you know which company the truck belonged to? Why would a company transport radioactive chemical substances? Daredevil shook his head. It's been too long, my memory of that time has become blurry. But then Daredevil spoke up. Although I don't remember, there should be records at the police station from that year. After all, it was a traffic accident, so the police took photos of the scene and drew a diagram. They also collected and preserved traces and physical evidence related to the case, made on-site investigation records, and made relevant records of both me and the driver. If you want to find a truck driver, you can start from there. Su Luo's eyes brightened when he heard this. Since there were still clues, he could continue to investigate. Perhaps he could find out what kind of radioactive chemical substance it was from the records, or find the truck driver from back then and inquire about the composition of the radioactive chemical substance. Very well, this clue is quite good. Su Luo immediately rushed to the nearby computer. Sitting in his seat, he began to rapidly type on the keyboard. A large amount of code was constantly inputted into the computer. Soon, he hacked into the local police's database. He immediately asked, by the way, which police station did you give your statement at back then? Daredevil answered, it was the police station in Hell's Kitchen. Hearing this, Su Luo nodded slightly. He directly accessed the relevant database of the police station in Hell's Kitchen. Once inside, Su Luo began to search for the name Matthew Murdoch and set the age and the time of the incident. But he didn't find any relevant records. Su Luo furrowed his brows slightly. I didn't find your statement. Daredevil stood up slightly and scratched his head. How is that possible? I remember it very clearly. The police asked both me and the driver to give statements, and they also went to the scene to investigate and take photos. They also collected and preserved traces and physical evidence related to the case, made on-site investigation records, and made relevant records of both me and the driver. If you want to find the truck driver, you can start from there. How could there be none? Nightcrawler frowned slightly. Su Luo also furrowed his brows. Could it be that the data has been deleted? Nightcrawler suddenly realized, oh, I know, it's a matter of time. When I was young, everything was in paper files. Computers and the internet weren't popular yet. So many records were handwritten or typed and saved in paper files. So those files weren't uploaded into the computer. The file should be kept in paper form in the archives of the district police station in Hell's Kitchen. Su Luo exited the police system, so I need to go to the district police station and take a look. He looked at Nightcrawler. Let's go, I'll send you off. You can go back and rest. Continue tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Nightcrawler's body stiffened. He swallowed and forced a smile. Continue tomorrow? Su Luo nodded. Of course. Nightcrawler felt the pain in his body, and his smile became even more forced. Su Luo left the laboratory with Nightcrawler. He hailed a taxi for Nightcrawler and let him go directly. After all, Matthew was Nightcrawler, not a weak, ordinary person. He didn't need Su Luo to send him. After seeing Nightcrawler off, Su Luo headed towards the district police station. In no time, he arrived at the police station. A relatively grand building appeared in front of him. The district police station in Hell's Kitchen. Although it was already late at night, the police station was still brightly lit, and criminals were occasionally caught and taken in by the officers. It was bustling, as if it wasn't late at night at all. If it were an ordinary police station, there wouldn't be so much activity at this hour, it wouldn't be so lively. At most, there would be a few officers on duty. Whereas here, it was full of police officers. There was no other way. This was Marvel, New York. This was Hell's Kitchen. The crime rate was incredibly high. Su Luo stood on the rooftop, overlooking the building in front of him, feeling a slight headache. It's so late, yet there are still so many people. Really, the criminals in Hell's Kitchen are too active. So many people committing crimes in the middle of the night. This makes it more difficult for me to infiltrate. He took out his phone and looked at the screen. On it was a blueprint of the building. It was the structure of the district police station. It was sent to him by Kurt just now. After carefully examining the layout of the entire police station, he put his phone back in his pocket. The archives were in a room on the north side of the 5th floor, right at the front of the police station. He couldn't possibly climb in from the front, and there were no windows facing outside in the archives. He could only enter from the back, then traverse the corridor to get to the rooms in front. Moreover, next to the archives was an office of a detective team. So, he had to be very careful. He quickly slipped into the small forest on the side of the police station. Activating his sound concealment technique, he rushed to the back of the police station. Then, he climbed up to the 5th floor. Through a window in a restroom, he silently climbed in. Just at that moment, the sound of flushing echoed, and the door of the restroom was opened. Su Luo instantly felt his hair stand on end, and quickly leaped up, lying on the ceiling. Then, a police officer walked out of the restroom and headed towards the sink outside. After the officer left, Su Luo prepared to crawl out of the restroom. At this moment, the restroom door opened, and Su Luo quickly stopped what he was doing and once again lay flat on the ceiling. 2 police officers walked in. "Officer George, have you found any leads on the case of the harbor? Have you discovered who killed so many people?" A young officer walked to the edge of the toilet. The other middle-aged officer shook his head. "We haven't found anything. We only found out that the deceased were local gang members. As for those ninjas, we couldn't find their identities at all. They're probably illegal immigrants from Japan." At that moment, George's phone rang. "Hello, daughter? I'm still working overtime. What do you want to eat? Just buy something random and drive carefully." "Okay, got it." The young officer next to them spoke up. "Sir, I envy you for having such a considerate daughter. That little brat of mine gives me a headache every day." George laughed heartily. "Kids are like that. They'll become more sensible when they grow up." After whispering to each other, the 2 officers left. Seeing that the 2 officers had finally left, Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Next, he had to leave through the entrance, only needing to pass by a detective's office to reach the archives. However, he didn't know how many people were in the corridor outside. If there were many people, it would be more troublesome for him to reach the archives. Immediately, he jumped down, landed on the ground, and quietly looked outside. There were quite a few people walking in the corridor, although it was not as lively as the lobby on the 1st floor. It was still crowded. At the same time, he also saw the archives not far away. Seeing this, Su Luo frowned slightly, realizing that it would be a bit more troublesome to get there. He didn't go out directly. After all, if he did, he would be discovered. He quickly recalled the layout of the police station in his mind. In an instant, a bright idea flashed in his mind. He quickly exited the restroom and ran toward the other side. Soon, he found a narrow door on the 5th floor. He saw the main switch in front of him and turned it off directly. Instantly, the 5th floor was pitch black. A series of noisy voices erupted. "What's going on? Did the power go out? Why is it so dark? Did the circuit break? Damn it, only our 5th floor has no power. What's happening? You want to run? Stop right there. Thank goodness the office has emergency lights. Otherwise, this little thief would have escaped." After turning off the main switch, Su Luo quickly rushed out and climbed towards the archives from the ceiling. The whole process took only a few seconds. When he rushed into the archives, flashlights in the corridor illuminated one by one. lighting up the entire corridor. Su Luo was on the ceiling of the archives. A beam of light suddenly lit up, making Su Luo's hair stand on end. He froze on the ceiling, completely motionless, looking towards the source of the light. His muscles tensed, ready to strike at any moment. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a police officer from the archives. He turned on the flashlight on his phone and shone it outside the iron bars. The archives were separated by iron bars. Inside the iron bars were the archive materials and the officers who organized and retrieved them. Outside the iron bars were the officers who came to take or store the materials. Clear division of labor. The archive officer cursed. Damn it, all the words I painstakingly typed are gone. What the hell happened? Did the circuit get old? Or did something happen to the circuit breaker? Damn it, those maintenance guys are just a bunch of useless slackers. Muttering curses, he pushed open the iron door, closed it, and walked outside. What the hell is going on here? He walked directly out of the archives room. Su Luo seized the opportunity and rushed into the archives room, took out his phone, and quickly searched for the archival materials from the era when Nightcrawler had an accident. He moved through the archives room like a flash of lightning. Very quickly, he found the archival materials from that era. His eyes scanned through the files like a scanner. Finally, they stopped at the file named Matthew Murdoch. Su Luo's eyes lit up. Found it. He quickly pulled it out and flipped through it. Whoosh. He rapidly flipped through the information. His eyes quickly glanced over the words on it. Soon, he finally saw the words truck carrying goods. He quickly looked to the side. Number 7 artificial radioactive chemical substance. Seeing this, Su Luo's eye twitched. Number 7 artificial radioactive chemical substance? What is this? He furrowed his brows slightly, continued flipping through, and finally noted down the driver's relevant information. It seems that he can only inquire about the information from the driver. Number 7 artificial radioactive chemical substance. It seems to be this kind of artificially manufactured radioactive chemical substance that caused Nightcrawler 5.2's evolution, giving him superhuman hearing beyond ordinary people. Is this the 7th type of artificial radioactive chemical substance developed by a certain company? Su Luo didn't know. He only knew that if he found the driver, he should be able to find information about this chemical substance. After completing these tasks, Su Luo immediately left. All of this happened in a very short period of time. He opened the door of the archives room. Outside was still dim because the lights hadn't been turned on yet. Some police officers were heading towards the electric gate. He quickly blended into the dim crowd and flew towards the restroom. He had just entered the restroom. The lights suddenly turned on. A police officer stood in front of him. The two of them faced each other, both surprised by the other's presence. The scene fell silent for a second or two, and both of them instinctively didn't move. The police officer broke the silence. "What are you doing here?" Su Luo honestly replied, "Looking for something." The police officer was silent for a moment, surprised that someone came to the police station to look for something. He continued, "What? Need help finding it? Or should I do it myself?" Su Luo shook his head. "I'm leaving." The police officer spoke again. "I've never seen such an arrogant person in the police station before." After saying that, he reached for the handcuffs at his waist. Su Luo acted instantly. He directly struck the police officer's neck with a knife hand strike. Instantly, the police officer fell completely silent. He placed the police officer in one of the restroom stalls. Then he rushed out of the restroom. Just as he rushed out of the restroom, spider telepathy activated. A tearing air sound rang out. A voice exclaimed, "Who are you? Why did you infiltrate the police station?" A pale figure rushed towards Su Luo and threw a punch. Su Luo leaped to the side, spraying cobwebs that stuck to the nearby buildings. He flew past, avoiding the opponent's attack. When his spider telepathy was activated, he knew that there were spider ability users around him. Unexpectedly, it was Ghost Spider Gwen. Su Luo murmured, "Why is Gwen here?" His mind flashed, and he immediately remembered the middle-aged police officer named George in the restroom. And the officer also had a daughter. A police officer named George with a daughter. It matched Gwen's father perfectly. So, was that police officer George Stacy? Gwen came to buy something for him and ran into him. Seeing Su Luo spraying cobwebs and flying away, Gwen widened her eyes. This is Spider-Man. As soon as Gwen arrived at the police station, her spider telepathy was activated. But it wasn't a warning of danger. It was a strange perception, an inexplicable feeling. Immediately, she saw a masked figure leaping out of the 5th floor of the police station. So she quickly took off her coat and rushed towards Ghost Spider. Unexpectedly, the opponent sprayed cobwebs, shooting out forcefully. So she instantly understood that the strange sensation was a special perception of spider ability users. There were 2 spider ability users in the entire city. One was her, and the other was the recently emerged Spider-Man. Gwen quickly shot out cobwebs, flying towards Su Luo. In an instant, the 2 landed on top of a building across from each other. Gwen ran towards Su Luo in front, shooting cobwebs and saying, "Spider-Man, why did you infiltrate the police station?" Facing the cobwebs coming at him, Su Luo's spider telepathy activated, allowing him to easily dodge the attack. At this moment, Gwen also rushed up, trying to catch Su Luo. Su Luo leaped back and covered his eyes. Gwen quickly blocked with both hands. Bang! A powerful force instantly acted on Gwen, causing her to fly backward and directly out of the high-rise building. Turning into an arc, she fell towards the ground. Gwen quickly shot out cobwebs, stabilizing herself on the wall. Immediately, she shot cobwebs towards a rooftop, leaping up and returning to the top of the building. But there was no trace of the other person at all. Gwen shook her arms, feeling numb and sore. Why is the opponent's strength so powerful, far surpassing mine? Is this Spider-Man's true strength? A hint of fear flashed in Gwen's eyes. Then Gwen looked towards the police station. She furrowed her brows slightly. Why did Spider-Man infiltrate the police station? Is he looking for someone or something? She returned to the woods and put on her coat. Walking towards the entrance of the police station, the middle-aged man who was talking in the restroom stood at the entrance of the police station. Seeing Gwen, he quickly asked, "How did you come from over there?" Gwen smiled mischievously. "I just saw a little cat, so I went over to pet it." She immediately handed the food to her father. "Here, your favorite cheeseburger, Iron Man style." George smiled when he saw this. Gwen then talked to her father for a while. She subtly mentioned the power outage on the 5th floor. She instantly thought of Spider-Man running out from the 5th floor. Gwen said, "There was a power outage. Nothing happened, right?" George shook his head. "Nothing happened." He wondered, "I don't know why the circuit breaker suddenly tripped. It's been a long time since we've encountered something like this." Gwen heard this. She was puzzled. What did this Spider-Man do? Although Gwen didn't know what the other person did, she was certain that with such elaborate preparations, power outages, and infiltration, the other person must have done something. On the other side, Su Luo was swinging through the city. Next, let's go and see that driver. Coincidentally, the address on the file is nearby. I wonder if he still lives in the same place as before. Immediately, Su Luo ran towards the location recorded in the file. Not long after, he arrived in front of an old single-family house. He jumped onto the house, opened a window, and went in. He listened to the breathing in the entire room. Incredibly even. Everyone was asleep. In the whole room, there were only 2 sets of breathing. He looked at the photos in the living room. His eyebrows slightly furrowed. There were many photos of the homeowners in the living room, but they were all of 2 young people and didn't resemble the driver at all. Following the breathing, he entered a bedroom. He saw the owners of the house, indeed a couple in their 30s. He quickly left the house and murmured, "It seems that the driver has already left here." He took out his phone and hacked into the police system again. He began searching for information about the driver. Soon, the result made Su Luo furrow his brows again. The driver was already dead. It happened a month after Daredevil went blind due to a heart attack. He checked the driver's company, which was a local fleet. Besides that, the driver had a wife and a son. The wife was still in the local area, while the son had gone to work in Seattle. Dead, Su Luo furrowed his brows tightly. There's probably more to it than meets the eye. Su Luo felt that this artificial radioactive chemical substance on the 7th had some secrets. The driver's death should not be simply a natural death. Su Luo murmured, "Tomorrow, let Kurt check the driver's fleet and where his wife is. Hopefully, we can find more clues." Su Luo didn't continue investigating, because there wasn't much useful information for ordinary people without a criminal record in the police system. Besides, it was late. He should go back and rest. After all, there was training the next day. If he didn't rest well, the training effect would be greatly reduced. Immediately, Su Luo went back to sleep. On the other side, inside the military base, on an open space, General Ross was walking with several researchers. General Ross spoke. "Next, is it time to further strengthen this guy?" The researchers nodded. "Yes, we found that Carl can still undergo further strengthening to enhance his ability, to further increase his strength and defense." The other person paused. The previous experiment was not perfect or complete, so his ability is still somewhat defective. The physical strength is completely fixed with no possibility of improvement, and the upper limit is locked. Most importantly, in the long run, his life will be consumed, eventually leading to death. Only by conducting a more complete experiment can his ability become complete, and only then can he obtain a more perfect nature, unlocking the sealed upper limit. Only with the most naturally complete ability can there be further evolution of the ability, and only then can he reach higher levels. The person continued, "Moreover, only with this complete ability can we correctly analyze it. Otherwise, we won't be able to extract what we need, and we won't know the secrets of his ability." Upon hearing the researcher's words, General Ross nodded slightly. "All right, let's do it this way." But immediately, General Ross furrowed his brows slightly. If we strengthen Carl, wouldn't he become even more powerful, even beyond our expectations, making him uncontrollable? Who knows, he might escape again. Researcher pursed his lips. "You make a valid point. If we further strengthen him, his strength will likely experience a significant leap. At that time, ordinary means may not be enough to comfort him. The laboratory is filled with researchers and various equipment, chemical agents. If we use ultrasound, it will cause huge amounts of casualties and loss of important data. If that's the case, it will be troublesome." In an instant, everyone fell silent. After a while, General Ross said, "Leave this matter to me. I will bring HYDRA over to control the situation." The researcher's mouth twitched. "General, bringing HYDRA over. Are you sure it won't make the situation worse?" General Ross took a deep breath. "Currently, this is the only way. Besides HYDRA, no one else will help us with these human experiments. I will persuade HYDRA." The researcher reluctantly nodded. "All right then. Let's go. We will further perfect this strengthening experiment." General Ross nodded. The next morning, Su Luo woke up and instantly regained his energy. His whole person was full of vitality. At this moment, whoosh, a small black figure quickly darted into Su Luo's room. Immediately, like a nail, it stood steadily on the table, staring at Su Luo with great spirit. It seemed eager for the upcoming training. Su Luo looked at the little Spider-Man who rushed up so quickly, his expression solemn, and nodded, "Very proactive, very good." The little Spider-Man, upon hearing this, excitedly wiggled its butt, its big eyes shining brightly. Su Luo spoke, "I'll freshen up, wait for me. We'll go for training later. Today is the day I challenge 24 tons. I will awaken the power of thunder." Speaking of this, Su Luo nodded in satisfaction. The efforts during this period were not in vain. The little Spider-Man, upon hearing this, showed a happy gleam in its two eyes. It raised its two front legs high, cheering and celebrating for Su Luo. A faint, gradually rising sound came from its mouth. Woo! Like a cheering Hagrid, Su Luo sent a message to Kurt, asking him to investigate the driver's team and wife. Then, he leaped out of bed and rushed into the private bathroom. Soon, he finished freshening up and went downstairs directly. When he went downstairs, he saw a dejected little E. Under the coercion of his father, he was studying and listening to lessons. When he saw Su Luo, Claude spoke, "Are you going out?" Su Luo nodded. "Yes, I'm going out to exercise." Little E saw the little Spider-Man on Su Luo's chest and quickly raised his hand to greet. "Hi, good morning, little Spider-Man." From Su Luo's front pocket, a small head popped out, its eyes shining brightly. It extended a tiny front leg like a beckoning cat and waved a greeting to little E. Then it fell back into Su Luo's pocket, like a mole in a hole. Su Luo immediately left with a little Spider-Man. Soon, Su Luo arrived at the company. Kurt came to greet him. "Boss, I've already started inquiring. When you come out at noon, you should have the information." Su Luo nodded slightly and then walked towards the training room. Inside the spacious training room, Su Luo stood in front of the massive training equipment. He murmured, "Now that I weigh 23 tons, I can already feel the power of thunder and lightning deep within my cells. But I still can't control them. These powers of lightning are still a little inactive. I'm just one step away from being able to control them. Once I reach 24 tons, I'll be able to control these powers." He took a deep breath, put on the electric shock device, and walked towards the training equipment. He began his new day of overloaded training. Boom, boom, boom. Su Luo lifted the incredibly heavy equipment as if he were lifting a mountain. Little Spider-Man, who was nearby, saw Su Luo's efforts. He quickly tied a red rope of struggle around himself. He tightly held onto it and tied it around his head. His eyes also showed a determined and resolute gaze of hard work. The entire spider's demeanor instantly became motivated and passionate. It also walked towards the training equipment, clenched its cheeks, and began to exercise diligently. Inside the training room, a large and small figure were both training hard. As they trained constantly, a large amount of sweat poured out from their bodies. Queens, New York, LaGuardia Airport. A plane landed. A tall and enchanting woman with emerald green hair and sunglasses got off the plane. She looked at New York and murmured, "Su Luo, I'm here." Several subordinates quickly approached her. They carried her bag and clothes for HYDRA. HYDRA's lady asked, "Is there any news about him?" The subordinate replied, "Not yet, but as long as he's still in New York, we'll find him soon." Hearing this, Madame Viper nodded. Inside Osborn's training room, Su Luo trained hard. Under the pressure of the massive weight, his veins bulged. Sweat poured out freely, soaking his clothes completely, as if they were soaked in water. As he reached the end, he almost had no strength left in his body. His body seemed completely exhausted, almost unable to muster any strength, feeling extremely uncomfortable. That state of being completely depleted and unable to continue, the excruciating willpower was like ants devouring the last bit of willpower. Su Luo clenched his teeth. Just a few more, hold on. He exerted all his strength and did the last few movements. Immediately, he became completely powerless, lying on the ground, his chest heaving violently, sweat pouring down like rain. He could feel his muscle fibers constantly tearing, constantly being strengthened. His cells were constantly becoming stronger. At the same time, the activity of the special bioelectricity within the cells was also constantly increasing, becoming more and more intense, becoming more and more active. Finally, it reached a critical point. Immediately, the critical point was broken through. The special bioelectricity within his body instantly seemed to awaken. A qualitative change occurred. Powerful activity filled the special bioelectricity, flowing within Su Luo's body like an awakened dragon. It allowed Su Luo to clearly feel this new power within his body. At the same time, at this moment, this power completely gave Su Luo a feeling of being able to control his arms and fingers freely. Su Luo looked excitedly at his own hands and said, "Electricity, come." Immediately, an electric current surged out from deep within Su Luo's body, flowing towards his hands like running water. In the next moment, arcs of electricity burst out from Su Luo's hands. Crackling sounds, incredibly bright, with an intense heat. Looking at the continuously exploding arcs of electricity in his hands, Su Luo's face revealed a smile. "I finally summoned it." He clenched his fist, and the arcs of electricity in his hands instantly disappeared. Su Luo gasped for breath, his eyes filled with joy. Beside him, little Spider-Man lay panting, its eyes also filled with happiness. It weakly let out a joyful sound. Su Luo extended his fist. Little Spider-Man also trembled as it raised one of its front legs, touching Su Luo's fist with its own. A fist bump to celebrate. Next, we just need to recover a bit, then we can test it. After a while, Su Luo and little Spider-Man recovered somewhat. After replenishing their nutrients, they arrived at the testing room. Su Luo faced the conductive device in front of him and reached out his hand. He directly activated the electric current within his body. The powerful electric current surged out like a river, gathering in the palm of his hand. In the next moment, a burst of electric current shot out, like a beam of light, towards the conductive device in front. Soon after, the voltage strength of the electric current appeared on the screen beside it. 50,000 volts. Seeing this, Su Luo nodded in satisfaction. He felt the capacity of the electric current within his body. The special bioelectricity in his body was currently only enough for him to use the electric current attack a few times. Once it was used up, the special bioelectricity within his body would be depleted, and it would slowly recover. To expand the capacity of the electric energy, he needed to continue to strengthen himself and increase the strength of his cells. As the cells became stronger, they would be able to generate more electric energy. Now, I also have an energy attack method. In the future, electric shocks can also be used as a finishing move. Just at that moment, the sound of a text message on Su Luo's phone rang. Su Luo opened his phone, and Kurt sent him the address of the driver's convoy and his wife. Seeing this, Su Luo took little Spider-Man and went to find the convoy and his wife. Somewhere in New York, a few people stood. Somebody is asking about the radioactive chemical substance, number 7. It seems like they also asked about the driver from many years ago. I didn't expect that someone would dig up old accounts from many years ago. Maybe they found some clues. Find him and take care of him. All right. Before long, Su Luo found the convoy. He asked if the driver had transported goods for any company or individual before he died. The convoy said they couldn't remember because it was many years ago. Su Luo ultimately didn't obtain any useful information from the convoy. He immediately went to look for the driver's wife. Inside an apartment, a woman in her 50s opened the door. It was the driver's wife. Seeing Su Luo, the driver's wife asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Su Luo got straight to the point. "A friend of mine was injured because of the materials your husband was transporting." I came to find out what materials your husband was transporting at that time. Upon hearing that a friend of the victim had come to visit, the driver's wife immediately showed a nervous expression. "Definitely, don't worry. There won't be any compensation involved, because the matter was settled privately." Upon hearing this, the tension on the other person's face eased slightly. She quickly said, "Come in. Let me pour you some water." Su Luo entered immediately. Su Luo got straight to the point. "Do you know that the materials your husband was transporting caused a child to go blind a month before his death?" The driver's wife sighed and nodded. No one expected that the materials in that truck would directly cause blindness. "That was my husband's first accident while driving. But luckily, the insurance company provided compensation and treated the child's illness." Su Luo continued. "Do you know who the materials in that truck were being transported for?" The driver's wife bit her lips slightly. It was for a shell company that had already been dissolved. Su Luo's heart stirred. "How do you know it was a shell company?" The driver's wife said, "After the accident, my husband passed away a month later. They said it was due to a myocardial infarction. My husband never had any heart problems. How could he suddenly die of a heart attack? I feel that there must be something suspicious here. Most importantly, since the truck accident, my husband has been restless and his behavior has become strange." She clenched her pants, and then not long after, he was gone. "So, I suspect that his death is related to that accident and the company behind it. So, I specifically investigated that company and found out it was a shell company, and the people from the company had long since disappeared. And even the company itself has been dissolved. I haven't found any more clues since then." The driver's wife sighed at this point. Upon hearing this, Su Luo furrowed his brows slightly. It seemed that he couldn't get the information he wanted here either. With that, the lead was cut off. Su Luo couldn't help but ask, "Before your husband died, did he mention anything strange? What exactly was wrong with him?" The driver's wife pondered for a moment. "He was restless every day." "Oh, I remember. His restlessness didn't seem to start after the accident. But on the day of the accident, early in the morning, he seemed a bit restless. I brought him a glass of milk, but he took it empty-handed. Now that I think about it, it was probably after his restlessness that the accident happened. After the accident, he came back and was still muttering to himself about a big bridge and a poplar tree." Upon hearing this, Su Luo furrowed his brows slightly. A big bridge? Poplar tree? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to him, and the images from the accident scene in Daredevil's file came to mind. The place where Daredevil had the accident was in front of Stone Bridge, and just below the stone bridge on a slight slope, there was a poplar tree. So, there must be something under that poplar tree. Otherwise, the driver wouldn't keep mentioning it. Thinking of this, Su Luo's heart stirred. He said to the driver's wife, "If you remember any useful information, you can give me a call." After saying that, Su Luo wrote down a phone number for her. The driver's wife nodded. Su Luo left the driver's wife's home. He got in his car and stepped on the gas pedal. The car immediately sped away. He drove towards the stone bridge in his car. He wanted to see what was under the poplar tree. According to the driver's wife, the driver was restless, which led to the accident. It seems that the driver must have encountered something before the car accident. It is estimated to be related to the radioactive chemical substance number 7. He probably discovered something related to radioactive chemical substance number 7, and it was something bad, which is why he was so restless. He turned the steering wheel and made a turn. However, after so many years, I don't know if there is still something under that poplar tree, or if the poplar tree is still there. After all, so many years have passed. Su Luo drove down a street and soon arrived at the stone bridge where the accident happened. He could see a large poplar tree standing on the slope next to the stone bridge. It was the same large poplar tree in the crime scene photos. Seeing that the tree was still there, Su Luo felt a slight relief. But he didn't stop the car. After all, it was broad daylight, and it would be too easy to attract attention if he started digging by the bridge. He didn't want a crowd to gather when he was digging. He decided to come back later. So he drove past the stone bridge and continued driving. Just at that moment, Su Luo furrowed his brows slightly and glanced at the side mirror. He found that a car was following him. Who is following me? Have I recently offended someone? HYDRA? Essex? Or some other mess? Su Luo continued driving and took the car to a secluded place, then stopped. The car behind also followed and stopped behind him. Under that car, an electromagnetic pulse button was activated. Suddenly, all the electronic devices in the surroundings were disabled. A male voice came from the car behind. "I didn't expect you to discover us. Your anti-surveillance ability is quite strong. Do you want to have a good talk with us by bringing us to such a remote place?" The doors of both cars opened. One person got out of Su Luo's car. Several men got out of the car behind. Su Luo calmly looked at them. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" The leader of the men smiled. "What have you been doing recently? Have you offended someone? Don't you have any idea?" Su Luo frowned. "Have I offended someone? So you guys are from the military?" Upon hearing this, the man on the other side raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you have offended the military? Not the military? So it's HYDRA." The man's gaze turned cold. You have offended HYDRA too? You have offended so many," Su Luo said, "and also the Essex group." The men looked at the sunglasses-wearing man in front of them with a strange expression. One of the slightly chubby men took a deep breath. Damn, offending so many powerful forces and still alive. Su Luo frowned. "Are none of them? It's too troublesome to guess. Just confess yourselves." The slightly chubby man looked at Su Luo warily and said to his boss, "If this guy is telling the truth, then he must have something. Offending so many and still alive. That would be quite impressive." The boss narrowed his eyes slightly. "This kid might be playing mind games with us, trying to make us retreat without a fight." Before the boss finished speaking, Bang, bang, bang. Su Luo swiftly drew his gun and shot at lightning speed. Except for the boss, the rest of the men were instantly shot in the head. Dealing with these men in front of him, Su Luo didn't need to lift a finger. Just a few shots were enough. The boss's words came to an abrupt end, and he stiffly turned his head to look to the side. I saw my companions getting shot in the forehead one after another. Immediately, there was a loud bang as they fell to the ground. The leader's eyes were filled with fear. The opponent's speed was too fast, and their accuracy was too precise, hitting them in the head. Facing such a person, he had no room for resistance. Su Luo spoke. "Tell me, who are you guys?" The leader licked his dry lips and said, "We are security personnel from a certain company. We specialize in handling dirty work for the company, things that can't be seen. Our mission is to eliminate those who know about the artificial radioactive chemical substance, number 7, or those who are investigating it. You have been investigating these things recently, so we targeted you. So we are prepared to eliminate you." Su Luo didn't expect that the other party would be related to chemical substance number 7. And he didn't expect that just by investigating something related, he would be targeted for elimination. It seemed that this company had something to hide, either doing something unspeakable or having some undisclosed secret. He asked, "What is your company?" The other party replied, "Our company was dissolved many years ago. It's gone." Su Luo looked at the other party intently. "Are you kidding me? The company has long been gone, yet you are still working?" The other party hurriedly said, "It's true. But after the company was dissolved, the person in charge gave us a considerable amount of money to take care of the aftermath, to eliminate those who know about this matter. Then they disappeared, but we know that the company must have had a lot of power behind it. Because in order to conduct experiments with chemical substance number 7, they recruited many people, either resulting in death or disability. To be able to find so many people for human experiments, you can imagine their strength. And then they disappeared all at once. So we took the money and have been handling these things ever since." Su Luo asked, "What's the deal with the driver?" The other party said the driver discovered that the company was using chemical substance number 7 for experiments, causing many people to die tragically. So the next day, because of his uneasiness, he got into a car accident. And later, he even wanted to report it to the police. So we silenced him and created the illusion of a heart attack. Su Luo continued, "What exactly is chemical substance number 7? The other party said, "It's an artificially manufactured radioactive chemical substance. The company wanted to induce mutations in the human body to obtain greater power. But it failed. That's why the company decided to shut down." Upon hearing this, Su Luo said, "I thought the company shutting down was related to the driver's death." The other party replied, "It's also related. It accelerated the company's closure. Chemical substance number 7 had been failing, and the company had already planned to shut down. The driver's car accident and death could attract attention from the outside world and potentially expose everything. Plus, chemical substance number 7 had almost no value anymore. So it was quickly shut down." Su Luo thought of the willow tree and asked, "By the way, did the driver take something?" The other party was taken aback. "What do you mean? Did he steal something?" Judging from the other party's reaction, it seemed that he couldn't extract any relevant information. So he said, "Do you have any useful information that can save your life?" If not, he raised his gun again. The other party quickly begged for mercy. Su Luo saw that there was no more information to be gained. He shot the other party directly, then cleaned up the scene a bit and drove away. "So what kind of company is behind this chemical substance number 7? Su Luo murmured. Su Luo planned to investigate secretly later, but for now he would go and see what was under that willow tree. Soon night fell. Su Luo drove to the stone bridge, took a shovel, and went down the slope to the willow tree. Taking advantage of the darkness and no one around, he started digging. He was very efficient. Soon, he dug up something hard. Dig deeper. Suddenly, a blue light lit up. Su Luo's gaze froze. In front of Su Luo was a container with arms as thick as a forearm. Inside the container was a substance emitting a blue light. On the top of the container, there was a string of words. Artificial radioactive chemical substance number 7. Seeing this, Su Luo's breath hitched, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect the driver to have buried this thing. In fact, Su Luo had already vaguely guessed that the driver had buried the number 7 chemical substance. After all, something that the driver could hide and not let his wife know about most likely had to be a dangerous chemical substance. Based on the information he currently had, Su Luo made a bold speculation. After learning the truth about the number 7 chemical substance, the driver felt fear and was tormented by guilt. He feared the terror of the company and felt guilty because his company was transporting such harmful things. It was also because of his conscience that the driver had the idea of reporting it. But he hesitated. On the second day of learning the truth, due to being absent-minded, an accident occurred, and even a child's eyes were destroyed. At this point, the driver had the idea of reporting it, but he had concerns. So, taking advantage of the destruction and spillage of some chemical substances this time, he secretly hid a portion of the chemical agent under a nearby poplar tree to leave evidence for future reporting. But before he could report it, he was dealt with by security personnel. Su Luo looked at the number 7 chemical substance in front of him and said, "I thought I wouldn't find it for a while." But unexpectedly, the driver still hid a portion. "With this thing, I can finally replicate the super hearing." Thinking of this, a hint of joy appeared in Su Luo's eyes. A small head popped out his chest, looking at Su Luo's happy expression. The little thing also showed a happy expression and clapped its hands cheerfully. Then it dug into the surrounding air for a while and placed itself on both sides of its head. It looked happily at Su Luo. Su Luo understood the little Spider-Man's special gesture, which meant that it could hear the sounds all around and obtain super hearing. Su Luo nodded. "Yes, I can hear the sounds all around." At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the sky. Su Luo glanced at the sky and murmured, "Is it going to thunder and rain again? I have to hurry back." He picked up the number 7 chemical substance and quickly threw the surrounding soil into the pit. After doing all this, he was going to take the number 7 chemical substance to the laboratory. Now he had to go back and study how Daredevil gained his super hearing ability, replicate it, and make it his own ability. He immediately picked up the number 7 chemical substance and got into the car, heading towards the laboratory. At the same time, he sent a message to Daredevil, asking him to come over quickly. On the way back, a message came in. "Boss, the lizard optimization serum is complete. We have already made 10 doses. Do you need it? If you do, I'll bring it to you." Seeing this message, Su Luo's eyes lit up slightly. Finally, this thing has been made. This is a life-saving elixir. He immediately sent a message to Kurt. "Bring 4 doses of the serum to the secret laboratory." Apart from wanting to keep some as a backup, he also needed to prepare 1 dose for Nightcrawler. After all, he had promised to help the other restore his vision. Kurt immediately replied to the message. "Okay, I'll come right away." Bang, bang, bang. Daredevil was fighting a group of gangsters. In a narrow alley, Daredevil fought with the physical abilities of an ordinary person. Even though his fighting skills were extremely high, he was still immortal, the peak of an ordinary person. If the fight lasted too long, he would become tired and his movements would slow down. As a result, the enemy's fists and knives kept landing on him. After defeating more than a dozen gangsters, Daredevil's whole body was covered in wounds, panting heavily. Feeling the pain in his body, Daredevil took a shallow breath and gritted his teeth slightly. "It hurts." Just at that moment, his phone vibrated. Daredevil took it out and saw that Su Luo had asked him to go to the laboratory. Upon seeing this, Daredevil stopped gritting his teeth and fell silent in an instant. He suddenly felt that the pain in his body was nothing compared to going to the laboratory. He would rather be beaten up by a villain than go to the laboratory, because the pain in the laboratory far exceeded being stabbed or punched by a villain. Rumble. A deep sound came from above. Daredevil sighed. What kind of weather is this? He hung his head in frustration and finally hailed a cab to go to the laboratory. Osborne Corporation. In front of a certain floor's circuit breaker door, a man was fixing the wires inside. Standing next to him was a man in a suit with a sharp face. He spoke, "Max, the company hired you to work, not to freeload. You don't take care of the wiring on this floor properly. Don't you check it seriously? Don't you know how much damage it would cause if there was a sudden power outage while everyone in the company is working? Do you not want this job anymore?" Max said with grievance, I did check it seriously, but sometimes it just malfunctions and no one can stop it. After all, accidents happen no matter what it is. I can't guarantee that it won't have problems." Hearing Max's retort, the man in the suit became even angrier. His voice became sharper. "Are you saying that I wrongly accused you? Are you blaming me? The company hired you to solve problems, not to blame others and shirk responsibility. If you don't want to do it, get the hell out. If you don't want to do it, there are plenty of people who do." Hearing the other person's words, Max quickly lowered his head, not daring to respond, and could only continue repairing the wires. "Do it quickly. If you can't finish, get lost tomorrow." After saying that, the man in the suit left angrily. Max hurriedly sped up his work, repairing the wires. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from outside the building. In theory, Max should have stopped at this point to avoid danger. But he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to finish the work tonight and would be fired tomorrow. He had worked hard to find this job, and now Osborne Corporation was doing better and better, so he didn't want to lose this decent job. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's not thundering yet. I'll finish the repair quickly, and then it'll be fine." He hastened his actions. Su Luo entered the laboratory. Kurt had been waiting for Su Luo inside. Seeing Su Luo, he quickly walked up. At the moment, Kurt still had his severed arm, and he hadn't taken the potion yet. Although Su Luo had promised to give him a bottle, he didn't directly take it and use it. He still needed to hand over the item to the boss first and let the boss give it to him. It was a necessary procedure. In Kurt's view, things had to be handed over to the boss first and then allocated by the boss. Only when he was assigned to it did he have the qualification to use it. He handed a small black box to Su Luo. Su Luo took the box and opened it. Inside were 4 special test tubes. Inside the test tubes was a crimson liquid, thick like blood. Su Luo immediately handed one of the optimized potions to Kurt. "Take it to heal your arm." Seeing the potion in Su Luo's hand, Kurt trembled all over. With trembling hands, he took the vial of medicine and said, Thank you, boss." Looking at the vial in his hand, Kurt felt incredibly excited. Finally he could restore his arm. He could finally become a normal person. After so many years of hope, it was finally going to be realized today. He pressed the end of the special vial. Instantly, a needle emerged from the other end. He stabbed it directly into his arm. Sizzle. The medicine in the test tube was automatically injected into Kurt's body. Immediately after, Kurt felt a powerful vitality surging through his whole body. Immediately after, he felt an intense itchiness at the sight of his severed arm. Immediately after, countless flesh buds sprouted and grew wildly outward. The sight was enough to make one's scalp tingle. It was like the arrival of Cthulhu, making one's sanity plummet. Those flesh buds intertwined and healed together. A segment of an arm kept growing outward. Soon, a complete arm appeared. Looking at the arm in front of him, Kurt couldn't help but feel that it was unreal. Is this my hand? He squeezed his new hand, feeling its texture and grip strength. Kurt suddenly felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. I finally grew my own new hand. He quickly looked at Su Luo and bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, boss. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have what I have today, nor would I have this brand new hand. Thank you." Su Luo patted his shoulder and said, "All right, it's late, go rest. You've been busy these past few days. Go on, go back and surprise your wife." Kurt nodded. Then he happily walked outside. Good news to share with his wife. Su Luo closed the box and put it aside. He took the vial of chemical substance number 7 and brought it into a sealed research room, mainly to isolate the radiation from it. The container of chemical substance number 7 has an isolating effect, but if experiments are to be conducted, it needs to be taken out. It will create radiation in the surroundings. After all, This is a radioactive chemical substance with radiation. If the radiation is high, exposure to 650 radians will result in 100% death. If the radiation is below 400 radians, 5% of those exposed will die. With a lower dose of radiation, below 150 radians, the death rate is 0, but it does not mean there is no damage. Often symptoms will appear after 20 years. Radiation can also damage genetic material in dose units, mainly causing gene mutations and chromosomal abnormalities, affecting one or even several generations. In order to conduct the experiment, Su Luo needs to place it in an isolation chamber. After the experiment is completed, Su Luo will use special devices in the isolation chamber to eliminate the radiation. Definitely, Daredevil and the driver were exposed to radiation and did not die, indicating that the radiation was not very strong. But it will still have an impact. At this moment, Daredevil also arrived. Su Luo said, "Let's start our experiment. You wait for me on the operating table. I'll finish my work first." Daredevil nodded and quietly lay on the operating table. Little Spider-Man crawled onto a table, his little head drooping, his eyes fixed on Su Luo. Su Luo put on a radiation protective suit and entered the isolation chamber. He took out chemical substance number 7 and placed it in a specialized instrument to begin his research. He constantly observed and conducted related radiation simulations, simulating the effects on human genes and chromosomes to see the resulting gene mutations and chromosomal abnormalities, and constantly recording relevant data, constantly conducting relevant simulations based on new data. After the radiation of substance number 7, the 34th gene undergoes changes in the composition and arrangement of base pairs. The specific changes are as follows. In the 145th gene, adenine is replaced by guanine, and thymine is replaced by cytosine, resulting in a point mutation conversion. In the 234th gene, guanine is replaced by thymine, resulting in a point mutation transposition. In the 321st gene, cytosine undergoes oxidation and dehydrogenation to become uracil. Su Luo constantly records the corresponding impacts and changes, observing how substance number 7 induces gene mutations. Under what dosage will it cause those changes? Under what time frame will it cause those changes? And constantly incorporating relevant data from Daredevil. Some time passes. Su Luo completes the analysis and recording of substance number 7. He immediately clears the radiation in the isolation room. Then he approaches Daredevil. He begins to conduct relevant experiments on him again, as well as recording. He starts to deduce how substance number 7 affects him. In the entire laboratory, Su Luo is constantly busy by himself. His movements are extremely agile, sometimes even appearing as after images, as if he has multiple hands. Su Luo is completely focused, doing his experiments with extreme seriousness. His mental capacity is pushed to the limit, operating frantically, consuming a large amount of his energy. As time constantly passes, Su Luo's experimental data on replicating Daredevil's abilities also constantly increases, continuously filling in the gaps. Su Luo constantly reconstructs the entire scientific process of how Daredevil obtained his abilities. It's like constantly collecting puzzle pieces with more and more consecutive images, about to form a complete picture. Sweat starts to appear on Su Luo's forehead. Finally, after who knows how long, Su Luo puts down the instrument in his hand and finishes typing the last keystroke. The computer starts to perform simulations. Countless data flies across the screen, continuously displaying passing green. Finally, the data finishes flying. A window pops up. Simulation successful. Successful replication of the creation of the super ability. Seeing this, Su Luo clenches his fist, a burst of joy erupting in his eyes. "We did it," Su Luo excitedly says. "Next, I will replicate the super hearing onto myself." He quickly starts to act. Beginning the experiment replication, he strictly controls every step, accurately reproducing each process. Replication constantly progresses. The little Spider-Man next to him stands up nervously, staring intently at Sue Luo in the isolation room, its two front legs gripping tightly like a human. There's even a drop of sweat sliding down the little Spider-Man's head due to nervousness. Soon, Sue Luo completes the final step, completing all the replications. Then, Sue Luo starts to feel changes in his body, changes in his ears. Internal structures are changing, evolving. A brand new eardrum auditory organ is growing. The birth of super hearing is imminent. At the same time, outside the laboratory, after a dull rumbling sound, a loud, thunderous boom, a massive lightning strikes the Osborn building. After a low, rumbling sound, the dark clouds in the sky finally gathered enough power and finally erupted. Boom! A thick thunderbolt struck towards New York, illuminating the entire city of New York, directly hitting Osborn's building. Inside Osborn's building, the people who were still on duty or working overtime felt their ears ringing and their heads buzzing after the deafening sound. The violent electric current rushed into various electrical devices along the building's power lines or signal cables. These electric currents directly rushed into the circuit breaker of a certain floor, precisely the place where Max was repairing. Crackling. In an instant, sparks and lightning flashed in many places inside the circuit breaker. Extremely dangerous. Max, who had just finished repairing the circuit, was startled by this sudden scene and quickly took a few steps back. Immediately, he looked at this scene with a dazed and desperate expression. The circuit that had just been repaired was completely ruined, and it couldn't be repaired in a short period of time. In the end, thunder and lightning started outside, making it completely unsuitable for repair work. Repairing it again would be suicidal. But if the circuit wasn't fixed, he would definitely be fired by his supervisor. In other words, he would soon be out of a job that he had worked so hard to get. Max grabbed his hair, feeling a bit overwhelmed. I just fixed everything. And now, because of a thunderstorm, everything is destroyed. Why am I so unlucky? I didn't do anything wrong, but I'm going to be fired. Max looked at the circuit breaker in front of him in despair. Some parts of the circuit were completely damaged, and some areas on this floor had lost power completely. At this moment, the man in a suit walked over again. Looking at the completely broken circuit, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Damn it! Completely ruined! You're fired! Get the hell out of here! You useless piece of crap! F***K, you can't do anything right! You worthless piece of shit!" Max lowered his voice and became somewhat calm. "It's not my fault. It's an accident caused by lightning. This is not my problem. I'm not at fault." The man in a suit glared at Max angrily. "You dare talk back? What kind of useless piece of shit are you? What's your status compared to mine? Get lost. Get out of Osborn immediately. There's no place for you here. If you don't leave immediately, I'll have the security throw you out. Garbage doesn't deserve to stay at Osborn." Hearing the other party's words, Max suddenly looked up, his face twisted, his eyes bloodshot. "What's my status? What's your position? What are you? What position do you have? You high and mighty people deserve to die. You use your status and power to exploit us low-level people, enslaving and whipping us. You don't understand anything. When something goes wrong, you make us take the blame. Do you know right from wrong? Do you have a conscience? Do you know that when people are angry, they could do anything? When people are pushed to the limit, they become demons." He suddenly grabbed the man in a suit and pushed him onto the sparking circuit. The man in a suit screamed in fear. He quickly grabbed Max's clothes, and Max also fell on his circuit. Max saw this scene and widened his eyes in horror. No. The man in a suit landed on the wires. Boom. The violent electric current rushed into the man in a suit's body, raging wildly, as if countless knives were cutting through his body. A scorching sensation burned the man in the suit from the inside out. The area of skin, muscles, blood vessels, and bones that came into contact with the electric current suffered deep burns and necrosis. Cracking sounds rang out, causing the muscles throughout his body to contract forcefully, resulting in multiple fractures. Heart and respiratory irregularities began to occur, followed by damage to the nervous system, cerebral hemorrhage, cerebral edema, and organ damage including intestinal perforation, bladder necrosis, lung contusion, hemothorax, kidney damage, and so on. It was like the ultimate punishment. The man in the suit was filled with extreme pain. A howl erupted. At the same time, the electric current also passed through the man in the suit and reached Max. The violent electric current flowed into Max's body like a river made of countless shards of glass. It seemed as if countless shards of glass were flowing through his body, leaving countless scars inside him. The extreme pain struck Max's nerves. He let out a similarly horrifying scream. Soon after, the man in the suit turned into charcoal. While Max screamed in agony, his injuries were not very severe. On the contrary, there was a constant flow of electric current in his body, and his skin was glowing faintly, giving him a somewhat mystical appearance. And as the electric current constantly poured into his body, the electric light inside his skin became brighter and his overall condition improved. The injuries caused by the electricity earlier were slowly healing. The pain also diminished. After a moment, bang, the man in the suit fell to the ground. Max also stopped absorbing the electric current and stood inside the electrical switch, his whole body emitting a faint blue light. Arcs of electricity jumped out of his body, as if elves were leaping on his skin. Max looked at his own transformation in astonishment. This is feeling the unprecedented power within him. Max quickly smiled. I have a super ability now. I have become a powerful super ability user. This is really amazing. It feels so good. My life has finally turned around. I'm no longer a nobody. Because I have this powerful strength, I am now a strong person. Max walked out of the electrical switch, looked around, looked at the building, and his eyes were filled with resentment. He carried his grudge against the man in the suit and also directed it towards Osborn, hating both the house and the crow. He gritted his teeth and said, "This damn place. It should be destroyed." He immediately raised his hand. Several electric currents blasted out. Boom, boom. Trash cans in the hallway. The front door was blasted open. Even the walls had a big hole blown through them. Suddenly, cries of surprise and screams rang out. People who were still working on this floor were scared and fled, not wanting to be attacked. Some people also felt that Max looked very serious. Isn't that the electrician from our floor? How did he become like this? He always seemed so honest, but I never expected him to have this side. Having power means destroying everything at will. Damn it. Run away quickly. I don't want to be hit by him. Damn it. Why is this happening in our company? We're done for. The company is going to suffer huge amounts of losses. This guy will destroy everything. Max saw people scattering and escaping, and he laughed triumphantly. Run, run. Be afraid. You should be afraid of me. He constantly shot out electric currents. Desks, chairs, computers, and everything in the office were blasted to pieces. Max looked at his own power and immediately said, Osborn Corporation is so rich. If I can rob them, I'll be rich. Yes, I should rob Osborn Corporation's money. I am now a strong person, and everything is under my control. With this in mind, he quickly rushed towards the finance department. At this moment, the security personnel finally arrived, raising their firearms. Don't move. Otherwise, we will shoot. Stop immediately. Please stop your actions immediately. Seeing this, Max sneered. You bunch of losers. You think you can stop me? He immediately released several electric currents, instantly knocking down several security personnel. After doing this, he continued to rush towards the finance office. In one of Osborn's meeting rooms, Norman was still working overtime with his subordinates, studying the various details of the upcoming product launch. Finally, after careful consideration, they formulated a detailed plan. After completing these tasks, Norman, with a tired body, walked out of the meeting room. He was ready to go home and get a good night's sleep. Just at this moment, a phone call came in. General Manager, something happened on the 23rd floor. Norman's eyes immediately sharpened. What happened? There's a guy covered in electricity causing havoc on the 23rd floor. He has already injured several armed security personnel. No one can stop him. Furthermore, He is heading towards the finance office. He is probably going to rob the money. Hearing this, Norman said, I understand. He immediately ran towards his office. Returning to his office, he went to the nearby wardrobe, opened it, and pressed a button, requesting flowers. Suddenly, a hidden compartment appeared behind the wardrobe. A set of Green Goblin armor appeared, which was the previous Green Goblin suit. The armor was still quite powerful, so Norman kept it for emergencies. Norman quickly put on the armor, picked up the glider from it, and flew out of the window, rushing out of the building. Soon he saw Electro. Seeing this, he acted quickly. He directly broke through the glass of the building and charged towards Electro. Several flying darts were shot towards Electro. Electro looked at the flying darts and dodged them by moving to the side. He looked at Norman and asked, Who are you? Why are you trying to stop me? Norman lowered his voice. Stop your attack. Don't continue making mistakes. Hearing Norman's words, Max sneered, I hate people like you who preach. If you want to stop me, let's see if you have the ability. After saying that, he rushed towards Norman. Immediately, with a gesture of his hands, arcs of electricity crackled in his hands. They quickly turned into two electric beams and shot towards Norman. Norman swiftly dodged, evading Electro's lightning attack, and charged towards him while pulling out a tranquilizer gun from his waist. Just as he was about to attack, Electro unleashed an even stronger electric current in his hands. Boom! It hit Norman's armor. Boom! Norman was directly knocked back, crashing into the wall and leaving a large pit. The powerful electric current instantly numbed Norman's body, followed by waves of pain. In an instant, Norman lost his fighting ability. After defeating Norman, the Electric Man's confidence soared. He laughed heartily. I told you no one can stop me. I'm invincible. Now no one can stop me, he said, then rushed towards the finance room, excitement filling his eyes. Finally, I'm going to get rich. Others who witnessed this scene had dark expressions. It's over. No one can stop him now. This guy is too powerful. He can control electric current and shock anyone who comes near. In the secret experiment room, Su Luo completed the replication. Changes were also happening in his ears. Soon, Su Luo's ear structure completed its evolution. In an instant, countless sounds flooded Su Luo's ears. The sound of people breathing while sleeping. The sound of the television at night. The sound of someone urinating. The sound of people talking at night. There was even the sound of someone tearing open a package and eating potato chips. An incredibly noisy stream of sound rushed into Su Luo's ears, almost breaking his eardrums and overwhelming his brain. Countless voices echoed in his mind. Waves of pain repeatedly struck his brain nerves. At that moment, he felt like his head was going to split open. Su Luo covered his head, clenched his teeth, and showed a painful expression. Drops of sweat flowed from his forehead. Su Luo knew that his head and body were adapting to this super hearing ability. Little Spider-Man, who was beside him, saw this scene and immediately showed a nervous and anxious expression. It quickly rushed to the glass, staring intently at Su Luo inside the isolation room. It made anxious whimpering sounds, seemingly asking Su Luo what was wrong and if everything was okay. Its front legs trembled nervously and anxiously, focusing on Su Luo inside. Not long after, the painful expression on Su Luo's face gradually faded. That was because his body was adapting to this super hearing ability. The intense pain disappeared. He began to distinguish those extremely noisy sounds, clearly identifying each sound within the chaotic stream. As long as he focused on a particular sound, that sound would become clear, while the other sounds would weaken. Seeing the pain disappear from Su Luo's face, little Spider-Man immediately breathed a sigh of relief, jumped off the glass, and sat on the ground. Suddenly, some chaotic sounds entered his ears. He keenly recognized a familiar voice among them. He recognized some of those voices as his employees, Osborn's employees. He even heard Norman's voice, heard Norman making a phone call. In an instant, he understood what was happening in the Osborn building. His tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. A burst of electric arcs crackled inside. Su Luo said, "The electric man is dead." Inside the military base, inside a certain laboratory, a group of researchers in white lab coats are busy. Two people are standing outside the laboratory, looking inside. One is the lab director in a white lab coat, and the other is General Ross. The director speaks, "We are preparing and will be able to start the experiment soon. Furthermore, according to our tests, Carl has a strength of 25 tons, which is about 8 times that of Captain America's 3 tons. Additionally, his defense is able to withstand attacks from ordinary blades, close-range handgun bullets, and even rifle shots from a slightly longer distance. His defense is far superior to Captain America and 99% of super ability individuals. Furthermore, the experiment has no effect on Carl's mental state and will not make him lose control. It can be said that Carl is the most successful product in our Super Soldier Serum recovery, far surpassing Captain America." He pauses and says, "According to our calculations, if the strengthening is successful, Carl's strength will double to 50 tons. In addition, his defense will further improve, even being able to withstand close-range rifle shots and have good resistance against sniper bullets. The most important thing is that Carl will continue to grow and become even stronger in the future." Upon hearing this, a hint of excitement flashes in General Ross's eyes. He nods and smiles, saying, very good. You all hurry up and complete the repairs on Carl's ability as soon as possible. By then, we will be able to obtain Carl's complete ability and replicate it in more soldiers. A terrifying strength of 50 tons, combined with the ability to withstand close-range rifle shots. It's invincible. If we can use him to create a team, we will have a super army that surpasses most super ability individuals. At that time, our country will be the strongest on this planet. Speaking up to this point, General Ross clenches his fist in excitement. Then, his expression becomes solemn. If we face a battle similar to the Battle of New York or the Sokovia War in the future, we will no longer be passive and powerless. We will no longer be bystanders. We will have our own super army and be able to deal with any enemy that comes. Speaking up to this point, General Ross clenches his fist, his eyes filled with a cold and stern look. The director nods, saying, "Rest assured, General. Soon, we will complete Carl's ability and also research the secrets of his ability, creating a new Super Soldier Serum." Upon hearing this, General Ross nods slightly and looks at the busy people inside the laboratory. At the same time, the defense of the entire base becomes even stricter. More soldiers are patrolling in more places. It's as if they want to turn the entire base into an impregnable fortress, not allowing even a mosquito to fly in. Su Luo comes out from the isolation room. At this moment, Daredevil has already regained consciousness. Su Luo takes out a tube of lizard-enhanced serum from a box and hands it to Daredevil. "This serum will be able to heal your eyes." Daredevil takes the serum, his hand trembling slightly. It can really restore my sight?" Su Luo nods. "Yes, take it home and use it." Upon hearing this, Daredevil understands that Su Luo is letting him leave. He quickly nods. "Thank you, then I'll go back. If you need anything, you can find me." He chuckles. "I can provide pro bono legal assistance for you." After saying that, he takes a bottle of optimized serum and leaves the laboratory gracefully. Seeing Daredevil leave, Su Luo clears all the relevant data in the laboratory, because everything is already recorded in his mind. He looks at the number 7 chemical substance beside him and murmurs, "Who exactly developed you? Besides the number 7 chemical substance, you must have researched other things too. What effects do your other chemical substances or other things have?" Suddenly, his gaze becomes sharp. Looked at the top of the container. Around the black metal lid, there were 2 logos of the Earth, one on the left and one on the right. Seeing this, Su Luo raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "Is this the logo of an organization or a company?" With the Earth as the logo, Su Luo had no impression at all. Unable to understand, Su Luo shook his head. If he couldn't figure out, he wouldn't think about it. Right now, he still needed to quickly deal with the troubles of the company. Suluo immediately sent a message to Kurt, asking him to clean up this secret laboratory and find a new one. For Suluo, a secret laboratory was a mobile laboratory. After finishing these tasks, Suluo shot out and left the laboratory, rushing towards Osborn Corporation. In his ears, there were the crackling sounds of Electro releasing his abilities in the Osborn Corporation in the distance. Electro! Suluo muttered this name, his eyes slightly brightening. Electro, able to enhance his own electrical power by absorbing electricity. The more electrical power he absorbs, the stronger Electro becomes. After reaching a certain level of electrical power, he can even transform into electricity, just like Sandman, becoming intangible. Suluo flew rapidly through the city, constantly spraying cobwebs. But elemental transformation requires the absorption of a certain amount of electrical power, which consumes a lot of electricity. Also, Electro has a limit to how much electrical power he can absorb. Once it exceeds a certain limit, he can no longer absorb it, otherwise it will explode. Furthermore, if the consumption of electrical power in his body is almost depleted, Electro in his electric form will also revert back to his human form and can no longer use electrical power. Only by recharging can he use his electric current abilities again. Suluo paused for a moment. I also have electrical abilities, but there are huge differences between me and Electro. Electro absorbs electricity and releases it, while I originally generate electricity and then release it. The strength of Electro depends on the electrical power he absorbs, and there's a limit, although this limit is relatively high. But the strength of my electrical abilities depends on the strength of my physique. The stronger my physique, the stronger the special bioelectricity in my body. Currently, it seems that there is no limit to my electrical abilities, but the effectiveness is slower. In addition, after awakening my electrical abilities, my cells are basically immune to electricity. So, Electro's attacks are useless against me. Suluo shot out cobwebs and continued to speed forward, a glimmer of light passing through his eyes. If I can absorb Electro's abilities, my electrical abilities and methods will become stronger. Special bioelectricity as a long-term growth ability. Electro's electrical abilities as a short-term combat ability. As long as I replenish enough electrical power, I can have excellent electrical attacks for a short period of time. Most importantly, I can also transform into an electric current and move through places with electrical appliances and wires. My survival abilities, infiltration or escape abilities, will be further enhanced. By the way, if I can transform into an electric current, wouldn't it be easy for me to infiltrate that military base? If that's the case, I will have a better chance of finding an opportunity to capture Luke Cage. Thinking of this, a fervent look flashed in Suluo's eyes. Electro, don't run, I'm coming. Now that you've become my employee, just keep dedicating yourself to me. On his chest, little Spider-Man's 2 feet scratched against the pocket, and a small head popped out, blowing in the wind. It swayed its little head slightly, showing a contented expression. Hearing Suluo's words, little Spider-Man's eyes brightened and it extended its right foot. Charge forward, charge forward. www. At Daredevil's home. Daredevil sat on the sofa, changed back into ordinary clothes, and held the vial in his hand. The hand holding the vial was trembling slightly. It showed his excitement. He took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He murmured, "This time I must succeed. I want to regain the light." Definitely. Pissed. He directly injected the potion into his body. Immediately after, the violent medicinal power rushed into his limbs and body. It quickly repaired the hidden injuries inside him. Those internal injuries caused by years of rigorous training and battles, such as blood, organs, meridians, and other internal damages. They were rapidly being repaired. Daredevil could only feel a warm and extremely fast sensation throughout his body, as if countless little hands were massaging him, causing Daredevil to involuntarily let out a comfortable moan. He felt a level of comfort in his body that he had never experienced before. The previously faintly painful areas completely disappeared. At the same time, the powerful medicinal power rushed towards his eyes, beginning to repair his damaged eyes. The central retinal artery occlusion caused by arteriosclerosis began to dissolve. The arterial walls began to thin and the lumen widened, the blood flow passage widened, and the occlusion was instantly washed away. At the same time, it rapidly dissolved. At the same time, the medicinal power rushed towards the axons of the 1 to 1.2 million ganglion cells in his eyeballs, beginning to repair the necrotic optic nerves, connecting a large number of nerves and restoring vitality. The massive optic nerves were rapidly being repaired. Soon, all the optic nerves were completely repaired. In an instant, Daredevil regained his vision. The entire room came into view. Various colors appeared in his line of sight, vibrant and dazzling. All objects were so clear. He could even clearly see the texture of the wooden coffee table in front of him. He could clearly see the calluses on his own hands and the muscle texture on them. He picked up a mirror beside him. Suddenly, his own face appeared clearly in his eyes. Familiar yet unfamiliar. After many years, Daredevil finally saw his own face again. His hands were trembling. He quickly took out his wallet and opened it. A photo appeared before his eyes. It was a middle-aged man with a smiling face. The image, blurred by time, once again vividly appeared before his eyes. 2 tears slid down Daredevil's eyes. "Father, I see your face again." Osborn Corporation. Electro ran towards the finance department. Soon, he arrived at the floor of the finance department. Electro was extremely excited. Finally, I'm going to get rich too. At this moment, Norman, who had recovered, caught up once again. Seeing Norman catching up, Electro coldly snorted. "You coming up here serves no purpose. You're not my opponent at all." After speaking, electric current diary left Norman behind. Norman dodged. Flying darts and pumpkin bombs were thrown. Electric current dodged the flying darts, but the pumpkin bomb exploded halfway. Boom! Electric current was directly blasted away. A slight smile appeared on Norman's face. "I thought you really couldn't hit me." Electric current was infuriated. He got up and roared, "You're asking for death." He stretched out his hands and aimed at Norman. A string of electric currents flew towards Norman. Norman quickly dodged, but immediately, electric current threw out an electric chain. Norman was hit and instantly stiffened. Electric current's hands erupted. A powerful electric current blasted out. Boom! Norman's armor was blasted with a big hole. His whole body shot out and crashed into a wall, leaving a deep dent in the wall. Norman completely lost his fighting ability, with a few arcs of electricity emanating from his body and his body twitching slightly. Damn, too strong. Norman struggled to lift his head and looked at electric current. Seeing this, electric current laughed heartily. "I told you, no one can match me. My electric power is invincible." He didn't look at Norman, but looked towards the finance room ahead as he prepared to rush over there. Boom! The company's glass was shattered to 1.8. A dark figure wearing a mask rushed in. Seeing the newcomer, Norman's eyes lit up instantly. He naturally knew that the person in front of him was Su Luo, but his gaze dimmed, because in his view, Su Luo's strength was similar to his own, just with better combat skills. But that was useless against electric current. There was no time to get close to electric current, as he would be blasted away. Norman weakly said, "Quick, leave. You're not his opponent. Quick, leave." He raised a hand slightly, wanted to warn Su Luo. Su Luo looked at electric current in front of him, still maintaining a human mentality, and felt slightly relieved. This kind of electric current was easier to capture. Immediately, his eyes became eager. This would be his new experimental material. Little Spider-Man in his front pocket didn't show up, quietly staying inside the pocket. But its eyes were filled with excitement. It seemed to be looking forward to the upcoming electric ability user. Seeing the sudden rush out of the guy, electric current was furious. "Damn it! Where did this guy come from again? Why do you have to come out and stop me? Osborn is so rich. What's wrong with me taking a little? Why is all the money in the hands of these capitalists? Why should I be poor?" I'm taking this money today. No one can stop me. He raised his hands. You dare to stop me? Go die, he roared. His hands erupted with a strong electric current, rushing towards Su Luo. Su Luo stood still, motionless. Norman growled, "Get out of the way." The electric man looked into Su Luo's calm eyes and felt a slight sense of unease in his heart. Immediately after, a violent electric current rushed into Su Luo's limbs and body. Countless electric arcs erupted from the opponent's body. Crackling sounds filled the air. In this moment, Su Luo appeared like a deity enveloped in thunder and lightning. After a series of crackling sounds, the electric arcs disappeared, dissipating into the air. Occasionally, small electric arcs would emerge from the air around him with a crackling sound. But Su Luo himself showed no signs of being affected at all. Currently, Su Luo's cells are unable to store external electric current, only special bioelectricity. Therefore, the electric current released by the electric man ultimately flowed into the ground or dissipated into the air. Seeing Su Luo completely unaffected, Norman's slightly raised hand froze instantly. His expression was somewhat incredulous. What's going on? Why is he completely unharmed? Seeing this, the electric man's eyes almost popped out. His attack had actually failed. The electric man stammered, How? How is this possible? How could this happen? Why doesn't my electric current have any effect on him? Witnessing this scene, the electric man was greatly shocked. After all, suddenly gaining a powerful super ability and crushing everything in his path. In his eyes, he was practically invincible, but now there appeared to be someone immune to his ability. This was something the electric man couldn't accept. The electric man narrowed his eyes and raised his hands again. No, it's impossible. Facing my ability, how could you not be injured? Maybe I used too little electricity, he roared. Then let me show you a stronger electric current. Saying that, he raised his hand. Su Luo's eyes flashed with determination as he rushed towards the electric man. He had to capture the opponent as soon as possible to prevent him from coming into contact with electric current again and absorbing more electrical energy. Seeing this, the electric man let out a loud roar. His hands erupted with a strong electric current. Countless electric arcs mixed together, forming an exploding electric ball. Outside the building, it seemed to be responding to the electric man's anger and roar. Boom! Terrifying thunder tore through the night. Resounding thunder echoed through the heavens and earth. The dark night became as bright as day. Boom! The electric ball in front of the electric man burst with a strong electric current, rushing towards Su Luo. Crackling sounds filled the air, like a roaring and ferocious electric dragon. The strong electric current rushed into Su Luo's body. His clothes were insulators, designed to protect against the damage caused by his own use of electricity. He didn't expect them to come in handy here, to withstand someone else's lightning attack. A strong electric current erupted from Su Luo's body once again. Countless electric arcs burst on his skin, radiating brilliance. But just like before, there was not a single trace of injury on Su Luo's body, not even slowing down his steps. The strong electric current either flowed into the ground or dissipated into the air, just as before. Seeing this, the electric man clenched his teeth and unleashed an even stronger electric current. Boom! The originally thin electric current instantly surged to the thickness of a thigh. The stronger electric current entered Su Luo's body, causing an even more intense electric current to burst from his body. His whole body instantly became silver. Like a silver sun, he moved against the thunder, repeatedly tearing apart the terrifying thunder. This scene directly stunned the people around. The sound of swallowing saliva could be heard from the surroundings. Is this person? Who is this guy? So powerful. Oh my god, this is too cool. In the front pocket of Su Luo's clothes, little Spider-Man lay comfortably, and the strong electric current also flowed into its body. Under the stimulation of this electric current, little Spider-Man felt a warm sensation all over its body, as if soaking in hot water. It blissfully squinted its eyes, with a look of intoxication on its face. Ooh, Comfortable. Su Luo had already arrived in front of the Electric Man. Su Luo's strength was constantly metamorphosing, and his height had reached nearly 1.9 meters. Currently, he was already 1.88 meters tall. The Electric Man, who was around 1.7 meters tall, seemed small in front of him. He looked down at the Electric Man, one big hand gripping the Electric Man's head. Su Luo, who was filled with silver lightning, exuded a sense of oppression, as if a god had descended. He calmly said, "Your electric current is quite comfortable." Countless thunderbolts exploded on his body. It was as if he was the source of thunder. Upon hearing these words, the Electric Man's mentality exploded. Quite comfortable, looking at the two of them fighting like immortals. The people around all scattered, keeping their distance and not daring to approach even a little bit. Everyone was trembling. If the exit hadn't been blocked, these people might have run away long ago. Oh my God, these two guys are too terrifying. I hope we won't be accidentally injured. Just like in the Avengers Alliance fights, many innocent people also suffer and die. Don't say that. I'm about to wet myself. I'm going to cry. Why am I so unlucky? Feeling the 5 fingers on his head like an unbreakable iron hoop, the Electric Man couldn't move at all, as if his head was sealed in dried cement. A trace of fear rose in the Electric Man's eyes. His whole body was covered in goosebumps. He screamed in terror. The electric current all over his body at this moment was released without reservation, like a torrent bursting through a dam. His eyes instantly turned pure white. The raging electric current rushed into the Electric Man's head, towards the hand that was gripping his head. Boom! The terrifying electric current exploded from Su Luo as the center. Countless small electric arcs surged in all directions. The surroundings lit up. The strength of the electric field began to rapidly increase. Powerful shockwaves and electromagnetic pulses instantly spread out. The walls next to Su Luo and the Electric Man instantly dented and cracked. A long dent spread out, as if a huge stick had struck. The central dent was the most severe, and you could even see broken wires inside, with a little bit of electric light still flowing. On the other side, bang, bang, bang. The glass outer wall of a distant building was shattered by the shockwave. Falling down, it turned into countless fragments. A rain of glass shards is falling, shining brightly in the dark night. Fortunately, it is late at night now. Coupled with the thunderstorm, there is no one below, and no damage has been caused. The dazzling light fades away. Su Luo's Electric Man has completely lost his power, with no electric arcs on his body, and he looks just like an ordinary person. Even his physical fitness is no different from an ordinary person. He is even more unable to break free from Su Luo's hand. And because of the increase in field strength, there are strands of electric arcs constantly appearing in the air. Very strange. The Electric Man looks up at Su Luo, who is unharmed in front of him, his mouth wide open, unable to make a sound out of fear. Despair and pain surge in the Electric Man's heart. Just when he finally obtained a super ability and hadn't been arrogant for long, he encountered someone who completely restrained him. Moreover, he has been captured by someone and cannot move at all. He's finished, completely finished. He's going to jail. He may even be sliced by government agencies. Various desperate thoughts flood the Electric Man's mind, accompanied by heart palpitations from watching horror movies in the past. He trembles uncontrollably with fear. The Electric Man was just a nobody not long ago, even a somewhat failed nobody. Because he suddenly gained power, his mentality swelled. After losing his power, he quickly returned to the state of an ordinary person and regained the mentality of a nobody. Su Luo looks at the Electric Man without any power, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Very good. Su Luo sees that the Electric Man has finally exhausted his electric energy and has become completely helpless, and he feels a slight relief in his heart. He immediately waves his hand to knock the other person unconscious, to avoid any unexpected situations. But at this moment, boom, a deafening sound, a terrifying thunder tears through the dark clouds, striking towards the Osborne building, piercing through the sky. directly toward the floor where Su Luo is located, rushing towards the area filled with high electric field intensity and the most concentrated electric charge around Su Luo. The speed is extremely fast, almost beyond everyone's reaction. Boom, boom, immediately followed by two thick thunderbolts falling down, attracted by the same force, rushing toward the area around Su Luo. So, many people in New York see a miraculous scene. One after another, thunderbolts rush towards one place, all in the same direction, as if there is a thunderous black hole there. A black hole specially attracting thunder. Oh my God, is this punishing a criminal? Striking continuously at one place. What kind of crime is this? It takes 3 lightning strikes. He's definitely done for. A Huxia International student watches this scene, puts down his ebook and mutters, "Damn, which immortal friend is going through tribulation?" 3 consecutive strikes of such thick thunderbolts. This immortal friend must be in the Mahayana stage. Lu Dai is not deceiving me. There really are cultivators in the world. 3 thick thunderbolts strike towards Su Luo and the others. Seeing this sudden lightning, Su Luo widens his eyes. Not good. The surrounding electric charge is too strong, attracting lightning. For Su Luo, attracting lightning has no impact on him personally. But these lightning strikes have tremendous energy and will bring powerful electric energy to the electric man. Boom, boom, boom. 3 thunderbolts almost merged into one and rushed into the bodies of the 2. The electric energy in the bodies of the electric man surged instantly. In an instant, it broke through the critical line. In a blink of an eye, the electric man transformed into electric current. Su Luo's hand suddenly grasped nothing. The electric man looked at his body transformed into electric current and exclaimed in excitement, "I didn't expect that I could still become like this. Ha ha ha. Heaven does not abandon me." The electric man looked at Su Luo, his eyes filled with a hint of fear. This man who was his natural enemy made him feel extremely fearful. He had to quickly get away from him. Whoosh! He rushed towards a cracked wall on the side, because there were electrical wires inside. Su Luo wanted to grab him, but he couldn't catch hold of this electric current at all. The opponent directly rushed into the electrical wires and escaped. Seeing this, Su Luo frowned. Damn, this weather is too friendly to the electric man. Little Spider-Man, lying in his pocket, also sensed all of this. It drooped its little head and sighed. The electric man ran away, so naturally Su Luo wouldn't stay here. He sprinted towards the building, leaped out, and flew towards the safe house. I must not let the electric man escape. I must catch him and replicate his ability. Thinking of the scene where the opponent turned into electric current and disappeared into the electrical wires, a hint of eagerness flashed in Su Luo's eyes. I must obtain this ability. Next, I must find the electric man. The electric man will not leave New York. After all, his home is here. Next, either he will go home, or he will continue to commit crimes and seek more wealth through his ability. So, next, I either have to find this guy's residence, or find the place where he commits crimes again, and then capture him in one fell swoop. Su Luo flew through the air, with the strong wind whistling and rustling his clothes. His eyes remained calm and unaffected by the electric man's escape, without anger or frustration. He only had one thought in his mind, which was to catch the opponent again and make sure he couldn't escape. But after the electric man escapes this time, his vigilance will definitely increase. And with the ability to transform into elements, he will definitely keep that ability at all times. So, I must find a way to counter his elemental transformation. Unfortunately, I don't have the corresponding data on this guy. Otherwise, I should be able to make a serum that temporarily suppresses his power. After all, in the Spider-Man 3 plot, where 3 Spider-Men appeared together, they created a similar serum. This shows that this thing can be made. However, this Electric Man is not the same person as the Electric Man from that parallel universe. This Electric Man is from this universe. Although they're different people, the method of eliminating the ability should be the same. It's just that he doesn't have the corresponding data on the Electric Man's transformation, so he can't make the corresponding serum. So he can only take a different approach. I need to find a completely insulated container to imprison him, so that he can't escape by transforming into electric current. Then reduce the electric energy in his body. Turn him into an ordinary person. In Sue Luo's mind, he recalled the scene where Iron Man summoned the iron prison that descended from the sky and enveloped the Hulk. He murmured, "It seems that I also need to make a similar sturdy insulated cage." When combined, they can form a cage to trap the Electric Man, and it should be able to withstand the destruction caused by the Electric Man. After obtaining powerful electric energy, the Electric Man's physical fitness will also improve. In addition, this cage needs to have the ability to reduce electric energy or extract electric energy from the Electric Man's body. Thinking of this, a gleam of light flashed in Sue Luo's eyes. Boom! Thunder roared. The sky and earth brightened, illuminating the swift silhouette of Sue Luo, which darted like an arrow, traversing the sky and earth, illuminating the cold light in Sue Luo's eyes. Quickly, Sue Luo returned to his safe house. Back to the basement. He turned on his computer. Suddenly, the screens on the wall lit up one by one. There are also surveillance feeds from the military base. Sue Luo glanced at the surveillance feeds of the military base and was immediately drawn to the scenes inside. The security operations at the entire military base had clearly been stepped up. There were patrols everywhere, and everyone's expressions were solemn. Seeing this, Sue Luo furrowed his brows slightly. What's going on? The defense of the military base has become even tighter. It seems that something is about to happen inside the military base. To prevent any accidents, the defense has been strengthened. Sue Luo instantly thought of Luke Cage. The military base had just captured Luke Cage, and now they would definitely be studying him. And his previous search for information on Luke Cage must have alerted the military. So, in order to guard against him, and at the same time against Luke Cage's powers, the security forces were strengthened. It seems that these guys are preparing to study Luke Cage. Sue Luo moved forward slightly to see if there were any special situations. The surveillance videos quickly flew by. Sue Luo watched the screens intently. Quickly, Sue Luo paused the surveillance video, and then zoomed in, and then played it slowly. Sue Luo stared at the screen. A car drove into the military base. A slightly thin figure got out of the car and walked toward a nearby mountain. During the walk, he glanced around and showed a hint of determination. Sue Luo slowed down the playback speed and watched frame by frame. Finally, he saw the person's face clearly. After seeing it clearly, Sue Luo's eyes narrowed. Abomination! And it's Abomination who has already regained his human form. I didn't expect Abomination to regain his human form so early. Sue Luo knew that in some future Marvel TV series, Abomination had already gained the ability to transform into a human form. But he didn't expect that at this time, Abomination had already mastered this ability. After all, compared to the Hulk's transformation, Abomination's transformation was more stable and harder to revert to human form. He didn't know what happened in between that caused Abomination to change into a human form. But at the same time, Abomination's appearance made Sue Luo furrow his brows slightly. After all, this was an existence that could contend with the Hulk. Sue Luo looked at the figure and murmured, I need to find Electro's ability as soon as possible. If I have Electro's ability, accumulate electrical energy to the extreme, and then release it with all my strength, the terrifying amount of electricity may not be able to kill Abomination, but it will be enough to temporarily overwhelm him. Sue Luo began typing on the keyboard. He once again infiltrated the entire public surveillance system of New York. At the same time, he also hacked into the alarm system and filtered and set the alarm information. Only information about Electro would be reported, and the rest would not be reported. In addition, Sue Luo used the personal information left by Electro in the company to find out where he lived, and he monitored the person's home through public surveillance cameras. After completing these tasks, Sue Luo began to set up a special prison. He is preparing to set up a special prison similar to Iron Man's Veronica. That is a large iron block deployed in outer space like Iron Man. During the time, while descending the equipment, it forms an anti-Hulk armor and a steel prison to restrain Hulk. However, Su Luo's new equipment will not be deployed in outer space. It's too far away, and it will take a long time to obtain the equipment. At least for now, he doesn't need such a thing. He just needs to place the new equipment high above New York. If he needs something from it, with a simple gesture, the thing will descend from the sky and be directly available for his use. Efficiency will be greatly improved. Naturally, an insulated prison for imprisoning Electro will be deployed here. As for other things, he hasn't figured it out yet. Su Luo first designed the insulated prison. First, the insulated prison will be similar to the steel prison that imprisons Hulk, consisting of a dozen or so plates, which will then be combined together to form a flashing military. But Hulk's steel prison doesn't have a bottom, so there will be a loophole and it won't form a completely enclosed space. This ultimately led to the Hulk breaking through the restraints by breaking through the Earth. Although Electro shouldn't have the ability to break through the Earth, it's still better to be cautious. So the insulated prison cannot have such a loophole, and I will also seal the bottom. I can use a cobweb-like subatomic technology to compress the insulation material to the bottom, and once the prison is synthesized, the insulation material will be released and fill the bottom, thoroughly forming a complete enclosed space and locking Electro inside for testing. Su Luo tapped on the keyboard and mouse, drawing on the screen to create a sketch design. The exterior will have machinery and steel with a combination of prisons, automatic flight, and target locking capabilities. The interior will be made up of multiple layers of insulation material, sealing it inside. Su Luo continued, I remember that Electro has a huge weakness compared to me, which is that he is afraid of water. Compared to me, Electro is more like a power bank, with a complete circuit formed inside his body. Once he uses his electrical abilities and his body comes into contact with water, it will short-circuit and temporarily lose his electrical abilities. In the original work, Spider-Man dealt with Electro in this way, so I can also weaken him by targeting this weakness of Electro's. Inside the insulation material, I will add an additional layer of water protection, so that when Electro releases his electrical energy, water can be sprayed into his body from all directions. This way, it will cause a short circuit in Electro's internal circuitry and temporarily deprive him of his power. Su Luo tapped the keyboard. If I replicate Electro's super abilities and combine them with my own electrical abilities, I should be able to eliminate this fear of water weakness. But the specifics will have to wait until I catch Electro. At this moment, a bell rang. It was an alarm. Someone inside a small supermarket had called the police. They reported that someone had rushed into their supermarket and committed robbery, using electricity to stun them. They took away thousands of dollars and some food and drinks from the store. Hearing this, Su Luo quickly tapped on the keyboard and hacked into the small supermarket. He immediately saw Electro's face. Sure enough, you're still constantly committing crimes. It seems that after being defeated by Osborn, you become more cautious and have chosen a smaller location. But such a small place definitely won't satisfy your greed. Soon, you'll be looking for a bigger place to plunder. So, it won't be long before you show up again. When you show up next time, I think it will be when we meet. After confirming that Electro was not lurking, but eagerly continuing his criminal activities, Su Luo felt relieved. Immediately, after finalizing the general direction of the new equipment, he began to work on the details. The technical complexity of the insulated prison was not too high, so Su Luo didn't spend too much time from design to completion. He quickly started production. Sizzle. Inside the equipment laboratory, flames bloomed on the steel. Welding and cutting were constantly taking place. Little Spider-Man sat quietly on a table next to it, with a mobile phone playing online classes in front of him, studying hard. Little Spider-Man is very smart, and he has already started learning middle school knowledge. Inside a car, the Electric Man sat in the back seat, surrounded by various foods and drinks. On the passenger seat, there was a stack of money. A smile appeared on the Electric Man's face. I finally have money. I can finally escape from the days of poverty. Soon, I can provide my mother with a better house and a better life. My mother will no longer have to suffer with me. Thinking that he could finally give his elderly mother a better life, the Electric Man's heart was filled with joy. After all, for so many years, he had relied on his mother, living in a rundown house. Because he had no prospects, no abilities, and was introverted and eccentric, he not only did not marry, but also did not provide a good environment for his mother, causing her to work hard. Even now, in his 40s, he still lived with his mother, and their basic needs were all supported by his mother's money. This also made his mother appear older than her peers. Although his mother had never blamed the Electric Man, he always felt sorry for her. So, after having money, the first thing the Electric Man thought of was his mother, to improve her living environment, to relieve her from labor, and to let her start enjoying life. After all, he had found a better place to live, no longer needing to reside in the previous cramped and old house. Soon, the Electric Man returned to the old, rundown house. He woke up his mother and moved with her. Definitely, there was almost nothing to take. Only some important things were taken. Soon, the Electric Man left the house where they had lived for a long time with his mother. His mother was puzzled. "Why are we moving? We don't have money." The Electric Man grinned and lied. "Because I got a new job, and my boss values me a lot, so he arranged a new place for me to live and even increased my salary. Mom, from now on, you can enjoy your son's blessings. I won't let you work so hard in the second half of your life." Hearing her son's words, a surprised smile appeared on the mother's face. "Finally, someone appreciates my son. Where does your boss live? If you have time, Mom will bring some things to visit and thank him." The Electric Man said, "No need. My boss is often out of the country and has an unpredictable schedule. You probably won't be able to meet him." "All right, Mom, don't think too much. Let's go to the new house. You can sleep in a bigger bed and have a better room." The mother muttered, "Mother doesn't need to live in such a good house. You should take care of yourself more. Don't work so hard. You're not young anymore. You can't handle the labor. Your health is important. And now that your conditions have improved, you can find a partner. Mom will eventually leave. I can't watch you for the rest of your life. You need someone to support each other." Listening to his mother's muttering, the Electric Man's nose tingled. His mother had worked hard for him all her life. The Electric Man secretly vowed to let his mother enjoy a good life in the future. That night, there was a heavy rain. By the next morning, the heavy rain had stopped, and the dark clouds had dispersed. It came and went quickly. The next morning, Su Luo had completed the construction of the new device. It was a relatively large mechanical body. When assembled together, it formed a metal cube the size of a normal room. Inside the entire mechanical body, anti-gravity technology was used. It allowed the mechanical body to stably float in midair. However, the energy source Su Luo was currently using was not very efficient. It could only support the mechanical body to float in the air for half a month. After half a month, new energy needed to be added. If he could obtain the technology of the arc reactor, the duration of the mechanical body suspension would be greatly extended. But for Su Luo at the moment, half a month was enough. He just needed to frequently replenish the energy. Inside the mechanical body, there is an insulated prison cell placed there. Composed of 13 plates, tightly fused together, it forms a diamond shape, just like the steel prison that encases the Green Giant. When unfolded and assembled, it becomes a small enclosed prison that can envelop a person. The entire mechanical body, temporarily named Air Arsenal by Su Luo. Definitely, the entire mechanical body is also coated with a layer of stealth coating on the outside, which can prevent radar detection and the like. In addition to this, the mechanical body also has a visual stealth function, a technology that has long been developed and even used on helicarriers and some ships of S.H.I.E.L.D. So there are also some defective ones in HYDRA's database, which Su Luo has completed and applied. After completing these, Su Luo opened the ceiling. The land in the backyard suddenly unfolded, revealing the laboratory below. Su Luo tapped the keyboard a few times. The massive mechanical body disappeared from stealth and immediately rose up, flying towards the sky. Soon, it stopped at the target altitude and hovered steadily in midair. After completing these, Su Luo nodded in satisfaction. Next, it's time to capture Electro. Not long after, Su Luo received an alarm about Electro robbing a jewelry store. Finally, he's here, in front of the jewelry store. Electro was holding a large bag of things. His face was covered in electricity, almost obscuring his features. He was fighting against 4 people wearing blue outfits. One of them could release flames. Some could elongate their bodies. Some are made entirely of stone. Some could emit protective shields. The people who arrived were none other than the Fantastic Four. Electro, in full power, released a terrifying electric current. Directly piercing through the protective shield, he sent the Invisible Woman flying. He even blasted the thing far away, crushing a car. Even Mr. Fantastic couldn't withstand the terrifying electric current, being blasted away and burned. The Human Torch couldn't hold on either. Facing the terrifying lightning, he was directly knocked down. There was no way. The Fantastic Four had just debuted at this moment, and they hadn't fully realized their abilities, so they couldn't defeat their opponent at all. Electro laughed heartily. "I am in my prime now. You can't stop me at all." Saying that, he prepared to leave with the bag of gold. Just at that moment, whoosh, 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 the sky rang with the sound of tearing air. Everyone looked up. A dark figure descended from the sky. But those tearing air sound were not coming from him. They were from the 13 metal long plates behind him. They were like 13 flying swords in flight. It was as if a wheel made of swords was closely following behind him. That scene made everyone's pupils shrink. The figure waved his hand. The 13 metal long plates shot toward Electro. Bang, bang, bang. They struck the ground around Electro. The momentum was astonishing. They formed an iron prison, firmly enclosing him. Everyone was shocked by this grand scene. Steel bars fell from the sky, smashing into the ground and trapping people, creating a powerful visual impact. Everyone felt as if the earth had trembled for a moment. Su Luo also landed on the ground. He clenched his fist. Instantly, the bottom of the insulating prison burst open, and the alloys combined, cutting through the earth. At the same time, a layer of subatomic insulating liquid sprayed out from the alloy, rapidly generating layers of insulating material, instantly filling the void left by the insulating material at the bottom. In an instant, the entire prison was completely enveloped in insulating material. There was no gap at all. Mr. Fantastic saw Su Luo using metal to surround Electro, and he shook his head. "It's useless. A metal prison can't stop his electric current. He can easily blast a big hole." As he spoke, he endured the pain and got up. Su Luo didn't pay any attention to Mr. Fantastic's words. His focus was more on the Fantastic Four, especially the Invisible Woman, because the Invisible Woman's ability was one of the abilities that his Superman prototype needed. The Invisible Woman's super ability was to manipulate the invisible field. She could use the invisible field to make people invisible and also form a force field using the invisible field. If developed to the extreme, she could even use the invisible field to achieve high-speed flight and create a force field explosion inside an opponent's body. In addition, she could also use the invisible field to emit ultrasonic shockwaves for attacks, using the field for flight and defense. This was very similar to Superman's biological field. But for now, the Invisible Woman was not his target. After all, you have to take things one step at a time. He still needed to deal with Electro in his hands and settle the matter with Luke Cage. Seeing Su Luo looking at them, the Fantastic Four thought that Su Luo had listened to their words. The Invisible Woman got up from the ground. "Let's continue the fight." The others also got up one after another. Electro looked at the thing that trapped him and shouted, "This thing can't hold me. I can easily break free from it." Hearing the roar from the prison, the Fantastic Four outside had a serious expression on their faces. Su Luo shook his head. "No need to be nervous. It's over." Inside the prison, Electro was about to launch an attack, releasing huge amounts of electric current from his hands. Just at that moment, high-pressure water lines burst out from all directions and rushed towards Electro, drenching his whole body. The next moment, a short circuit occurred. Electro trembled all over, and smoke rose from his body. Electro let out a scream. Ah! Soon after, his eyes rolled back, his feet kicked, and with a bang, he fell inside the insulating prison. The people outside were preparing to face Electro's attack, but then they heard a scream, and then they heard a bang. Inside the steel prison, there was no sound anymore. Su Luo saw this, and a satisfied expression appeared in his eyes. He immediately stepped forward, lifted the insulating prison, and with a burst of speed, quickly disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving behind a bewildered crowd. The Fantastic Four looked at each other. The Thing scratched his head. This is resolve? Such a tough opponent, and he was defeated by an iron cage? Human Torch looked at Su Luo's disappearing figure. Who is this guy? He solved this Electra guy with just one move. Why have I never heard of such a person before? Mr. Fantastic frowned and said, "It seems that it's not as simple as just a prison cell. There must be a method inside that restrains this guy. Moreover, the fact that he can lift such a large iron block and run so fast indicates that his strength and speed have reached an astonishing level. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of such a powerful person?" Shortly after, Su Luo returned to the basement, holding a transparent, insulated prison cell, entering directly from the backyard. After all, the insulated prison cell was quite large in size. The main entrance was impossible to enter. After Su Luo entered, he went into a specially modified insulated room. He immediately opened the insulated prison cell, revealing the unconscious Electro inside. Su Luo quickly drew a tube of blood from him, then locked him back in the insulated prison cell. After completing these tasks, he left the laboratory. Su Luo did not immediately start researching Electro. After all, Electro still contained powerful electrical energy at the moment, and there was a great potential for escape. His research on Electro would take a considerable amount of time. During this period, as long as Electro woke up, it would be easy for him to escape along the instrument circuit. If that were to happen, the research would fail. Therefore, Su Luo's first task was not to study him, but to use his DNA to develop a special serum that could suppress Electro's abilities. Only by suppressing Electro's abilities could he continue his research. Su Luo carried the blood of Electro and went to the biological laboratory. At the same time, a message arrived on Su Luo's computer. It was sent by Kurt. Su Luo opened his email. Inside were some information that Su Luo had asked Kurt to investigate. During this time, Su Luo asked Kurt to inquire about Beast, Essex's mastermind, Chemical Number 7, and other related information. And what Kurt sent this time was the information about Beast. According to Kurt's findings, once Beast possessed someone, it seemed that unless that person died, Beast could not possess another person. Moreover, Beast seemed to have to possess a person in order to exert its power. In addition, once the person who was possessed by Beast was restrained, Beast would also be restrained. The weakness of Beast was the person it possessed. This was what Kurt currently understood. Seeing this, Su Luo murmured, "It's a pity that I didn't find out about Beast's abilities. I can't have a clearer understanding of Beast's abilities. If I had a clearer understanding of Beast's abilities, maybe I could take action against it and capture it. A primitive demon should have strong research value, and a primitive demon must be good at magic. If I can capture it, maybe I can make up for my lack of knowledge in magic. Moreover, I remember that there is a strong countermeasure against Ghost Rider. It is a very rare existence that can counter Ghost Rider. So Beast has a strong capturing ability. Unfortunately, I still know too little about Beast, and I am completely insufficient to take further action." The reason why he inquired about Beast was because Su Luo had developed a strong interest in this guy and had the intention to capture him. But with the current lack of information, he could only bury this intention in his heart for now. Su Luo looked at the blood of Electro in his hand and said, "Now, let's create the suppressing serum." Thinking of this, Su Luo began to study the blood of Electro in his hand. He quickly analyzed Electro's DNA. In addition, Su Luo had previously studied the genes of Wolverine's clone, X-24 as well as the current food. He discovered the inhibitory effect of the current food on mutant genes, as well as the improvement of the X-24 gene, which made it immune to this inhibition. From this, Su Luo learned some techniques for suppressing abilities. Now, it was just the right time to use them on Electro. However, what he learned from Essex was a technique for permanently suppressing abilities. Su Luo doesn't need permanent suppression. He only needs temporary suppression for a period of time. So the difficulty will be smaller. The main method is to edit special genetic information to suppress and weaken the extraordinary genes, temporarily rendering them inactive and ineffective, making it impossible for a person to use their super abilities for a short period of time. Definitely, the stronger the super ability, the higher the difficulty, and the more complex the genetic suppression techniques required. It may even require some external forces. Currently, the abilities of the Electric Man are completely within Su Luo's knowledge of genetic suppression and do not require any powerful external forces. Inside the entire room, only Su Luo's swift movements and focused mind, because he already possesses some techniques for suppressing abilities. So Su Luo's progress is quite fast. After analyzing the Electric Man's DNA, Su Luo began to attempt to suppress the extraordinary part of the Electric Man's DNA. He found the nodes for suppression and began editing the genes. In this primary structure, adenosine needs to be added. The basic residues in the protein can form ionic bonds with the acidic sugar phosphate backbone of DNA, causing the base sequences in the complex to separate from each other. The contactability of the protein to different bases depends on whether the bases are in the major groove or the minor groove. Here, the high-level structure of the superhelix needs to be adjusted a bit. As he constantly edited, the extraordinary gene segment in the Electric Man's DNA began to be suppressed and temporarily lost its effectiveness. Finally, with Su Luo's completion of the editing, the extraordinary gene group in the Electric Man's DNA has been completely suppressed, temporarily losing its effectiveness and activity. In the next 3 days, it will completely lose its effectiveness and be unable to function. Seeing this, Su Luo's eyes brightened. Finally completed. Very good. Next is to start making the serum. Su Luo's hands moved swiftly. Before long, he completed the production of the serum. A brand new vial of serum appeared before Su Luo. A vial of pale green special serum. The specially made suppression serum for the Electric Man's ability, successfully made. Immediately, Su Luo entered the insulated room. Closed the insulated room. Su Luo opened the insulated cell. The Electric Man inside had already woken up. Seeing Su Luo, who was still dressed tightly, he felt a wave of fear. He thought about escaping. Just at this moment, swoosh, 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 a large number of water pipes aimed at the Electric Man from all directions, densely packed, making the Electric Man's scalp tingle. On the ground, the water had already risen to ankle level without anyone noticing. Su Luo calmly said, "Dare to move?" Feeling the water on his feet and looking at the terrifying water pipes around him, the Electric Man quickly shook his head. "No, I dare not move." Su Luo nodded. "Don't move. I will inject you with a serum that suppresses your ability." He honestly explained the effect of the serum, causing the Electric Man's scalp to tingle. He quickly wanted to dodge, but met Su Luo's calm gaze. Perhaps due to continuous setbacks, the Electric Man was filled with fear towards the man in front of him. He instantly dared not evade anymore and stood still in place, allowing Su Luo to give him an injection. That appearance is unusually obedient. After Su Luo finished the injection, he looked satisfied. "Very good. Now, let's start our experiment," he said. After saying that, he walked out of the insulated room. "Follow me." Su Luo's voice came from ahead, and the Electric Man quickly followed. After coming out, he looked at the surrounding instruments and wires, and immediately had the thought of escaping. He quickly tried to use his own ability, but it was completely useless, because he couldn't feel his ability anymore. His ability was indeed suppressed. The Electric Man lowered his head in despair, following Su Luo like a soulless zombie. The two of them then entered a separate operating room. Su Luo said to the electric man, "Lie down." Facing Su Luo, the electric man had no intention of resisting and immediately lay down, bound up. Lying on the operating table, terrifying scenes instantly appeared in the electric man's mind. He trembled all over. He immediately thought of his mother. If he died, what would his mother do? He was his mother's only relative, the most important person in her world. If he died, his mother would probably find it difficult to go on living. Even if she continued to live, an old woman would have a hard time, and she would suffer the pain of losing a child every day. When she got older, she would be alone, living a miserable life. Thinking of this, tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at Su Luo. "Can you not kill me? My mother is still waiting for me to come home." Although the electric man was afraid of death, he was even more afraid of his mother suffering in hell every day. Su Luo calmly said, "Cooperate well, and you might be able to survive." Su Luo actually didn't plan to kill the electric man, because the electric man still had a use. He wanted to push the limits of the electric man's ability, which required continuing experiments on him. After all, when it came to experiments, he wouldn't use himself as a subject. In addition, he needed the electric man to serve as a part of his intelligence system in the future, using the other's ability to gather various information for him. The most important thing was that Su Luo knew the electric man was filial, so he was relatively easy to control. Hearing Su Luo's words, the electric man widened his eyes. Really? Su Luo didn't say anything more and directly anesthetized the electric man, starting his own experiment. He had already analyzed the electric man's DNA before, and now he began to analyze how the electric man's ability was formed, what mutations occurred in the genes, and what abnormalities appeared in the chromosomes. In the following days, Su Luo continued to conduct related analyses and experiments. He began to integrate his own electric ability, carrying out corresponding combinations. The electric man originally feared water because he had a complex network of electric currents in his body to absorb, store, and release electric currents. Water would cause a short circuit in the electric man's original network of electric currents, causing him to lose his ability or even faint. Su Luo himself would not encounter this situation. Because of his special bioelectricity, he didn't need to go through a complex circuit to release it. He could release it directly, so there would be no short circuit. Su Luo redesigned the electric current network in the electric man's body, and the new network would only be responsible for absorbing and storing electric currents, no longer performing the action of releasing. Su Luo planned to use his own special bioelectricity to guide the storage of electric currents and release them, no longer relying on the electric current network for release. In this way, there would be no short circuit, and he would not be afraid of water-induced fainting. After a few days, Su Luo finally completed the replication of the electric man's ability. A bottle of specially made electric man ability serum was produced. Su Luo looked at the serum in his hand, a deep blue color, with many faint electric arcs generating and extinguishing inside. Exceptionally strange. "Finally, it's done. Next, I can go find Luke Cage," Su Luo said. After saying that, he directly injected the serum into his own body. Immediately after, boom, Su Luo's whole body erupted with lightning. The complex network of electric currents within his body began to form. Quickly, the complete and beneficial network of electric currents within the human body took shape. Su Luo walked to the side. He picked up a wire, which was still flickering with electric sparks. He pinched the spot where the sparks were flickering, and then, immediately, the network of electric currents within his body started to activate. Suddenly, a suction force targeting electrical energy emerged, causing the electric current inside the wire to flow into Su Luo's network of electric currents. At that moment, Su Luo felt a warm and comfortable sensation throughout his body. Su Luo absorbed a little bit, allowing electrical energy to flow within his network of electric currents. He didn't continue absorbing more, mainly because Su Luo didn't want to absorb so much electrical energy that the entire area would lose power. Then, He activated the special bioelectricity within his body to activate the absorbed electrical energy. With the guidance of the special bioelectricity, the absorbed electrical energy also began to move. Su Luo raised his hand. Crackling sounds filled the air. A large number of electric arcs blossomed in his palm. These were two types of electrical energy intertwining. Success. Su Luo looked at the continuously exploding electric arcs in his hand, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. Su Luo aimed at a wooden board. Whoosh! The electric current surged out. Bang! The wooden board was shattered. Seeing this, Su Luo nodded. Very good. The release is completely problem-free. And because it's not released through the network of electric currents, the fear of water is resolved. Next, it's time to charge. To completely fill myself with electrical energy. This way, not only will I have sufficient electrical energy, but I will also be able to transform into an electric current element. Then, he walked to the side and picked up a special suit. This suit was created by Su Luo to simulate the Fantastic Four's clothing. The Fantastic Four's battle suits can adapt to their respective abilities. Just like the Invisible Woman's battle suit can turn invisible, and the Human Torch's battle suit can withstand extreme heat and increased temperature. Su Luo's battle suit is the same. It can adapt to Su Luo's electricity, and most importantly, it can transform along with Su Luo's electrical elementalization, becoming one with the element. So that when Su Luo transforms from lightning back into a human, he won't be naked. He put on a specially made battle suit. Su Luo immediately left the place and headed towards the power station. Inside a military base, outside a laboratory, General Ross and the person in charge stood there, observing through the glass. Inside, Luke Cage was lying in a special device. People in white lab coats were busy around him. They injected special potions and serums into the syringes next to them. Excitement filled their faces. After all, for them, this would be a great experiment. Once successful, they would become figures engraved in history. They would become milestones in the scientific community, the pride of the nation, and heroes of the people. Everyone was fully focused, diligently completing their tasks with meticulousness. In a corner of the laboratory, a middle-aged man sat on a chair, boredly watching everything. His demeanor was completely different from the others on the scene. While everyone else was extremely nervous, he seemed indifferent, as if the experiment being conducted was not a big deal. And this person was the despised antagonist, Bronsky. For Bransky, no matter how this experiment is conducted, the super soldier created will not be his opponent. So he doesn't care about it. He is only interested in the Hulk or a stronger existence. Outside the glass window, the person in charge spoke. General, we have reached the final stage. We have completed all the preparations for the completion of the experiment. Whether it is completing the serum or the auxiliary special potion, it's all done. As long as it is injected here and our experimental data is correct, then the experiment will be successful. Then Carl will complete the final optimization, becoming a complete steel enhancer, possessing a body harder than steel and having great strength. General Ross also showed some eagerness in his eyes. He quickly said, "Inject it immediately. It's not time yet. We still need to wait for Carl's physical values to reach their peak before injecting. This way, the chances of success will be the highest. We just need to wait a little longer. Soon, Carl's warm-up values will reach their peak." Hearing this, flowers are requested. Ross nodded. On the other side, after a burst of speed, Su Luo arrived at the power station. Looking at the power station in front of him, Su Luo said, "Next, I'm going to mooch off the electropower of the power company." After a few jumps, he arrived at a socket and directly inserted his hand into it. Immediately, he fully released his ability and began to absorb the electric power. Suddenly, Su Luo seemed like a black hole, exerting a huge influence on the electric power. Boom! A massive amount of electric power surged towards Su Luo and constantly flowed into his body. At this moment, Su Luo felt extremely comfortable, as if he was enveloped in a hot spring. Arcs of electricity also constantly appeared on his body, crackling. As he continued to absorb, More and more arcs of electricity appeared on his body, like flashes of lightning swirling around him. Seeing this, soon, Su Luo's absorption reached the limit of elemental transformation. The next moment, Su Luo directly transformed back into a human-shaped electric current standing in place. At the same time, his ability to absorb electric current was greatly enhanced. He swallowed a large amount of electric current like a whale, which flowed into his body. Soon, his electrical capacity was full. He immediately stopped absorbing. Next, I will go to the military base and find a way to get Luke Cage out. Su Luo's human-shaped lightning rushed into the wires, flying through the electric current and wires. He sprinted towards the military base at a fast speed. Before coming, Su Luo had memorized the electrical circuits of New York, so he was very familiar with the route and had no chance of getting lost. Not long after, Su Luo arrived at a camera at a certain location in the military base. Looking at the military base in front of him, looking at the densely packed patrol personnel not far away, a smile appeared on Su Luo's face. This electrical elemental transformation ability is really good. It was so easy to slip into the base without anyone noticing. Next, he would go in and find Luke Cage. Su Luo immediately plunged into the military base inside the mountain. Inside the safe house, Elizabeth is watching cartoons in the living room. On her shoulder, little Spider-Man is lying. Both pairs of big eyes are watching the cartoons with great interest. When they get excited, the two little ones are also very excited. Hurry up and find him. Hurry up. Elizabeth waves her fist. Little Spider-Man also clenches his two front paws and shakes. After a while, Claude walks over. He says, after finishing this episode, it's time to start studying. Hearing this, Elizabeth instantly becomes dejected and loses her enthusiasm. But little Spider-Man on Elizabeth's body stands up, his eyes shining. The two of them form a sharp contrast. Claude rubs his forehead and says, look at others, then look at yourself. Is studying really that painful? Elizabeth quickly nods. Claude helplessly continues. We haven't been going out recently, and disguises are not allowed. Because there have been incidents in New York recently, many homeless people have gone missing. For safety reasons, it's best to stay at home. Elizabeth obediently nods, saying, okay. In a dim place, homeless people lie on shelves with long transparent tubes in their hands. Blood flows down the tubes. In the center below, there is a coffin. Each tube is inserted into the coffin, and the blood flows into it. Some homeless people have been drained of blood, looking like mummies, but they're not dead. Their eyes are still open, and their eyeballs are moving. There is no pain on their faces, only a blank expression. After all the blood is drained from everyone, the coffin is opened, and an infinite cold-blooded aura emerges from it. A pair of cold and fair 5 fingers reach out, grabbing the edge of the coffin, and a figure sits up. It is Black Void. Her hair has grown longer, reaching her waist, and she is now in her 82nd generation. In front of her, a group of people with folded hands kneel respectfully on the ground. How are the sacrifices this time? Leader, says the elder of the folded hands. Black Void says, very good. I finally have a part of the power of the evil god. Very powerful. She squints slightly. Next, I will go find that man. The elder asks, why is the evil god so obsessed with that guy? Black Void says, because that person has a strong body with amazing cell activity. It is the best vessel for the evil god, and if properly excavated, it will become the strongest Black Void in history. Black Void continues, the people we sent out last time still couldn't capture him. It seems that this time, I have to personally take action. As she says this, a thick black aura overflows from her slender fingers. Inside the military base, the various lines are very complex. Su Luo is running at high speed, running around, almost making him dizzy, after passing through one room after another. Finally, he arrives in a laboratory in front of certain plug. Suddenly, the scene inside comes into Su Luo's view. Inside a closed instrument, Luke Cage is lying, special liquid flowing over his body. Various long tubes are inserted around him. At this moment, Luke Cage has his eyes closed, as if he has fallen asleep. But Su Luo can tell from the sound of his heartbeat and breathing that he is awake. Around the instrument, a large number of researchers in white coats are busy. Suddenly, a figure enters Su Luo's view. Instantly, it makes his mind freeze. It is Bronsky. I saw the other party sitting calmly in the corner, watching the experiment with a faint gaze. He couldn't help but think to himself, sure enough, Bronsky is here specifically to oversee this research, to prevent any unexpected incidents. Su Luo looked at the series of operations below, feeling somewhat puzzled. This doesn't seem like research on Luke Cage's ability, but rather like injecting something related to strengthening. What are these guys doing? Su Luo didn't act rashly because it wasn't the right time yet. He decided to first find out what the National Department was planning to do. Seeing this, Su Luo immediately rushed towards another location. Soon, he arrived at the outside laboratory. There was no one here. It seemed like everyone had gone to work in the laboratory. Su Luo transformed back into human form and landed on the ground. He approached a computer and quickly typed on the keyboard, swiftly disabling the surveillance in the studio. Continuous loop of no one on the screen. All of this was completed almost instantly. After finishing these tasks, Su Luo continued to type on the keyboard, accessing Luke Cage's information. Soon, the relevant information for this experiment popped up. Su Luo's eyes quickly scanned through the data. So Luke Cage's previous ability was defective. Because the experiment wasn't completed, the ability was defective, the upper limit was locked, and most importantly, there were significant flaws that would gradually consume his life. Looking at Luke Cage's data, Su Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect that Luke Cage's experiment was actually incomplete. It seemed that the previous experiment had been tampered with by someone else, and it was originally imperfect. And this imperfect experiment unexpectedly led to the emergence of Luke Cage's ability. But at the same time, it also created the flaws in Luke Cage's ability. He continued to read further. Looking at the researchers' studies on Luke Cage and the related data, Su Luo quickly scanned through the data, memorizing the information in his mind. After being accustomed to the data, Su Luo saw the corresponding completion plan experiment. Looking at the completion plan, Su Luo murmured, "The direction of this completion plan is completely correct. To complete Luke Cage's ability and compensate for its original flaws. Only then can the corresponding genes and ability of Luke Cage be complete, and only then can we conduct research experiments and obtain more complete and accurate data. In this way, we can study the secrets of Luke Cage's ability and replicate it. The overall direction is completely correct. Very good." Su Luo's eyes brightened slightly. This experiment was completely flawless. It wasn't just random experimentation. In that case, Luke Cage's ability will be greatly enhanced. Next, if I replicate Luke Cage's complete ability, I will gain a much stronger steel body than expected. Thinking of this, Su Luo felt delighted. He never expected that Luke Cage's ability was incomplete and could be completed. He never expected that he could gain a much stronger and tougher body than he had anticipated. And after completing Luke Cage's ability, there will be even greater potential for upgrades. Su Luo continued reading. At this moment, his ears twitched. Several researchers were walking towards the office. Through their conversation, Su Luo learned that these researchers were on duty. To avoid arousing suspicion, Su Luo transformed into an electric current and once again traveled through the circuits. Su Luo now had a basic understanding of the situation. He was ready to continue to the laboratory, find an opportunity, and take Luke Cage away. But before that, Su Luo transformed into an electric current and swiftly flew into the control room. Inside the control room, a group of people were tapping on keyboards. On the wall in front, there were many screens hanging. They displayed surveillance footage from various parts of the base, as well as data on weapons and equipment. One person was tapping on a keyboard. Suddenly, an electric current emerged from the keyboard. The person was startled and quickly took a step back, saying, "Damn, is the keyboard malfunctioning?" Zap! A A strand of electric current instantly rushed towards that person, like a venomous snake attacking. The person kicked his feet, his eyes rolled back, and with a loud thud, he fell to the ground. The people around quickly ran up. What the hell is going on? Is this keyboard a piece of junk? Did the purchaser take a bribe? Damn it. We need to immediately take him to the infirmary. Just then, sizzle, crackle. More electric current surged into the keyboard. The people around were instantly shocked. What the hell? Why is so much electric current coming out of the keyboard? Why is there so much electric current pouring out? It's like a flood. Damn it, quickly unplug the keyboard. Just then, zap, zap, zap. Streams of electric current flew towards the crowd. Before the people could react. Bang, bang, bang. Each of them kicked their feet and fell unconscious, crashing to the ground. Immediately after, Su Luo transformed back into human form and landed in the control room. He began rapidly tapping on the keyboard. Soon, he made the necessary settings and elevated Luke Cage's permissions to the highest level. This was mainly to facilitate Luke Cage's escape from the base after being rescued. Because Su Luo could transform into an electric current, he didn't need to do much to easily escape from here. After completing these tasks, Su Luo left the control room and returned to the laboratory where Luke Cage was located. He curled up on top of the camera, observing everything below. His attention focused on Brunsky. There is no doubt that Brunsky was the biggest obstacle to rescuing Luke Cage. If he wanted to save Luke Cage, he had to hold Brunsky back and prevent him from stopping Luke Cage's escape. As long as Brunsky couldn't catch Luke Cage, with Luke Cage's strengthened abilities and the elevated permissions Su Luo had given him, it would be relatively easy to escape. So, the only situation now was to stall Brunsky. In terms of strength, Su Luo was definitely far inferior to Brunsky. His only advantage at the moment was the massive amount of electric current in his body. If he were to release all the massive electric current inside his body at once, although it wouldn't be able to kill Brunsky, it should be able to temporarily stun him. As long as Brunsky was stunned, everything would be easy. Definitely, the premise was that he could hit Brunsky. Brunsky not only had great strength, but his speed was also astonishing. With Brunsky's speed, he might be able to dodge Su Luo's electric current attacks. Su Luo looked at Brunsky and thought to himself, the only way to ensure a hit on Brunsky is to release the electric current at point-blank range. As long as I transform into an electric current, attach myself to Brunsky, and then unleash the electric current. However, after the electric current explosion, I will lose the ability to transform into an element. In this level 1 stage, I am in a situation where I can be attacked. So I must ensure that hatred will definitely be stunned by the electric current, and there won't be a situation where I release a large amount of electric current, but hatred remains unharmed, and then turns around and defeats me. So Su Luo's brain started thinking and calculating rapidly. He calculated the estimated physical fitness and ability of hatred based on the previous battle scenes in his mind. Then he calculated the strength of the electric current and the attack strength within his own body. Soon enough, Su Luo completed the calculations. His electric current should be able to stun hatred for about 30 to 75 minutes. Definitely, if hatred's strength further increases during this period, even doubling, then the time he will be unconscious will be shortened to about 10 to 30 minutes. After confirming that he can stun the opponent, Su Luo immediately felt relieved. He then transformed into an electric current and arrived at the instrument wire next to Luke Cage. Su Luo made a sound that only Luke Cage could hear. Don't make any sudden movements or noises. I'm here to save you. If the experiment is successful, I will rescue you. I will take care of most of the pursuers and tricky situations. You just need to escape. As a reward, after the rescue, I need to obtain some corresponding experimental data from you, which will not have a substantial impact on your life or body. After everything is done, you will be free to act. If you agree to this deal, blink your right eye twice, and then blink your left eye 3 times. Immediately after, Su Luo saw Luke Cage do as instructed. He then left the place and almost returned to a higher and broader view. His gaze immediately fell on the experiment below. He saw a group of people rapidly tapping on keyboards, with various data and parameters displayed on the screen. At this moment, a voice came from the speaker. "Begin the injection." Immediately, the group of people acted in an orderly manner, pressing buttons one by one. Steam sounds, gas release sounds, and mechanical sounds filled the air. The serum and auxiliary agents in the syringes were all injected into the tubes. They were then injected into Luke Cage's body. In the next moment, Luke Cage suddenly opened his eyes, his veins bulging, and his expression filled with pain. On the computer screen, real-time data about Luke Cage was also rapidly changing and increasing. The hardness of Luke Cage's cells was rapidly increasing, making his 5.6 body even stronger. The red muscle fibers responsible for explosive power and the white muscle fibers responsible for endurance were both rapidly becoming stronger. In addition, the adenosine triphosphate, ADP, in the cells was also rapidly increasing, and the ADP circulation system was strengthening. When ADP undergoes hydrolysis, it forms adenosine diphosphate, ADP, and releases a phosphate group, simultaneously releasing energy. These energies are then utilized in the cells for muscle contraction, neural activity, and all other activities within the organism. ADP is widely used as an energy carrier in cells, so it is often referred to as the currency of energy in cells. In short, ADP is the direct energy for releasing power. To unleash even greater power, stronger support from ADP is needed. All of this indicates that Luke Cage's physical strength and power are rapidly increasing. Everyone around saw this scene and showed a slight smile. Su Luo saw this and also felt a hint of joy in his heart. However, with his terrifying observation and analytical ability, Su Luo suddenly noticed a small set of data in the massive data that was undergoing abnormal changes. What's going on? Why is the lactic acid system showing signs? The lactic acid system is the process where muscle glycogen undergoes anaerobic glycolysis during intense exercise, resulting in the production of lactic acid in the body, simultaneously releasing energy from muscle contraction. Clearly, Luke Cage did not undergo intense exercise, so why is a large amount of lactic acid being released? If this continues, all the muscles will constantly contract, eventually causing the muscles to become overly tense and directly rupture. Luke Cage will die. The experiment will fail. Seeing this, Su Luo's heart trembled.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.